Chapter 1824. Seeking Death with a Single Strike. At the instant that Yi Xian attacked, the entire world suddenly collapsed. Seeking death. At this moment Yi Xian's aura had reached a peak. The mysterious energy in the world was directly crushed by his aura. At the same time, a ray of light slashed towards the woman. The woman opened her right hand, and then she lightly pushed it forward. Bang! She'd actually forcefully blocked Yi Xian's attack. However, the gods' graveyard that they resided in had started to die bit by bit. Their strength was too formidable, and the world was utterly unable to endure it. A moment of silence ensued. Bang! The woman was forcefully pushed 300 m back by Yi Xian's attack, and she just stopped when Yi Xian suddenly pressed his fingers together. Head snatch. It was the head snatch technique that was enhanced by the power of his bloodline. The woman's throat suddenly split open. She frowned slightly, and then she pressed down lightly with her right hand. Her throat returned to normal. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly charged in front of her, drew his sword and slashed. Bang! In an instant, the woman was pushed over 300 m back. She just stopped when over a dozen blood-red flying swords slashed towards her. The woman raised her arm to block it. Bang! The sword light shattered, and the woman was pushed back another 300 m. When she finally stopped, her entire body was covered in cracks. Yi Xian was just about to attack again when the woman suddenly flicked her sleeve. Yi Xian's pupils constricted, and he raised his sword to block it. The invincible sword domain. Bang! The space where Yi Xian resided was suddenly obliterated, but Yi Xian was still there, and his invincible sword domain had forcefully blocked the woman's formidable strength. Actually, if he didn't have the invincible sword domain, then he wouldn't even have the chance to attack. Because he wouldn't be able to withstand a single attack from the woman without the invincible sword domain. The woman glanced at her cracked body. After a moment of silence, she gazed at Yi Xian. At this moment, there was a rare trace of seriousness in her eyes. Yi Xian's current strength was still like an ant to her. However, Yi Xian's sword skills were not simple at all. Especially this sword domain. He was actually able to block her power. This was not normal. There was also the power of Yi Xian's bloodline, which was also very abnormal. In any case, Yi Xian was a little abnormal. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly took a deep breath, and then numerous strands of sword energy surged incessantly from within him. The woman looked at Yi Xian. Continue? Yi Xian looked at the woman. Then let's continue. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. The woman flicked her sleeve. Rumble. The space in front of the woman exploded, and a powerful force instantly engulfed Yi Xian's sword light. At this moment, countless flying swords suddenly slashed at the woman. A flying sword condensed from the sword of spacetime. These flying swords were extremely fast, but no matter how fast they were, they could not get close to the woman. The only real threats to the woman were draw the sword to decide life and death and decapitation. Although the woman was powerful, Yi Xian's sword domain could block her power. However, if this continued, it would be more and more disadvantageous for Yi Xian. On the other side, the elder in the graveyard of gods stared at Yi Xian, who was fighting with the supreme woman in the distance. At this moment he could be said to be extremely shocked. This Yi Xian was actually so powerful. Were the left hall master and the others crazy? They actually went against this freak. As for the woman fighting with Yi Xian, she became more and more shocked because she discovered that the bigger Yi Xian was, the stronger he was. Soon she understood. Yi Xian was using her to practice his moves. Although Yi Xian had cultivated in Xiaota's body to some extent, he had never fought in real combat. And ordinary experts were not his match at all. However, he could not defeat those who were too strong, such as Xiaoan. The woman before him happened to be a suitable candidate. After the woman found out about Yi Xian's intentions, she naturally would not let Yi Xian have his way. She started to attack wildly, but Yi Xian's sword domain forcefully blocked all of her attacks. Not only that, but Yi Xian could also counterattack. As they fought, both sides entered a stalemate and neither could do anything to the other. Yi Xian was at a slight disadvantage, but the woman could not kill him. Neither of them could do anything to the other, and the graveyard of gods was in trouble. Because both of them were destroying without restraint, the graveyard of gods did not dare to stop them. It could only take some graves with it and run away. This was the first time in history that the graveyard of gods had moved graves. At this moment Yi Xian was suddenly blasted away. This time the woman did not attack again. The woman looked at Yi Xian, and her statue body was covered in cracks. Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned. Continue? As he spoke, he was about to attack again. However, the woman's body suddenly became illusory. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Why did you stop? The woman did not speak. She just stared at Yi Xian and then she gradually vanished. It didn't take long for her to vanish completely. Yi Xian frowned. Up in the clouds, Tong Yi suddenly opened her eyes, and then her expression became ferocious. Aunt. As she spoke, she was about to leave and head to the lower dimensions. Meanwhile, Fan Duo appeared in front of her. Tong Yi stared fixedly at her. You're trying to stop me? Fan Duo smiled. Your clone is gone? Tong Yi stared at her. You seem very pleased with yourself. Fan Duo shook her head. Tong Yi, we've been enemies for hundreds of thousands of years. Even though I really want you to die, you can't touch the man down there. Tong Yi ridiculed. Do you think I can't touch him just because you say so? Fan Duo glanced at Tong Yi. He's not one of my people. You can target me if you want to. Tong Yi stared fixedly at Fan Duo. It doesn't matter if he's one of your people or not, because he's succeeded in infuriating me. He must die. Fan Duo sighed softly. Cultivation isn't easy. Why seek death? What a joke. Tong Yi sneered. Who does he think he is? Killing him is courting death? Fan Duo spoke indifferently. Up to you. With that, she turned around and left. Tong Yi fell silent. She didn't go look for Yi Xian because she'd noticed that something was off. After pondering for a moment, she turned around and left. In the god's graveyard, Yi Xian lay on the ground. He'd returned to normal. He'd gained a lot from the battle with the Supreme Woman. Battle. One had to admit that it was very easy for a person to grow through battle. In the beginning, he'd been practically suppressed by the woman, but later on he was able to deal with her with ease. He couldn't just bury himself in cultivation. He had to constantly fight. Opponents? Yi Xian turned around and glanced at the surroundings. At this moment, all the experts of the god's graveyard had fled. Even the clone of a supreme couldn't kill Yi Xian, so the experts of the god's graveyard naturally wouldn't stay and wait for death. Yi Xian didn't go look for them because they were meaningless to him. Right at this moment, Shaoan suddenly appeared by Yi Xian's side. She glanced at the surroundings and said, if that woman had been her true body, then you wouldn't have been able to last a single move. Yi Xian looked at Shaoan. Is there a huge gap between us? Shaoan nodded. Very. Yi Xian fell silent. Shaoan looked at Yi Xian. If you want to go against her, then you must overcome a threshold. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, what is it? Shaoan said, the laws. Yi Xian's brows furrowed slightly. The laws? Shaoan nodded. Every universe has its laws and this universe has them too. The reason she was able to suppress you before was because she is above the laws. The reason you were able to go against her was because of those terrifying sword skills of yours. If it were any other sword skill, you would have been long dead. Yi Xian nodded. Indeed. As you said, the reason I was able to go against her was because of these sword skills that I created myself. Xiao Ta was speechless. Shaoan turned to look at Yi Xian. She just stared at Yi Xian as if she was meeting Yi Xian for the first time. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. What's wrong? Shaoan said, the sword skills that you created yourself? Yi Xian asked, what's wrong? Shaoan said, are you serious? Yi Xian blinked. You don't believe me? Shaoan hesitated for a moment before saying, I'll keep quiet. Yi Xian was speechless. Shaoan suddenly said, do you want to cultivate a divine body? Yi Xian looked at Shaoan. I'm only in the space-time realm now. Shaoan shook her head. It's fine. The cultivation system over there is different from here. The current you can already cultivate a divine body. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, I can directly skip several realms and cultivate a divine body. Shaoan said, I've already said that the cultivation system here is different from the cultivation system over there. You don't have to cultivate the next realms of this universe. Yi Xian blinked his eyes. Really? Shaoan nodded. Sure. Yi Xian smiled. All right. Shaoan nodded slightly. It's not difficult to cultivate a divine body. You need to first understand the difference between a mortal body and a divine body. It's a metamorphosis and a qualitative change from a mortal to a divine body. This process is like a cocoon turning into a butterfly. As she spoke, she suddenly pointed at the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Boom. Countless information surged into the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows. After a moment, Shaoan retracted her finger and said, this is the cultivation method, as well as some of my insights and experiences. Yi Xian bowed slightly. Thank you. At this moment, his heart was undoubtedly shaken. Divine body. This was still like an ant. However, it was different for Yi Xian. He also wanted to reach the level of Qing, and ignore all realms. However, he also understood that if he did not experience all the realms, how could he ignore all the realms? Yi Xian retracted his thoughts and returned to Xiao Ta. In the following time he began to cultivate his divine body. Xiaoan did not return to Xiao Ta. She slowly closed her eyes. As if she had sensed something, her pupils suddenly shrank. She suddenly raised her head, and somewhere far away, a man suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, the man's eyes were filled with fear. "Holy Venerable, you're really still alive." As he spoke, he directly left the hall and went straight to a temple. In God's graveyard, Xiaoan withdrew her gaze. Xiaoan opened her palm and Fire De appeared in her hand. Xiaoan looked at Fire De and said, "You informed them." Fire De said, "Yes." Xiaoan slowly closed her eyes. "You want to drag Xiao Xuanzi down with you?" Fire De said in a low voice, "Yes. Holy Venerable, we can only rely on the strength of the person behind him to kill the ancient devil and that woman." Xiaoan suddenly clenched her right hand. Boom. Fire De's entire body became illusory. Xiaoan looked at Fire De coldly. "Are you telling me what to do?" Chapter 1825. Fire De grinned, "Holy Venerable, you can kill me, but even if you give me another chance, I will still do the same." Xiaoan stared at Fire De. "This matter has nothing to do with him, do you understand?" Fire De nodded. "I know it has nothing to do with him, but we must drag him down with us. We must make the ancient devil and that woman target him. Only then can the person behind him be with us." Xiaoan slowly closed her eyes. Fire De said, "Holy Venerable, in that battle, almost all of our people died. Without external help, it will be difficult for us to take revenge. And this Yi Xian, he is our best chance." Xiaoan glanced at Fire De. "You can leave." Fire De was stunned. Xiaoan softly said, "You swore to follow me, I can't bear to kill you, but I also don't want to keep you by my side. You can leave." Fire De trembled. "Holy Venerable, you can scold me, you can kill me, but you can't drive me away." Xiaoan shook her head. "I told you if he treats me with sincerity, I will treat him with sincerity. He let us recuperate in Xiao Ta's body, but we schemed against him. Such behavior is shameful." Saying that, she glanced at Fire De. "Fire De, I know you are doing this for my own good. You also want revenge, but even if it is revenge, you should not resort to unscrupulous means. Whether it is a human or a god, there should be a bottom line. You have followed me for many years, I can't bear to kill you, but I also can't keep you. You can leave." Fire De begged, "Holy Venerable, I have no home, if you drive me away, where can I go?" At this moment Yi Xian suddenly appeared on the scene. He heard the conversation between Xiaoan and Fire De. Xiaoan looked at Yi Xian. "We should part ways." Yi Xian looked at Xiaoan. "Are you afraid of dragging me down?" Xiaoan said, "If I leave now, I won't drag you down." Yi Xian said, "Then how will you recover?" Xiaoan was silent. The best place is Yi Xian's Xiao Ta, because 10 years inside was equivalent to 1 day outside. As long as she stayed here for a few more days, her injuries would be completely healed. Not only that, but she would also have extra time to cultivate and advance to the next level. After all, she had been asleep for more than 100,000 years. During this time, her enemy had not been sleeping but cultivating. But now, if she didn't leave, Yi Xian would be implicated. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Fire Lord and said, "You want to drag me into this mess so that Qing can intervene in your affairs?" Fire De nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian looked at Fire De. "Do you know Qing temper?" Fire De glanced at Yi Xian. "I don't know." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Don't play these tricks in front of her. Otherwise you will regret it." Plot against Qing? In fact, he knew that Qing's IQ was also very, very scary. But now she didn't want to play with it anymore. For Qing, playing with IQ was for those without strength. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Fire De, for Xiaoan's sake, I won't kill you." As she said, "You can go." Fire De was silent for a moment, then he respectfully bowed to Xiaoan and turned to leave. Yi Xian looked at the distant Fire De, thinking about something. Xiaoan suddenly said, "He won't give up." Saying that, she looked at Yi Xian and said, "I have to go." Yi Xian was silent for a moment and said, "How long will it take for your people to get here?" Xiaoan said, "About half a month." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Then you can stay for 14 days. After 14 days you can leave, okay?" Xiaoan looked at Yi Xian and said, "You actually want to kill Fire De, right?" Yi Xian nodded, "I want to kill him because of this. This guy is not a good person. If he leaves, he will become a disaster." Xiaoan asked, Then why don't you kill him? Yi Xian smiled and said, because of you of course. Shaoan looked at Yi Xian and said, because of me? Yi Xian smiled and said, if not because of you, who else can it be? Shaoan, I don't know how strong you were before, but when I met you I simply treated you as a younger sister, and it is the same now. I don't want to affect the good karma between us because of Fire Da. Shaoan was silent for a long time and said, I also want to kill him. But I can't do it. What he did. I am very sorry. I never thought of using you. Yi Xian nodded and said, I know. Shaoan looked at Yi Xian and said, when I leave I will help you kill that woman. Yi Xian shook his head and said, I let Fire Da go because of you, not because I want to exchange with you. Shaoan said, I know. I killed that woman because I wanted to help you, not because of you setting Fire Da. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled and said, let's not talk about this anymore. I will cultivate and you will heal. Shaoan nodded and said, I will go for a walk. Yi Xian said, okay. With that he directly returned to Xiaota. Shaoan turned around. With that she directly vanished. When she reappeared she was already in a region of stars. And Fire Da was not far in front of her. Seeing Shaoan, Fire Da was stunned. Shaoan looked at Fire Da and without any nonsense, she waved her right hand and a white light directly enveloped Fire Da. Fire Da looked at Shaoan and said, Holy Venerable wants to kill me? Shaoan shook her head and said, I won't kill you. But I want to imprison you. Imprison you for 10 years. After 10 years you will no longer be a threat to him. With that, she waved her right hand and the white light was directly sent into an unknown space and time. Imprison Fire Da for 10 years. Shaoan turned and left. Inside Xiaota, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate his divine body. In fact, it was very difficult. It was definitely not easy to go from a mortal body to a divine body, but fortunately with the experience left by Shaoan, he could get twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, Shaoan could guide him at any time. Somewhere in the clouds, Tongyi stood quietly. Behind her was an old man in a black robe. Tongyi said, I want to know everything about Yi Xian. Remember everything. The old man in black bowed slightly and said, Understood. With that he quietly disappeared. Tongyi's eyes slowly closed. About an hour later the old man in black appeared again and bowed slightly. Supreme, this person is not simple. Tongyi said, Speak. The old man in black said, Two are not simple. First, the person behind this person is not simple. There are two people behind this person, a man and a woman, both swordsmen. Both of them have appeared in the lower realm. According to the people in the lower realm, these two people have never used a second sword to kill someone. Tongyi said softly, Yi Xian's sword skill should be from these two people. The old man in black nodded, yes. Tongyi said again, what about the second one? The old man in black said in a deep voice, Yi Xian has an extremely powerful sword in his hand. This sword is called Green Mystic and it is extremely extraordinary. Not only does it contain the power of the supreme laws of the universe, but it also contains the Tao of spacetime. Moreover, it is the power of spacetime that far surpasses our current universe. Tongyi frowned slightly, far surpasses? The old man in black said, yes. As for the rest of the sword, I don't know because Yi Xian himself rarely uses this sword. With that, he paused and said, Yi Xian went to the Nightmare Star territory before, and the Nightmare family in the Nightmare Star territory has been destroyed by someone. The person who was killed was that woman in plain dress. Clan annihilated. Tongyi asked softly, was it easy? The old man in black answered, one sword. Tongyi turned around, only one sword? The old man in black nodded, only one sword. Another silence. The old man in black continued, this woman is extraordinary. She was the one who forged Yi Xian's sword. The fact that she was able to forge such a divine sword means that her strength. At this point she didn't say anything else. Tongyi asked, you're trying to say that her strength has reached our level? The old man in black nodded, yes. Another silence. The old man in black continued, Venerable One, during my investigation of Yi Xian, I discovered another thing. Tongyi said, speak. The old man in black said solemnly, this person's growth speed is terrifying. I have never seen anyone grow faster than him. Tongyi frowned slightly, what do you mean? The old man said, not long ago this person couldn't even defeat an ancient God Realm Master's clone, but not long after he could already kill ancient God Realm Masters. When he returned from the Nightmare Starfield, his strength could easily kill ancient God Realm Masters in a second. Not only that, he could even fight with a Venerable One's clone. His face turned solemn as he said this. In less than a month, his cultivation didn't change much, but his battle prowess became more and more terrifying. After a moment of silence, Tong Yi asked, "Is he one of Fanduo's people?" The old man in black said, "I don't know, but as far as I know, one of his women is learning the Tao of Law from Venerable Fanduo. There must be some relationship between them. But it might not be the kind we think." She looked at Tong Yi. "Venerable One, I have a thought. You're trying to say that if he's not one of Fanduo's people, then the reason his sword has Fanduo's origin power is because someone forcefully took Fanduo's origin power, and Fanduo didn't dare resist. Not only that, but Fanduo also accepted someone from the lower realm as her disciple because of someone else?" The old man in black nodded, "Yes." Hearing this, Tong Yi slowly closed his eyes. His expression gradually turned solemn. A person that even Fanduo had to give face to, the woman in plain dress. Was she really that terrifying? A moment later, Tong Yi suddenly said, "There's one more thing. When Yi Xian faced Venerable Fanduo, he was neither servile nor overbearing." Tong Yi said softly, "He was neither servile nor overbearing when facing me, which means he has seen people as strong as us or even stronger than us." The old man in black nodded. Tong Yi asked, "How much do you know about the woman in plain dress?" The old man in black shook his head, "Not much. But now there's no news of her. Even if I use the Supreme Heaven's Eye, I can't find her." He looked at Tong Yi. "Venerable One, if you really want to kill this person, you might have to deal with the man in green and the woman in plain dress behind him first." After a long silence, Tong Yi said, "I won't kill him." The old man in black looked at Tong Yi and said, "Although killing Yi Xian can vent my anger, there's no benefit. Not only is there no benefit, but we might also provoke some unknown powerful enemies. As for taking the initiative to find those two, am I crazy? It's fine if I can beat them, but if I can't, wouldn't I just be sending myself to die? I'm not stupid, why would I do such a stupid thing?" After saying this, she turned and left. The old man in black. "P.S. Happy New Year, everyone. Today is my 18th birthday. Can I ask for a monthly ticket?" Chapter 1826. Hearing that, the black-robed old man shook his head and smiled. "Then what do you plan to do, Supremacy?" After a moment of silence, Tong Yi said, "Continue the investigation. The more detailed, the better." The black-robed old man nodded. "All right." With that, he was about to leave. At this moment, Tong Yi suddenly said, "Don't provoke him." The black-robed old man nodded. "Understood." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into thin air. Tong Yi slowly closed her eyes. Invincible? She had never thought that she was invincible. There was always someone better than her. She was only the supremacy of this universe, and even in this universe she was not the strongest. Above the supremacy there was still the God Emperor. And she herself knew that there were still two God Emperors alive right now. Of course she did not like Yi Xian. However, she would not make an enemy out of some unknown powerful enemy just because she was unhappy. That would be stupid. A moment later, Tong Yi turned around and left. Inside Xiao Ta's room. Under Xiao En's guidance, Yi Xian's cultivation could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. Now he was only half a step away from attaining the divine physique. On a certain mountain peak, Yi Xian and Xiao En sat opposite each other. Yi Xian asked, "Xiao En, if I cultivate to the divine physique, will I be invincible?" Xiao En nodded. "Sort of. Of course, nothing is absolute." Yi Xian nodded. "Understood." Xiao En turned to look at the horizon and said softly, "I have to go." Half a month was almost up. Yi Xian said, "How are your injuries recovering?" Xiao En said, "I have almost recovered. I can deal with my opponents now." Yi Xian nodded. "Then I won't keep you." Xiao En nodded slightly. "You are now only half a step away from attaining the divine physique realm. This half a step seems very close, but it is actually very far. Because many people are unable to take this step in their entire lives." Yi Xian asked, "Do you have any suggestions?" Xiao En said, "Just let nature take its course." Yi Xian nodded. "Understood." Xiao En added, "Take care." With that she got up and left. Yi Xian suddenly said, "I'll send you off." Xiao En glanced at Yi Xian and nodded. "All right." The two of them disappeared into the Xiaota. In the starry sky, Yi Xian accompanied Xiao En into the distance. Xiao En said, "If you encounter the woman's original body right now, you still need to be careful." Yi Xian nodded. "I will. What about you? Are you going back to take revenge?" Xiao En nodded. Yi Xian was just about to speak when Xiao En suddenly raised his head. In the next moment, the end of the starry sky split open, and then 9 enormous dragons flew out while dragging a palace behind them. The 9 dragons were all colossal creatures, each of them at least 10,000 feet long. As soon as the 9 dragons appeared, the entire starry sky began to boil like water. Shaoan said softly, "We're too late." Yi Xian was speechless. Right at this moment, the 9 dragons flew above Shaoan, and the palace's door suddenly opened. After that, a woman in a red dress walked out slowly. The woman wore a red dress and a feathered crown on her head. She had picturesque features and a sheathed sword hung from her waist. The sword was a meter long and 2 fingers wide. The scabbard was painted with strange beasts, and there was a small red word at the top of the hilt, Imperial. There were 2 old men behind the woman. Both of them lowered their heads slightly, and they were completely lifeless. The woman walked down the stone steps. In the end, she arrived at the head of an enormous dragon, and then she looked down at Shaoan and said with a smile, "And Wujuan, you're really still alive." Shaoan looked at the woman. "Are you disappointed?" The woman smiled. "A little." Shaoan turned to look at Yi Xian. "You go first." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "Can you handle it?" Shaoan nodded. "You go first." Yi Xian was about to speak. Meanwhile, the woman's gaze suddenly descended onto Yi Xian and she smiled. "This is?" Shaoan glanced at the woman. "Jingji, didn't you come here to look for me?" The woman called Jingji smiled. "We came here to look for you. However, I heard from Huoda that he knows a young man, and this young man possesses an extremely heaven-defying divine artifact. Supposedly, the space within this divine artifact is different from the space in the outside world. 10 years in there is equivalent to a day in the outside world." As she spoke, she gazed at Yi Xian and her smile grew even brighter. "Is that true?" "Huoda." Yi Xian frowned. "Damn it. Huoda really wants to drag me down with him." Shaoan turned to look at Yi Xian. "I'm sorry." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "I'll kill him the next time I see him." Shaoan nodded. "All right." Meanwhile, Jingji suddenly smiled and said, "Looks like this young brother really does possess such a divine artifact." As she spoke, she spread open her palm and her smile grew even brighter. "Young brother, this thing is rather useful to me. Can you give it to me? So long as you give it to me, I can guarantee that you'll be able to leave this place alive." Yi Xian glanced at Jingji and smiled. "Miss, I have no intention of interfering in the matters of the ancient god world. As for that divine artifact, it was left to me by my younger sister, so I really can't give it away. Of course, if it's someone on our side, then I can give it to her." Jingji blinked. "Someone on our side? What do you mean?" Yi Xian said seriously, "Even though I can't give it to an outsider, if she's my woman, then she isn't an outsider." "How presumptuous." An old man behind Jingji suddenly shouted angrily. In the next moment, a terrifying aura directly locked onto Yi Xian, and in an instant the space where Yi Xian was directly annihilated. Meanwhile, Shaoan waved her right hand, and the mysterious energy that enveloped Yi Xian directly vanished. The old man glanced at Shaoan, and a trace of fear flashed through his eyes. He didn't dare to attack again. The corners of Jingji's mouth suddenly curled up slightly and he smiled. "Huoda said that you're a smart person. Moreover, your skin is especially thick. He told me to be absolutely careful when facing you. I can't tell for now whether you're smart or not, but your skin is really thick." Yi Xian smiled. "What else did Huoda say?" Jingji lightly stomped his right foot on the dragon's head, and the 9-headed dragon slowly descended. In the end, it stopped 300 m above Yi Xian and Shaoan's heads. Jingji looked at Yi Xian. "He told me that besides Xiaota, you also have a very, very valuable sword. Not only that, he also said that you have a younger sister who is especially good at forging divine objects. I think her name is Qing, right?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Jingji smiled. "Where is she?" Yi Xian turned to look at Shaoan. "Huoda is not a good Huoda." "Shaoan," Jingji suddenly said, "Little brother, I'll give you one last chance. If you're willing to hand over Xiaota and the sword that Huoda mentioned, I can let you leave alive. Of course, if you're willing to take them out for me to see, and they aren't divine weapons like Huoda said, I'm also willing to let you go." Yi Xian was silent. If he took them out, he definitely wouldn't be able to leave. Even Shaoan valued Xiaota so much. This meant that Xiaota's terrifying ability was very rare even in the ancient god world. At this moment, Shaoan suddenly said, "Go. I'll stop them." Yi Xian shook his head. "It's no use. If they kill you, they'll still come looking for me. I never thought that I, Yi Xian, who has been wise my whole life, would be tricked by a Huoda. A shame. A shame." Shaoan softly said, "I'm really sorry." Yi Xian laughed. "Shaoan, you don't need to apologize to me." Shaoan looked up at Jingji. "Let's not involve him in our grievances. Is that okay?" Jingji looked at Shaoan and smiled. "Are you begging me?" Shaoan was silent. Yi Xian suddenly took Shaoan's hand and smiled. "Since it's come to this, there's no point in saying more. Just fight her." Shaoan thought for a moment and then said, "Fighting is not a problem, but why are you holding my hand?" Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. I'm a little flustered. I feel more at ease holding your hand." Shaoan glanced at Yi Xian. "How many women have you deceived with this trick?" Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, Jingji suddenly smiled and said, "Gentlemen, I didn't come all the way here to watch the two of you flirt." As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. "Since you're unwilling to hand it over obediently, then I can only kill you and take it myself. Left General, kill him." As soon as she finished speaking, an old man behind her suddenly vanished on the spot. At the instant that the old man vanished, Shaoan was about to attack. However, Jingji suddenly gazed at Shaoan, and a powerful strand of sword energy enveloped Shaoan. At the same time, a ray of light descended from the sky and slashed towards Shaoan. A trace of disdain flashed through Shaoan's eyes. She stomped her right foot lightly against the ground and shot into the sky. She was going head-on. On the other side, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically when the old man vanished, and he swiftly drew his sword and slashed. Draw to decide life and death. As soon as he swung his sword, an expanse of light suddenly erupted in front of him. Rumble. Yi Xian instantly retreated explosively, and he'd moved 5,000 kilometers back. As soon as he stopped moving, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. Yi Xian wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth, and then he couldn't help but curse in his heart as he gazed at the old man who'd retreated 3 kilometers as well. Damn it. How long has it been? My enemies are acting strangely again. How can they play like this? The left general glanced at his right hand, and there was a deep gash on it. A trace of surprise flashed through his eyes as he gazed at Yi Xian. "A mortal like you actually injured me." Yi Xian wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth again, and then he vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, a ray of light suddenly appeared above the left general, and it slashed down like a thunderclap. The left general opened his palm, and a spear appeared there before he swung it with his right hand. Boom! A ray of spear light shot out and slashed the ray of sword light into pieces. But right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. After the flying sword, it was time to draw the sword to decide life and death. Right now, even if he didn't use his bloodline power, he could still stack 900 sword draws to determine life and death. The moment the sword appeared, the world shook. The left general's pupils constricted when he sensed the terrifying strength of Yi Xian's attack, and he raised his spear to block it. Rumble. Along with a deafening explosion, the left general was instantly pushed back thousands of feet. Yi Xian blinked before looking at the sword ruins in his hand. He sighed from the bottom of his heart. "This sword skill that I've created isn't just any ordinary awesome. I'm such a genius." Xiao Ta. Chapter 1827. At this moment, the left commander who stood before Yi Xian was filled with disbelief. He was an expert at the divine physique realm. However, he'd been injured by an ordinary person. How could this be possible? The left commander gazed at Yi Xian. "It's that sword technique of yours." At this moment, he discerned how extraordinary Yi Xian's sword technique was. Yi Xian said with a smile, "Again." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. A strand of sword light flashed through the battlefield. A wisp of ferocity flashed through the left commander's eyes. He didn't dodge and allowed Yi Xian's sword to stab the center of his forehead. Bang! In an instant, the left commander's body turned illusory, but it didn't take long for him to return to normal. After that, both of them retreated explosively. As they retreated, Yi Xian pressed his fingers together and made a slight movement. He'd taken the head with a single strike. The left commander's pupils constricted while his throat had been split open. However, his body turned illusory again in the next moment, and the injury on his throat had vanished when he returned to normal. Yi Xian frowned when he witnessed this scene. He knew that once one attained the divine physique realm, one would possess a unique defensive ability. However, he was also aware that such a defensive ability couldn't be utilized frequently because it consumed a huge amount of energy. At this moment, fear had appeared in the left commander's eyes. After all, these sword techniques that Yi Xian had executed were already capable of posing a material threat to him. There's something strange about this young man. Meanwhile, Jingji and Xiaowen suddenly stopped in the distance. Jingji placed her left hand on the hilt of her sword as she gazed at Xiaowen and smiled. "You're much weaker than before." Xiaowen spoke softly. "You're much stronger than before." Jingji smiled. "You'll surpass me if you work hard. However, I won't give you the time to do so." Xiaowen gazed at Jingji. "Then let's continue." Jingji was just about to attack when she seemed to have noticed something, and she suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. "You're still alive?" Yi Xian smiled. "Are you very disappointed?" Jingji gazed at the left commander. The left commander spoke solemnly. "Hallowed Lord, he isn't simple at all." "Not simple?" Jingji looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile. "Looks like you're not ordinary." Yi Xian glanced at the sword in Jingji's hand and asked, "Are you a swordsman?" Jingji nodded. "Yes, swordsman." Yi Xian looked at Jingji and said, "Let's make a bet. Do you dare?" "What bet?" Jingji asked with a smile. Yi Xian said, "I'll take a strike from you. If I do, give me another month." Jingji shook his head and smiled. "Why should I bet with you? Now." Yi Xian suddenly raised his head. "The supreme law of the universe. Help." Everyone, in the starry sky, there was no movement at all. Yi Xian felt a little awkward. At this time Jingji suddenly frowned. She turned her head and saw a woman slowly walking over from a distance. It was Fanduo. Fanduo looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Seeing Fanduo, Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Master, you're here." "Master." Hearing Yi Xian's words, Jingji slightly frowned and looked at Fanduo. "You're on the same side." Fanduo was about to speak when Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Of course we're on the same side." Fanduo glanced at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Jingji smiled. "I don't think you're on the same side." Yi Xian hurriedly walked to Fanduo and bowed slightly. "Beautiful master, please help me." Fanduo smiled. "For your sake or for her sake?" Yi Xian said, "For Dao Yi's sake." After a moment of silence, Fanduo looked at Jingji and said, "We're on the same side." In the end, she still chose to form a good relationship with Yi Xian. Because she was invincible. Jingji smiled. "So be it. It doesn't matter." Yi Xian looked at Jingji. "In terms of numbers, we're even. If we fight head-on, you don't have a 100% chance of winning, right?" Jingji nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian said, "It took you half a month to get here from ancient God world. In other words, if you continue to call for reinforcements, it will take another half a month, right?" Jingji looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "So, you want to buy Lord and Wuju in half a month's time?" "No, if that small tower of yours is really a divine weapon like fire de said, 10 years inside is 1 day outside and half a month's time tsk. Little brother, you really calculated well." Yi Xian smiled. "You're really smart just like me." Jingji laughed. "You're really interesting, little fellow. Come, didn't you want to take my sword? Are you ready?" At the side, Fanduo suddenly said, "You don't have to take her sword." Jingji smiled. "If you don't, then we'll fight now until my people arrive." Yi Xian suddenly looked at Xiaowen. "How's her character?" Xiaowen said indifferently, "If her character is good, she wouldn't have betrayed us in the first place." Yi Xian looked at Jingji. "Your character isn't very good." Jingji smiled. "Character is like face, it's the most useless thing in this world. What's the use of it?" Yi Xian was speechless. Xiaota suddenly said, "Little lord, you've met your match." Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. This kind of shameless person was a bit difficult to deal with. Jingji suddenly put his left hand on the hilt of his sword and smiled. "Since you don't want to take my sword, then let's fight until my people arrive in half a month." With that, she was about to attack. At this time Yi Xian suddenly said, "I'll take your sword." Xiaowen suddenly appeared by Yi Xian's side and shook her head. "You're not a match for her." Yi Xian smiled. "It's just a single strike. It's fine." Xiaowen frowned slightly and was about to speak when Yi Xian smiled and said, "Don't worry." Jingji suddenly smiled and said, "Bring it on." As she spoke, she suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian, and she was about to draw her sword with her left hand. However, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly in the next moment, and then she slammed her right fist towards Yi Xian's head. This sudden turn of events caused Yi Xian's expression to change drastically. Damn it. This woman isn't using her sword but her fists. She doesn't play by the rules. At this critical moment, Yi Xian utilized his sword domain. Invincible sword domain. Bang. Yi Xian instantly retreated 30 kilometers away, and the reason he stopped was because Xiaowen had appeared behind him. Yi Xian clenched his fists tightly, and his entire body was trembling. His sword domain had been destroyed. his body had almost been destroyed. No, if it wasn't for Shaoan, then his body would have been destroyed. It was Shaoan who forcefully protected his body. Jingji suddenly smiled and said, "Your sword domain was very interesting." Yi Xian took a deep breath, and then he looked at Jingji and grinned. "Didn't you say you would use your sword?" Jingji smiled. "What realm are you at?" "What realm am I at? It's like the difference between the heavens and the earth. However, you dared to ask me to draw my sword. There's definitely something fishy about this. Even though I don't know what it is, I know that you definitely have a way to resist my sword. So, I didn't draw my sword." Yi Xian smiled. "I was careless." Jingji roared with laughter. "However, I'm quite curious. I'm curious about why you think you can resist my sword." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "Because I'm a swordsman. I just want to experience a powerful sword cultivator. I don't have any other intentions." Jingji looked at Yi Xian. "Really?" Yi Xian nodded. "Really?" Jingji blinked. "Then take my sword again, I'll let you see a powerful swordsman. Don't worry, I promise you that this time I'll really draw my sword." Yi Xian smiled. "How about this, you take my sword first. Then I'll take your sword. What do you think?" Jingji smiled and didn't say anything. Yi Xian laughed. "You're not afraid that I'll kill you in a second, are you?" Jingji smiled. "You're trying to provoke me." Yi Xian smiled. "I still have a very powerful sword technique and I think it should be able to pose a threat to you. But I'm not sure." The left general suddenly said, "Holy Lord, this person's sword technique is indeed quite good." "A powerful sword technique." Jingji smiled. "Now that you mention it, I'm a little interested. Come, I'll take your sword. I hope your powerful sword technique doesn't disappoint me." Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "You don't mind if I treat my injuries first?" Jingji smiled. "I don't mind." Yi Xian nodded, sat down cross-legged and began to treat his injuries. Jingji suddenly looked at Shaoan and smiled. "And Wu Juan, I didn't expect you to know such an interesting person." "How interesting?" Shaoan slowly closed his eyes and didn't say anything. Jingji didn't look for trouble, she looked at the Supreme Law Fan Duo. "Your Excellency, do you really want to get involved in this mess?" Fan Duo was silent. Jingji continued, "He's getting involved in the ancient god world's affairs. Do you know about the ancient god world? It's a place where the martial arts civilization is higher than this universe. If you get involved with him, I'm afraid it won't end well." Fan Duo asked, "Do you know him?" Jingji glanced at Yi Xian. "Him?" Fan Duo smiled. "Yes." Jingji smiled. "You know nothing about the ancient god world." Fan Duo said, "You know nothing about that woman." Jingji's eyes narrowed. "That woman?" Fan Duo smiled. "There's no need to say more. I'll take this good karma. Even if it turns into an ill-fated karma, I won't regret it." Jingji suddenly turned to Yi Xian and smiled. "It seems you really aren't simple." At this moment Yi Xian suddenly stood up and walked toward Jingji. "Miss, I created this sword technique myself. It's extremely powerful, you have to be careful." Jingji smiled. "All right." Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. Jingji narrowed her eyes and pressed her left thumb against the hilt of her sword. At this moment Yi Xian appeared in front of her. Jingji flicked his left thumb and the sword suddenly flew out. At this moment Yi Xian's sword fell. At the instant Yi Xian's sword descended, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. Sword intent. At this moment Yi Xian used the sword intent left behind by his father. Boom. In front of everyone's eyes, Jingji was suddenly sent flying, and the moment he was sent flying, his body directly shattered and countless streams of light scattered, her divine body shattered. However, her soul was forcibly preserved. Jingji looked up at Yi Xian. "This isn't your sword intent." Yi Xian asked, "It's mine." Jingji narrowed his eyes. "It's not yours." Yi Xian said seriously, "What's my father's is mine. Is there a problem?" Everyone. P.S. A reader named Unfettered One asked me to ask, how can it be cured in such a short time? Chapter 1828. At this moment, everyone in the surroundings was shocked. Yi Xian destroyed Jingji's body with one sword strike. Of course, they were not shocked by Yi Xian's strength, but the sword Dao will that Yi Xian displayed just now. That was just a wisp of sword Dao will. Jingji suddenly smiled. Everyone looked at Jingji. Jingji looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "It seems that I need to know you well." Yi Xian said with a smile, "We can get to know each other better." Jingji smiled brightly, "Definitely." After saying that, she and the people around her returned to the palace. In the next moment, the 9 dragons pulled the palace and slowly disappeared into the starry sky. Yi Xian said softly, "Can you stop them from leaving?" Shaoan shook his head, "No." Yi Xian turned to look at Shaoan. "Her body has been destroyed. Can't we kill her?" Shaoan shook his head, "No." Yi Xian was silent. Shaoan suddenly asked, "That wisp of sword Dao will?" Yi Xian said with a smile, "It belongs to my father." Shaoan nodded slightly, "Your father is really powerful. Just like your sister." Yi Xian suddenly said, "I have an elder brother who is as powerful as my father and my sister." Shaoan's expression froze. At the side, Fanduo's face couldn't help but twitch. This guy is simply a freak. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Shaoan, how long do you think they will come again?" Shaoan looked into the depths of the starry sky. She didn't leave. She just escaped into the spacetime. She will wait for her people to come. 10 days at most. After 10 days her people will come. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "So, we only have 100 years?" Shaoan nodded, "Yes." Yi Xian asked, "Is it enough?" Shaoan glanced at Yi Xian, "It's completely enough. But since you helped me, she and the ancient devil won't let you go." Yi Xian asked, "If I don't help you, will they let me go?" Shaoan shook his head. "No." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Meeting you and getting to know you, is it my misfortune?" Shaoan's expression gradually turned cold. "Forget it." Yi Xian smiled and said, "But I don't regret it." With that he turned around and left. Shaoan was stunned, and then his cold expression gradually softened. Fan Duo spoke abruptly, "Be careful of him. He's gaudy and skilled at deceiving women." Shaoan said, "I think he's pretty down to earth." With that she turned around and left. Fan Duo shook her head and sighed. Practical? Is this bastard honest? This was the biggest joke in the universe. At this moment, Swanee suddenly appeared on the field. Tong Yi glanced at Yi Xian and Shaoan in the distance. "Who is that woman?" Fan Duo said, "Ancient God World." Tao Yi frowned slightly. "That place." Fan Duo glanced at Tao Yi. "You seem to know." Tao Yi said indifferently, "I know about Tao Yi. I heard that the people there think highly of themselves and call themselves gods." With that, she paused and said, "How did Yi Xian provoke the people of that place?" Fan Duo said indifferently, "Guess." Swanee looked at Fan Duo. "Even if you don't know how powerful the ancient God World is, you should know that it's not an ordinary place. Yet you still stand on his side. This means that the woman behind him is even more terrifying than the ancient God World." Fan Duo smiled. "Swanee, what? You've given up on killing him?" "What?" Swanee said indifferently, "Is there any benefit in killing him? If there is, then there is only one benefit, and that is to vent my anger. But it's not worth it to lose my life for this anger." Fan Duo chuckled. "I thought you would target him to death." Swanee stared at Fan Duo. "What is his background?" Fan Duo shook her head. "I don't know either." With that she turned around and left. Swanee stood there in silence. At this time an old man suddenly appeared in front of Swanee. It was the Left General from before. The Left General said, "Your Excellency, my holy lord invites you." Swanee smiled. "Invite me?" The Left General nodded. "Holy Lord said to chat." "Chat." Swanee thought for a moment, then smiled. "Sure." The Left General said, "Please?" The two disappeared into the starry sky. Soon Swanee arrived in an unknown starry sky. Swanee looked into the distance and saw a floating palace. It was Jingji's palace. Swanee followed the Left General to the front of the palace. As soon as they arrived, Jingji came out to greet them. At this time she had recovered her physical body. Jingji smiled, "Welcome, Supreme Swanee." Swanee smiled, "Holy Lord can call me Swanee." Jingji blinked, "Then I won't be polite. Swanee, I am an honest person and don't like to beat around the bush. I invited you here this time because I want to invite you to deal with Yi Xian and Supreme Fan Duo." Swanee smiled, "Shouldn't it be Littlin?" Jingji smiled, "Yes. It's good that we have a common enemy." Swanee smiled and did not speak. Jingji looked into the distant starry sky and smiled. "Swanee, can you tell me about Yi Xian? I don't know much about him." Swanee was silent for a moment, then said, "He is not a simple person. His background is mysterious and the person behind him is very powerful." Jingji looked at Swanee and asked, "How powerful is the person behind him?" Swanee shook her head, "I don't know. I don't know." Jingji chuckled and said, "How interesting. I didn't expect to meet a second generation." Swanee said, Ordinary forces cannot raise a person like Yi Xian. He must have a powerful force behind him. Looking at this universe, other than the ancient god realm, are there any other powerful forces? Jingji knew, too. One is the ancient demon and the other is the very one. She shook her head and smiled, but he can't be from these two forces. Swanee frowned, are you sure? Jingji nodded, yes. Swanee was silent. Jingji smiled, it looks like there are powerful forces we don't know about. Then she looked at Swanee, Miss Swanee, do you have any plans? Swanee smiled, I need to go into seclusion for a while. Jingji blinked, you won't join us to deal with Yi Xian and Supreme Fan Duo? Swanee shook her head, I'm tired. I don't like fighting and killing anymore. Good luck to you, Sacred Lord. Then she turned around and left. Jingji watched Swanee leave and smiled, but didn't say anything. Beside her, Zhujiang suddenly said, Sacred Lord, we can't give Yi Xian and Lord and Wu that much time. Jingji smiled, of course I know we can't give them that much time, but the problem is, how do we kill them? Are you going to kill them? Zhujiang lowered her head. Jingji slowly closed her eyes. How long until our people and the ancient demon clan arrive? Zhujiang said, our people need about 9 days, and the ancient demon clan should arrive in 7 days. Jingji suddenly said, tell our people that if they don't arrive in 7 days, I will shatter their souls. Then she glanced at Zhujiang, don't lose to the ancient demon clan in everything. It's too embarrassing. Zhujiang hurriedly lowered her head, understood. Jingji said again, also help me do one thing and that is to investigate Yi Xian. The more detailed the better. Don't leave out any details including how many times he pees a day, understand? Zhujiang hesitated, then said, Sacred Lord, we also need to investigate how many times he pees a day. This. Jingji looked at Zhujiang, how many times he pees a day we can infer whether he has a weak kidney, understand? Zhujiang. Jingji didn't say anything else, turned around and left. Inside Xiaota's room. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. Healing. He hadn't fully recovered from the previous battle with Jingji. Half an hour later Yi Xian took a deep breath, his injuries were all healed. Yi Xian went to Shaoan, help me achieve Divine Body. Divine Body. The battle with Jingji made him understand that there was still a big gap between him and Shaoan and Jingji. He had to reach the Divine Body realm. Only when he reached the Divine Body realm could he fight with Shaoan and Jingji. Shaoan said, as long as they don't trouble you during this time, there won't be a problem. Yi Xian said, no matter what, we have to hurry. Shaoan nodded, let's start now. In the following time, Shaoan began to help Yi Xian improve with all his strength. Somewhere in the starry sky, Jingji sat in front of the main hall, reading an ancient book with great interest. At this moment, Zhujiang suddenly appeared in front of Jingji. Zhujiang bowed slightly, then took out a scroll and handed it to Jingji. Sacred Lord, this is all the information on Yi Xian. Jingji put down the ancient book in her hand and took the scroll. After reading for a while, she gradually frowned. After a long time, Jingji put down the scroll and said softly, don't touch this person. Don't touch this person. Zhujiang frowned slightly, and he hesitated for a moment before he said, Sacred Lord, although the woman in a plain dress and the man in green are strong, they might only be experts at the body form realm. Idiot. Jingji suddenly interrupted Zhujiang, if they're really only at the body form realm, how could they destroy my divine body with a strand of sword Dao will? And that woman in a plain dress wiped out 1,000,000 living beings with a single strike of her sword. Although I can do it as well, you've overlooked something, and that's how much strength she used to wipe out those powerful living beings. Is 100% of her strength the same as 10% of her strength? Zhujiang fell silent. Jingji continued, besides that, Supreme Fan Duo was still willing to help Yi Xian after seeing us. What? Is she out of her mind? No. It's because she feels that the person behind Yi Xian is stronger than us. As she spoke, she stood up and said, the divine object that Yi Xian has, 10 years inside the object is 1 day outside. Not to mention me, even the god ancestor couldn't achieve such a divine sense. And to achieve this, there's only one possibility, and that is to reverse the space-time of this current universe. Not only that, but to reverse the space-time of our universe. Speaking of this, she looked up at the starry sky, and a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. I speculate that the woman in a plain dress is very likely to have jumped out of this current universe. Chapter 1829. Jump out of the current universe. The left general suddenly said, how is that possible? Jingji smiled and said, why not? The left general said in a deep voice, Holy Lord, even in Wujuan and the Demon Lord couldn't jump out of the current universe. How can anyone do that? Jingji frowned and said, what kind of logic is that? Just because they can't jump out of the current universe doesn't mean others can't? The left general smiled bitterly. They are all geniuses among geniuses, Jingji asked again. Then how can you be sure that no one is more talented than them? The left general was speechless. Jingji smiled and said, don't measure everyone with your own thinking and knowledge because some people may be beyond our understanding. Do you understand? The left general nodded slightly. I understand. She paused for a moment before continuing, but Holy Lord, if the person behind him is as powerful as you think, what should we do now? Give up? Jingji shook her head. We can't give up. The left general frowned and said in confusion, why? Jingji smiled and said, let the ancient demon clan fight him. The left general was shocked. Jingji blinked and said, we know that the person behind him is powerful, but do the ancient demon clan know? We don't. Moreover, the ancient demon clan is also very powerful. Let them fight against Yi Xian and we will support them from behind. Isn't that good? The left general said in a deep voice, will the ancient demon clan fight against Yi Xian? Jingji smiled and said, yes. The left general asked, why? Jingji smiled and said, because Yi Xian has already joined forces within Wujuan. We don't dare give in Wujuan too much time and the ancient demon clan doesn't dare to. Of course we need to do something. With that, she slowly closed her eyes. The left general did not dare to disturb her. He knew that his holy lord was up to something again. After a long time, she suddenly opened her eyes and said, inform the ancient demon clan that An Wujuan's strength is rapidly recovering. If they don't hurry, An Wujuan at his peak will appear in front of them again. The left general bowed slightly and then retreated. Jingji lay on the chair. After a while, she smiled and picked up the ancient book in her hand to continue reading. Inside Xiaota. Under Xiaoan's guidance, Yi Xian had truly improved by leaps and bounds. At this moment, Yi Xian finally understood how important it was to have someone to guide him, because he could avoid taking too many detours. Originally, he was already half a step into the divine physique echelon, and after several years of bitter cultivation, he had now reached the most crucial moment of forging his divine physique. But there was a small problem. Divine power. He had to borrow the power of a god to create a divine body. In front of Yi Xian, Xiaoan said in a deep voice, I overlooked a problem, and that is that there is no divinity power in this universe of yours. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Sis, is this a joke? Xiaoan shook his head. I've neglected this problem. Yi Xian said gravely, only divine power can do it? Xiaoan nodded. Yi Xian glanced at Xiaoan. Xiaoan said, I have divine power, but if I forge a divine body for you, it will consume a lot of divine power. If that's the case, I won't be able to progress any further. Once their people and the powerful ancient demons arrive, we will be in great danger. Besides, even if I use my divine power, it might not be enough for you. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, can I use another power? Xiaoan asked, what power? Yi Xian said, Qing'er's power. Xiaoan was slightly taken aback. Then he said, you can contact her? Yi Xian shook his head. I can't. But, as he spoke, he opened his palm and the Qingxian sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The Qingxian sword. The Qingxian sword had broken through. Although only a few days had passed in the outside world, it had been decades in this Xiaota. At this moment, Little Soul had completely absorbed the souls from before. As for what level it had reached, even she did not know. Perhaps only Qing'er knew what level it was now. Little Soul suddenly said excitedly, Young Lord, do you want to fight? Yi Xian laughed. Little Soul, do you like to fight now? Little Soul said, I can devour more souls. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. You little guy. As he spoke, he looked at Xiaoan and said, Xiaoan, I have a bold idea. I want to use this sword to forge a divine body for me. Not only does this sword contain formidable and terrifying power, but it also has the power of Qing'er. In terms of power, it should be enough. After a moment of silence, Xiaoan said, I've never done it before. I've never heard of anyone doing it. Yi Xian smiled. Then I'll be the first to do it. Xiaoan looked at Yi Xian. Are you serious? Yi Xian nodded. I'm serious. Xiaoan said after a moment of silence, I can give it a try. But I don't know what unforeseen consequences will occur. Yi Xian smiled. It's fine as long as you don't die. Xiaoan glanced at Yi Xian. Don't worry, you won't die with me here. Yi Xian laughed and said, "Then let's begin." As he spoke, he stabbed the green profound sword into his stomach. Bang! An extremely terrifying force suddenly erupted from within Yi Xian. In an instant Yi Xian's eyes opened wide, and he felt like his body was about to explode. Meanwhile, Shaoan hurriedly said, "Circulate the mental cultivation technique I gave you quickly." Yi Xian didn't dare act carelessly, and he hurriedly circulated the mental cultivation technique Shaoan had given him. It didn't take long for him to start absorbing Little Soul's energy. Yi Xian spoke solemnly, "Little Soul, will this really not harm you?" Little Soul chuckled. "It won't. It's just that young lord needs to bring me along in the future." Yi Xian laughed. "Of course." Little Soul said, "Continue. I feel like your absorption is a bit slow." Yi Xian was speechless. Shaoan took a deep look at Little Soul. Yi Xian's absorption wasn't slow at all. In fact, it was extremely fast and it was a huge amount. But Little Soul said it was very slow. In other words, this sword was even more terrifying than she'd imagined. What level had this sword reached now? She didn't know. After this sword broke through, even she couldn't see through it. Just like that, time passed bit by bit. After Yi Xian devoured the energy contained within the green profound sword, his aura rose madly and explosively. Moreover, under Shaoan's guidance, his body started to change bit by bit. However, she continued to stare at it with rapt attention. Because she'd never done this in the past, and she was afraid that an accident would occur. After all, the energy within the green profound sword wasn't divine energy, so she wasn't sure if it would work. In any case, she had to give it a try first. Time passed slowly, and Yi Xian's aura grew stronger and stronger. In the end, the entire world within the prison pagoda began to tremble. On the side, Shaoan's expression became more and more solemn. The slightest carelessness could consign Yi Xian to eternal damnation. About 2 hours later, Yi Xian's body began to tremble violently. Shaoan frowned slightly. "How do you feel now?" Yi Xian's voice trembled. "I feel like I'm about to explode." Shaoan said solemnly, "The energy contained within this sword is too terrifying." Saying so, she looked at Yi Xian. "Can you hold on?" Yi Xian said, "Just barely." Shaoan nodded. "Circulate the energy within your body according to the method I've taught you." Yi Xian said, "Okay." Saying so, he began to slowly guide the powerful energy within his body. In this way, time passed little by little. About a day later, Yi Xian found his body was slowly transforming. Shaoan said solemnly, "Your body is transforming, and this proves that this method is feasible. However, you must not be careless." Yi Xian nodded. He naturally didn't dare to be careless because this was no joke. Shaoan stared at Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian's body was transforming at a speed visible to the naked eye. But she noticed that sword threads were actually concealed within Yi Xian's skin. Shaoan couldn't help but frown when she saw this scene. Sword threads? Is it because of the sword? Of course not. It's because Yi Xian had combined it with his invincible sword physique when he was cultivating his divine physique. He'd only wanted to give it a try, but he hadn't expected that it would actually work. Divine physique combined with invincible sword physique. Just like that, a month passed. At this moment, Yi Xian's aura had calmed down. All of a sudden, Yi Xian got to his feet. As soon as he stood up, the space around him was torn apart. Shaoan spoke softly, "He did it. He did it." Yi Xian opened his eyes and raised his hands slightly. In an instant, the wrinkled space he'd created shattered once more. Meanwhile, Shaoan spoke abruptly, "This isn't your divine physique." Yi Xian gazed at Shaoan and she spoke solemnly, "This is even more terrifying than your divine physique." As she spoke, she gazed at Yi Xian, "You added another mental cultivation technique." Yi Xian nodded, "The invincible sword physique. Now I have both a divine physique and a sword physique." Currently, there were countless sword threads concealed within his body. It was extremely effective when he fought others in close combat. Shaoan said, "Let me explain the profundities of the divine physique to you." Yi Xian hurriedly replied, "All right." Even though he'd attained the divine physique realm, he was still quite unsteady and unfamiliar with this realm. Fortunately, he had Shaoan by his side. After that, Yi Xian started to familiarize himself with this realm under Shaoan's guidance. In some unknown part of the starry sky, Jingji sat before a hall, and there was a pile of ancient books by her side. During this period of time, she'd been reading when she had nothing to do. Reading was one of her hobbies. Suddenly, the left general appeared in front of Jingji and he bowed slightly, "Hallowed Lord, a fiend envoy from the ancient devil clan has arrived." Jingji blinked and then he said, Invite him in quickly. The left general withdrew, and it didn't take long for him to arrive before a black-robed old man. The black-robed old man bowed slightly. Hallowed Lord. The left general hurriedly said, You're finally here. The black-robed old man glanced at Jingji and then he said, Hasn't Wujuan recovered her strength? Jingji shook her head. Not yet. However, she won't just recover her strength in 3 days at most, she'll even become stronger than before. The black-robed old man frowned slightly. Why? Jingji said in a low voice, Because she met a man who possesses a lot of divine objects and one of them is a Xiaota. That pagoda is extremely terrifying. 100 years inside it is equivalent to a day outside. The left general looked at Jingji and he was slightly dumbfounded. The black-robed old man's frown deepened. How is that possible? Jingji said seriously, It's absolutely true. It's said that this object came from outside the universe, and it's now recognized that young man as its master. Moreover, he's now together with An Wujuan. What a headache. Moreover, he helped An Wujuan fight against me, and he even said that he would bring An Wujuan back to the ancient god world and massacre the ancient devil clan. The left general was speechless. P.S. The question I asked yesterday was really asked by a reader. He told me that he's always somewhat powerless and I'm not a doctor so I definitely don't know. So, I helped him, I swear on my character that I really helped him. Chapter 1830. Bathe the ancient devil clan in blood? A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of the old man's mouth. Him. Jingji sighed softly, Demon Envoy, don't underestimate him. He's so young, yet his combat strength is terrifyingly formidable. The old man glanced at Jingji and asked, What's his background? Jingji hesitated for a moment and said, His background is ordinary. He was just lucky enough to obtain a few divine artifacts and change his fate. As you know, such things are common even in our world. The old man frowned slightly. He even threatened to annihilate my ancient devil clan in the hallowed halls? Jingji nodded, yes. The old man was slightly puzzled. Why would he dare to say that? Jingji grinned brightly. Of course it's because he doesn't understand the ancient devil clan at all. If he did, would he dare to say that? The old man nodded slightly. In that case he's just a petty person intoxicated by success. Jingji withdrew his smile and spoke seriously. Even though he's quite arrogant, his combat strength can't be underestimated. The old man asked, Where is he now? Jingji hesitated for a moment and said, It's quite risky to look for him now. Why don't we wait for our people to arrive? The old man shook his head. They're just 2 people. What's there to fear? Jingji thought for a moment and said, All right. I'll help you hold An Wujuan back while you deal with that young man, all right? The old man hesitated for a moment and said, How's An Wujuan's strength now? Jingji spoke solemnly, He's at least 80% recovered. But don't worry, I'll keep him busy. Even if I die in battle, I won't allow him to interfere with you killing that young man. The old man glanced at Jingji. The hallowed lord is very loyal. Jingji smiled. Then let's go look for that young man now. The old man nodded. All right. It didn't take long for them to vanish into the starry sky. Shaoan, who was teaching Yi Xian in the Xiaota, suddenly looked up. They're here. Yi Xian nodded. The 2 of them left Xiaota. As soon as they left Xiaota, Jingji and the others appeared before them. Yi Xian glanced at Jingji and then at the black-robed elder beside him. Ancient demon clan? Shaoan nodded. Jingji glanced at Yi Xian and said with a smile, Little brother, we meet again. She looked at the black-robed elder beside her and said, This is the demon envoy of the ancient demon clan. Brother, he wants to see your magical Xiaota. Can you take it out for me to see? Yi Xian smiled. I'm afraid not. Jingji turned to look at the demon envoy, a bit helpless. He doesn't give me any face. The demon envoy lightly said, Why bother wasting words with him? Then he looked at Yi Xian. Are you the one who said you wanted to destroy the ancient demons? Yi Xian frowned. Did I say that? Next to him, Jingji suddenly said, You did. Yi Xian looked at Jingji. You framed me. Jingji blinked. Do you know what kind of relationship An Wujuan has with us? We are mortal enemies. But you helped him, so you are our mortal enemy. Yi Xian looked at Jingji. What kind of game are you playing? Jingji smiled. Young Master Yi, how about this? We will kill An Wujuan and you don't interfere. Don't worry, as long as you don't interfere, we won't target you. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. You investigated me? Jingji suddenly disappeared. He directly attacked. However, he did not attack Yi Xian. Instead, he attacked Din, who was next to him. After attacking, Jingji said, "Demon envoy, I will stall in Wujuan. You quickly kill that boy." Hearing Jingji's words, the demon envoy's eyes fell on Yi Xian again. The next moment he disappeared. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly pulled out his sword. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword. Boom. The sword light shattered and the demon envoy retreated thousands of feet away. When he stopped, his body instantly cracked. The demon envoy was stunned. Not only the demon envoy, but Jingji, who was secretly watching from the side, was also stunned. Damn. This guy became stronger again. Xiaota really has that kind of terrifying ability. Yi Xian has reached the divine physique echelon. This guy crossed so many realms in one go? In the distance, the demon envoy looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. Yi Xian was about to attack but seemed to think of something. He turned his head and looked at Xiaoan, who had stopped, and said with a smile, "Let's go." Xiaoan glanced at Yi Xian and didn't ask why. She walked to Yi Xian's side and left. Jingji didn't stop them. At this time, the demon envoy walked to Jingji's side and was about to speak when Jingji suddenly slashed with his sword. Before the demon envoy could react, he was directly wiped out. Not far away, the left general's eyes were filled with disbelief. "Holy Lord," Jingji blinked. "Did I kill him?" The left general was stunned, and then he said, "Yi Xian killed him." Jingji smiled. "How smart." The left general said in a low voice, "Holy Lord, Yi Xian has become stronger again. If the ancient demon clan finds out about his origins, I'm afraid they won't choose to fight him to the death." Jingji said softly, "The ancient demon clan will fight them to the death. Because they don't dare to let Lord and Wu grow stronger." As she spoke, she slowly closed her eyes. "I don't dare to either. He has the divine pagoda, and if he continues to cultivate like this, our hallowed church and the ancient demon clan won't be a match for them." Hearing this, the left general's face became serious. That demonist was slightly stronger than him, but just now, Yi Xian had destroyed his body with a single slash of his sword. Not long ago, Yi Xian was slightly unable to defeat him. But now Yi Xian's strength has grown to such an extent. This speed of growth is too terrifying. Jingji suddenly said, "Help me investigate everyone around Yi Xian." The left general said in a low voice, "Holy Lord, you mean?" Jingji smiled. "Everyone has a weakness, don't you think so?" The left general nodded. "Very well." Saying this, he turned and left. Jingji slowly closed her eyes, and a moment later she opened her palm and a black stone suddenly appeared in her hand. She muttered a few words, and the black stone turned into a black light that floated in front of her. Gradually, a shadow appeared in the black light. Jingji smiled. "Things have changed." A moment later the shadow said, "Has she recovered to her peak?" Jingji shook her head. "No. But soon." The shadow said, "So soon?" Jingji knew. She knows a man who has a divine artifact, Xiaota. The space inside the pagoda is different from our universe. It is said that 100 years inside is a day outside. The shadow said in a low voice, "Impossible." Jingji smiled. "I also think it's impossible, but do you think there is a need to lie to you?" The shadow fell silent. Jingji continued, "Just now that young man killed your demonic envoy. 2 days ago he was only a spacetime realm profound practitioner, but now he is already at the divine physique realm. In a few days I believe he will reach the divine soul realm." The shadow said, "Why does he have such a divine artifact?" Jingji smiled. "He was lucky, I obtained it by chance." She naturally wouldn't say that someone had specially forged it for Yi Xian. What kind of person could forge such a divine artifact? After a long silence, the shadow said, "If it is really as you said, and that the pagoda has such a divine aura, then why is that young man only at the divine physique realm?" Jingji smiled. "That's because he didn't know in Wujuan before. At that time he couldn't come into contact with people at our level. But now he knows in Wujuan, and he has come into contact with a higher level of martial arts civilization. That's not the point. The point is that in Wujuan can now use his Xiaota to restore his full strength and reach a higher level. Think about it. If she uses Xiaota, would you and I still be a match for her?" The shadow was silent. Jingji said, "The two of them are working together. If we don't get rid of them now, we will be the ones getting rid of them in the future." After saying that, she paused and said, "Let's see if you want to fight or not. If you choose not to fight, then I will bring people back to the Saint Hall now." The shadow was silent for a moment. "Wait for me." Jingji said, "Tell the very race that he has that divine artifact." The shadow asked, "Why?" Jingji said softly, don't think about taking it for yourself. That is impossible. After thinking for a moment, the shadow said, don't tell the very race first. I will come personally. After saying that, the black light dissipated. Jingji shook her head and smiled. How greedy. But that's fine. As she said that, she suddenly turned her head. General of the Right. An old man appeared in front of her. Jingji said, issue a wanted order to the entire universe for the people around Yixian. Anyone who kills anyone around him will get. After saying that, she frowned. What is so precious in this universe? The General of the Right said, the divine level spring of immortality. Jingji smiled. Anyone who kills anyone around Yixian will get a divine level spring of immortality. The General of the Right said, Sacred Leader, are you trying to delay Yixian and prevent him and Wu Juan from entering Xiaota to cultivate? Jingji nodded. If he cultivates for another month, I'm afraid I won't be his opponent. We can't give him that time. The General of the Right nodded. Understood. After saying that, he disappeared. Jingji slowly closed her eyes. After a long time, she suddenly turned around and left. In some part of the universe, Yixian suddenly turned to look at Shaoan. Why don't you ask me why I want to leave? Shaoan said, tell me, I'll listen. If not, I won't listen. Yixian shook his head with a smile. Then do you want to know? Shaoan nodded. Yixian said softly, what do you think of Jingji? After a moment of silence and said, sinister. Yixian said, she has investigated me. She must know about Dad and Qing. She must be afraid of them, so she wants to use the ancient demon clan to fight me. She is not only scheming against me but also against the ancient demon clan. Shaoan looked at Yixian. How are you going to deal with it? After a moment of silence, Yixian said, what we need is time, and what she is most afraid of is time. So, she must be targeting us. At this moment, the space in front of him suddenly trembled. The Tower Master sent a message. After a moment, Yixian said with a smile, he has started to issue a wanted order for my family. Shaoan asked again, how are you going to deal with it? Yixian slowly closed his eyes. After a moment he said, Shaoan, you all know about this universe? That is to say, there is a universe beyond this universe, right? Shaoan nodded. Yes. Yixian looked at Shaoan, do you believe that I am from outside the universe? Shaoan hesitated and said, I believe you. Yixian. Chapter 1831. Yixian was speechless. Shaoan, you believe my nonsense? Shaoan looked at Yixian. I believe. Yixian was completely speechless. You believe that? Shaoan suddenly said, tell me your plan. Yixian smiled. If I'm not wrong, that woman and the ancient demon race want to know my background. Since that's the case, I can tell them my background. Shaoan said, outside the universe? Yixian nodded. Shaoan asked, and then? Yixian said, scare them to death. Shaoan. Yixian laughed. Shaoan, you're so cute. As he spoke, he looked around and opened his palm. A voice transmission talisman appeared in his hand, and he crushed it. A moment later, the building master appeared. Yixian smiled. Building master, do me a favor. The building master nodded. Brother Yi, speak. Yixian said, help me send a message to all the worlds, say that I, Yixian, am from outside the universe. I'm an outsider. An outsider. The building master was shocked. Brother Yi, are you really an outsider? Yixian's face darkened. You believe me? The building master nodded. Of course. Yixian. He had to say he was indeed speechless. Why would anyone believe such nonsense? At this moment, the building master smiled bitterly. Brother Yi, do you know why I believe you? Yixian said, I'm curious. The building master said in a deep voice, because you're too mysterious. Not only you but the people behind you are also mysterious. Most importantly, your speed of improvement is too terrifying. When I first saw you, how strong were you? And now I can't see through you. Geniuses and monsters are all trash in front of you. In any case, you're too abnormal. So, I believe you when you say you're an outsider. Yixian shook his head and smiled. Alright. Help me inform the myriad worlds that I am an outsider. Not only that, help me issue a bounty. Say that anyone who kills my family and friends will be rewarded with 100 spring of immortality, and anyone who kills me, Yixian, will be rewarded with 1,000 spring of immortality. The owner of the small building frowned slightly, his face full of confusion. Brother Yi, this is... Yixian smiled but said nothing. The small building's master suddenly said in a deep voice, I understand. 10 springs of eternal life. Someone must have done it. But what about 100? There must be no one left. Because the reward was too high. It was abnormally high. The building master turned around and left. Soon a bounty notice was sent out. After learning that killing one person would earn 100 spring of eternal life, some of the people who were tempted gave up. 100 divine-level springs of eternal life? Was this divine-level spring of eternal life a cabbage? No one believed this nonsense. In some unknown space, the left general suddenly appeared in front of Jingji. He whispered a few words in front of Jingji. After a while, Jingji shook his head and smiled. Interesting. The left general said in a deep voice, Saint Lord, do you want me to go myself? Jingji rolled his eyes at the left general. If you touch his family with his personality, won't he fight you to the death? The left general frowned. Then what should we do now? Jingji knew. This person's family and friends are his weakness. However, we can't be the first bird to stand out. We have to let the ancient demon clan go. Once the ancient demon clan does this, they will definitely anger this person. At that time, both sides will fight to the death. The left general hesitated. Then he said, Saint Lord, don't you think you overestimated Yi Xian? Jingji looked at the left general. You still haven't changed your mind. The left general said, I admit that Yi Xian is extraordinary. However, no matter how extraordinary he is still from this low-level starfield. If he hadn't met Lord and Wujuan, I'm afraid he wouldn't even know what a divine body is. At this moment, the left general suddenly appeared. The left general said in a deep voice, Saint Lord, rumor has it that Yi Xian is an outsider from outside the universe. Outsider. Jingji frowned. Who spread this? The left general shook his head. I don't know the exact source, but it is spreading. It is said that Yi Xian is from outside the universe. Nonsense. The left general suddenly said, How can Yi Xian be from outside the universe? This is utter nonsense. Jingji looked at the left general and smiled. Tell me, why can't he be from outside the universe? The left general said in a deep voice, That's impossible. Jingji asked again, Why is it impossible? The left general said, Saint Lord, you don't really believe that he's from outside the universe, right? Jingji smiled. Why can't I believe it? The left general said in a deep voice, Yi Xian is so flashy. He must have spread this rumor to divert our attention. Jingji nodded. You're half right. The left general hurriedly asked, What about the other half? Jingji lay on the chair. She smiled and said, Outside the universe? I'll say it again. We can't assume that others can't do what we can't. The left general smiled bitterly. Saint Lord, I know that you know he's lying. Right? Jingji slowly closed her eyes. I hope he's telling the truth. The left general and the left general were puzzled. Jingji said softly, I'm even more afraid that the person behind him has jumped out from this universe. Jumping out of this circle is much scarier than entering it. As she spoke, she slowly closed her eyes and pondered in her heart. A short while later, her expression gradually became solemn. Outsider? On the surface, Yi Xian was not an outsider. Because some of Yi Xian's actions, especially his understanding of martial arts, did not seem like an outsider at all. Moreover, Yi Xian loved to brag. He bragged every day. Since Yi Xian was not an outsider, there was only one possibility. The person behind Yi Xian had already jumped out of this universe. Even if he hadn't, his understanding of the great Tao must have far surpassed this universe. Jingji's expression became even more solemn. The woman in the plain dress. The man in the green robe. These two people were still a mystery. Because not only could she not find them, she could not even find some basic information about them. They were too mysterious. And after Yi Xian's enemies saw the woman in the plain dress and the man in the green robe, they were basically all dead. At this moment, the left general said again, Saint Lord, are you really worried about the man in the green robe and the woman in the plain dress? Jingji looked at the left general and said with a smile, Yes. The left general said in a deep voice, Saint Lord, on the surface, these two people are indeed very strong, but they are certainly not strong enough to jump out of this universe. There are two reasons. First, to jump out of this universe, even God Emperor can't do it. No matter how strong they are, they can't be so strong that they surpass God Emperor by too much, right? Second, if they really jumped out of this universe, why did they leave Yi Xian here? Jingji shook his head and smiled. You, the left general said, what I said makes sense, right? Stupid. Jingji stared at the left general. Even now, you still look down on the people of this universe. Why do you look down on them? Because you have a sense of superiority. It's like a person from a big city going to the countryside with a sense of superiority. And this sense of superiority will kill you one day. The left general was silent. Jing Ji said with a smile, I know you must be thinking, since the person behind him is so strong, why do we still have to be enemies with him, right? The left general nodded. Jing Ji asked, do we have to be enemies with him? The left general frowned, puzzled. What do you mean? Jing Ji blinked and said, isn't it the ancient demons who are his enemies? The left general was speechless. The right general glanced at Jing Ji and sighed in his heart. His Saint Lord was trying to kill the ancient demons and Yi Xian. In fact, he admired his Saint Lord. In terms of strength and talent, the Saint Lord was no match for Wujuan. Not only was she weaker than Wujuan, but she was also weaker than many people. But she was the most intelligent person in the entire Saint Hall. Even now, Saint Hall's power was lower than that of the ancient demons and the very ones, but Saint Hall was still able to survive. It was also able to survive among the two superpowers. Unfortunately, she was not on good terms with Wujuan. Otherwise, the Saint Hall would have been stronger than the ancient demons and the very race. Right at this moment, Jing Ji suddenly walked towards the distance. The left general asked, Saint Lord, what are you doing? Jing Ji smiled and said, you don't know anything about this, so I will do it myself. Then she disappeared into the distance. After Jing Ji left, the left general suddenly said, does the Saint Lord want to destroy the ancient demons? The left general said softly, shouldn't they? The left general was silent for a moment and said, but I think Wujuan is a bigger threat. The left general said, Wujuan is a bigger threat to the Saint Lord, and the ancient demons are a bigger threat to the Saint Hall. She chose to deal with the ancient demons first, which means that the Saint Hall is more important to her. The left general sighed. Actually, Wujuan is not suitable to be the Saint Lord. However, she is also very powerful. The left general looked at the left general. Don't you understand? The Saint Lord fought for the throne because she wanted to vent her anger. She is the daughter of the old Saint Lord, but the old Saint Lord said she was not as good as Wujuan. He shook his head and sighed. The old Saint Lord is also. The sacred sky's internal strife could not be blamed on Jing Ji. The left general suddenly said, can Wujuan and the Saint Lord reconcile? The left general was speechless. Do you think this is a game? He turned and left. After Jing Ji left the hall, she began to shuttle through time and space. Soon she arrived at a small city. Azure Province. Jing Ji slowly walked to the front of an imperial palace hall. As soon as she arrived in front of the hall, a group of imperial guards blocked her way. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind her. Let Senior in. The group of guards made way and Tuoba Yen appeared in front of everyone. Jing Ji looked at Tuoba Yen and smiled without saying a word. Tuoba Yen smiled and said, I am his woman. Senior, are you going to use me to threaten him? Jing Ji smiled. What if I say yes? The corners of Tuoba Yan's mouth curled up. I'm afraid you won't succeed. As she spoke, her soul began to burn. Suicide. P.S. I'm too ashamed to ask for a vote. Ask for a tip. Thank you. Chapter 1832. She didn't hesitate to commit suicide. Because Tuoba Yen knew that since she could find this place, it meant that her strength wasn't something she could resist. Only death awaited her. Because if she didn't die, Yi Xian would be threatened by her, and she might be humiliated as well. Nearby, a trace of surprise flashed through Jingji's eyes. What a fierce woman. As she spoke, she pressed down lightly with her right hand. Boom. Tuoba Yan's body returned to normal. Tuoba Yan's face sank. Jingji smiled. Ask your men to leave. Tuoba Yen glanced at Jingji and waved her right hand lightly. The soldiers around her retreated. Jingji smiled. Your man is here. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Xian appeared beside Tuoba Yen. Without a word, Yi Xian drew his sword and slashed. In the distance, Jingji suddenly drew his sword as well. Boom. A wave of sword light suddenly erupted. Tuoba Yan's expression changed drastically. This aftershock was enough to destroy an entire kingdom. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly unleashed his sword domain. Boom. That remnant might was directly suppressed by him. Yi Xian looked at Jingji in the distance with seemingly tangible killing intent in his eyes. Jingji smiled. You seem to have gotten stronger. Yi Xian asked, shall we go somewhere else? Jingji hurriedly shook his head. No. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and his left thumb pressed against the hilt of his sword. The corners of Jingji's mouth curled up. If you make a move, this small place will be gone. Yi Xian fell silent. If they were to make a move here, the entire Azure province would be gone. Jingji was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, Miss Jingji, you're a guest. Shall we talk inside? Jingji glanced at Yi Xian and said with a smile, all right. After the three of them entered a large hall, Yi Xian and Jingji sat opposite each other, and Tuoba Yen personally poured tea for them. Yi Xian smiled and said, Miss Jingji, tell me the purpose of your visit. I just want to know more about you. Jingji said with a smile. Yi Xian picked up the teacup and took a light sip, and then he said, young miss wants to understand my father and Qing'er. Jingji nodded. Yes. Would young master Yi like to talk about it? Yi Xian looked straight at Jingji. My father is invincible. Qing'er Yi is invincible. Jingji's right fingers trembled slightly. She and Yi Xian looked at each other. What level of invincibility? Invincible in a small world or invincible in a great world or? Yi Xian suddenly said, always invincible. Invincible all the way. Jingji smirked. Really? Yi Xian nodded. I rarely lie. Jingji shook his head and smiled. As far as I know, your favorite thing to do is to fool others. However, with that, she looked at Yi Xian and said, I believe you. Yi Xian stared at Jingji and asked, do you really believe me? Jingji nodded. Yes. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and said, you want to use me to fight the ancient demon clan, and then your Saint Cathedral will reap the benefits. Jingji nodded. Yes. Yi Xian asked, are the ancient demon clan that stupid? Jingji smiled. They are not stupid, but they have to kill you just like I have to kill you. Yi Xian was silent for a moment and said, because of Shaoan. Jingji nodded. Besides her, there is another reason. It is because of the divine item you have. With that small pagoda dominating the entire universe is just around the corner. Yi Xian was about to speak, but Xiao Ta suddenly said excitedly, damn young master, am I so popular now? Yi Xian, small tower continued to say, little lord, I feel that my status should be raised. What do you think? Yi Xian said calmly, how about we join hands to kill dad and you become the master? Xiao Ta thought for a moment and said, our strength is still a little bit lower than master's. Yi Xian shook his head. Damn. This Xiao Ta is getting arrogant. At this time Jingji smiled and said, young master Yi, I heard that you have a very powerful sword. Can I have a look? Yi Xian said with a smile, what will I get? Jingji blinked. What do you want? Yi Xian asked, what can you give me? Jingji thought for a moment and said, I can give you some information about the ancient demon clan. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. They are your allies. Jingji smiled. Apart from myself, there is nothing I can't sell. Yi Xian gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. Jingji took a sip of tea and said, can I have a look? Because I'm a swordsman and I'm very interested in swords. Do you understand? Yi Xian opened his palm and the green profound sword appeared in his hand. He passed it to Jingji. The moment he received the green profound sword, Jingji's expression instantly became solemn. What a terrifying sword. That was her first thought. After a while, Jingji returned the sword to Yi Xian. Yi Xian took the sword and said with a smile, I thought you were going to rob me. Jingji shook his head. Since you dared to give it to me, then it proves that you are not afraid of me robbing you. There is no need to do such a stupid thing. Yi Xian smiled and did not say anything. Jingji was silent for a moment and said, do you know what's the most terrifying thing about this sword? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know. Jingji knew. It's the space-time Tao contained in it. Although the space-time Tao did not surpass the current universe, the person who used it must have an attainment in space-time that surpasses the current universe. Only in this way could the person condense the space-time Tao of the current universe into this sword. Besides that, there are some strange things about this sword that even I can't understand. As she said that, she looked at Yi Xian. Are you selling this sword? The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. What do you think? Jingji shook her head and smiled. It seems that you are not willing to sell it. Yi Xian said, Miss Jingji, I don't really want to be enemies with you. Jingji knew. Then don't help in Wujuan. If you don't help her, I can promise you that I will never be enemies with you. This is the truth. Yi Xian said with a smile, can you be friends with Mizan instead of enemies? Jingji knew. Yes. As she said that, she paused for a moment and said, unless one of us disappears. Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. What grudge? Jingji smiled. Are you willing to give up Shaoan? Yi Xian shook his head. No. Even if I give up Shaoan, you won't let me go. Because Xiao Ta is very tempting, isn't it? Jingji thought for a moment and then said, that's right. Yixian smiled. Miss Jingji, tell me about the ancient demon clan. Jingji took out a scroll and handed it to Yixian. This is the information about the ancient demon clan. I've already written down the names of the super experts as well as those who pose a threat to you. Yixian glanced at it and then frowned. There are so many threats to me? Jingji asked with a smile. Do you think you are very strong? Yixian. Jingji picked up the teacup and drained it in one gulp and then he said, don't look down on the ancient devil clan. Because the people behind you might have the qualifications to disregard them, but you don't. As she spoke, she stood up to leave. When she reached the door, she suddenly turned to look at Yixian. Your woman is not bad. Cherish her. After saying that, she disappeared. In the hall, Tuoba Yen grabbed Yixian's hand and softly said, I've dragged you down. Yixian shook his head and smiled. What nonsense are you talking about? Saying this, he tightened his grip. He held Tuoba Yan's hand tightly and said softly, don't do something so foolish in the future. Do you understand? Tuoba Yen was silent. Yixian slowly closed his eyes. This time he had some lingering fear. If Jingji really captured Tuoba Yen and held him hostage, Tuoba Yen suddenly said, I'll join Xiao Ta. Yixian smiled and said, no need. Tuoba Yen was puzzled. Why? Yixian said softly, because even if you go in, they'll use Azure Province to threaten me. I can't put the entire Azure Province in there, can I? Tuoba Yen frowned. Yixian said, I have to take the initiative to attack. Tuoba Yen looked at Yixian. Yixian smiled and said, in the past I was always passive and waiting for others to hit me. That's why I fought back. But now. As he spoke, he looked at Tuoba Yen. I want to take the initiative to attack and kill all threats. Tuoba Yen said softly, I support you. Yixian hugged Tuoba Yen, turned around and disappeared. Tuoba Yen looked at the horizon with a trace of worry in his eyes. After leaving Azure Province, Yixian returned to the Sword Alliance. At this moment, Sword Ju and the others had reached the space-time realm. Yixian gathered Sword Ju, Sword Fanatic and the other swordsmen, then sent all of them to Xiao Ta and had Shaoan guide them. Although he didn't have enough god force to help Sword Ju and the others reach the divine physique realm, he wanted to nurture them to the ancient god realm so that they could build a solid foundation and then cultivate their divine physiques. With Sword Ju and the others' talent, as long as they had enough cultivation resources, it wouldn't be difficult for them to reach the ancient god realm. After all, Sword Ju and the others all had the Sword Dao mark left in their bodies by his father. The higher their cultivation, the more layers of the Sword Dao mark, and the more benefits they could obtain from his father. How could the things his father left them be ordinary? Definitely not. With enough cultivation resources, Sword Ju and the others would become super experts in the future. After arranging everything, Yixian left Xiao Ta and went to the house. As soon as he arrived, the house owner came out to welcome him. Yixian looked at the house owner. How many people do you have? The house owner answered solemnly, more than 100,000. Hearing this, Yixian's eyelids twitched. More than 100,000? The house owner nodded. Yixian thought for a moment, then opened his palm and a scroll appeared in front of the house owner. This is the method to cultivate a divine physique. You can cultivate it first and in the future I will help you search for God Force to help you achieve a divine physique. The house owner blanked for a second, then quickly bowed deeply, his voice trembling. Thank you, young Master Yi. Yixian said, have all your subordinates temporarily put down their work and serve only me, is that all right? The house owner quickly answered, of course. Yixian said in a low voice, 2 things. First, send someone to follow my family and friends in secret. Send someone to follow every friend and family member. Don't disturb them. If anyone tries to harm them, just inform me immediately. The house owner nodded, all right. Yixian said, some people will enter this cosmos soon, and I need to know immediately when they arrive. The house owner said, the Templar and the legendary ancient demon clan? Yixian glanced at the house owner, you know a lot. The house owner smiled embarrassedly, that's what I do for a living. Besides the woman in a plain dress and the man in a green shirt behind you, I can more or less find out about the others. Yixian nodded, inform me once they arrive. Also, keep a close watch on the Templar. Inform me immediately if they do anything. The house owner quickly said, all right. Yixian turned around and left. At this moment, the sword ruins in his hand had become the green profound sword. Chapter 1833. Take the initiative to attack. Jing Ji's visit to Tuoba Yen made him realize that he couldn't passively wait for these people to come to him. He had to take the initiative to attack and kill all threats in the cradle. In the Xiaota, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. His current realm had stabilized, and his current divine body was different from others, because he had a sword body and a divine body. However, he found that there was still a gap between him and Jing Ji. Of course, he wasn't as powerless as he was in the past. Moreover, if he used the Azure Profound Sword, he still had a chance to kill Jing Ji. At this moment, Shaoan appeared in front of Yi Xian and looked at Yi Xian. Be careful of Jing Ji. Yi Xian nodded. This woman wasn't simple. She was very calculative. Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly asked, Shaoan, are your former subordinates still around? Shaoan shook her head. They've all been killed. Yi Xian was speechless. Needless to say, Shaoan was definitely the kind of person who only liked to cultivate. Shaoan glanced at Yi Xian and said softly, I've dragged you into this. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Don't be so polite. Moreover, they're not just targeting you now. They also want my Xiaota. Shaoan said, in the end it's because of me. Yi Xian smiled. Now is not the time to discuss this. Shaoan nodded. Okay. Yi Xian said, in the ancient demon clan, the strongest is the ancient demon clan's patriarch, right? Shaoan said, yes. He and I were both experts at the peak of the divine soul realm, but now he should be much stronger than before. Yi Xian asked, surpassing the divine soul realm? Shaoan shook her head slightly. I don't know. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, don't worry about it. Shaoan, they should be here in a few days. During this period, cultivate well and leave the outside matters to me. Shaoan nodded. Okay. With that, she turned around and left. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. A moment later, he got up and left. Somewhere in the unknown starry sky, Jingji was sitting on a chair. She was holding an ancient book and reading it attentively. At this time, the left general suddenly appeared in front of Jingji and was about to speak when Jingji stretched out a finger and waved it. The left general bowed slightly and retreated to the side. After reading for about half an hour, Jingji closed the ancient book and said with a smile, this book is quite interesting. With that, she glanced at Zhujiang. You can have a look. Zhujiang shook his head. I'm not interested in books. Jingji smiled and said, did Yi Xian make a move? The left general nodded. He sent someone to spy on us. Moreover, he seemed to be leading a group of experts from a force called the Sword Alliance. I don't know where those experts are now. What else? Jingji asked with a smile. The left general spoke in a low voice. This fellow seems to be plotting something recently. We have to be careful. Jingji nodded. Got it? As she spoke, she picked up the ancient book in her hand and continued reading. The left general spoke in a low voice. Holy Lord, aren't you worried? Jingji smiled. Worried about what? The left general was about to speak when the left general suddenly said, the Holy Lord knows what to do. Don't worry about it. The left general smiled bitterly and didn't say anything else. Jingji was about to speak when she suddenly raised her head. In the next moment she frowned. So soon. As soon as she finished speaking, the space in the depths of the starry sky suddenly split open, and then a group of experts in black robes walked out. The ancient devil clan. The leader was an old man with a face full of wrinkles. The old man looked at Jingji in the distance. In the next moment he appeared in front of Jingji and nodded slightly. Holy Lord Jingji. Jingji smiled. Where's your patriarch? The old man replied, he'll arrive in a day. Yi Xian blinked. Why a day later? The old man replied, there are many things in the clan that need to be explained. Jingji nodded. That's true. The old man spoke in a low voice. Holy Lord, where's that fellow Yi Xian right now? The corners of Jingji's mouth curled up slightly. She'd asked about Yi Xian first and not in Wujuan. This meant that the main objective of this trip was the small pagoda. That was exactly what she wanted. Jingji thought for a moment and said, Elder Guqi, Yi Xian isn't simple at all. Why don't we wait for your patriarch to arrive before we go look for him? Guqi shook his head. There's no need for that. Jingji spoke seriously. That fellow Yi Xian is quite strong. Guqi spoke in a low voice. Holy Lord, can you help us keep Wujuan busy during the battle? Jingji hurriedly replied, of course. However, that fellow Yi Xian is quite capable. Are you really not going to wait for your patriarch to arrive before looking for him? Or perhaps you can help me keep Wujuan busy while I deal with Yi Xian. Guqi immediately shook his head. There's no need. Mr. and Wujuan, just help us stall Mr. and Wujuan. Leave Yi Xian to us. Jing Ji intended to say something else, but Gu Qi hurriedly said, "It's decided. We'll go look for that fellow Yi Xian right now." Jing Ji glanced at the right general, and the right general understood his intentions and hurriedly said, "Elder Gu Qi, I'll lead you there." Gu Qi nodded, "Thank you." The right general said, "Everyone come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Gu Qi hurriedly led the other experts of the ancient devil clan along as well. The corners of Jing Ji's mouth curled up slightly. "I like idiots like him." As she spoke, she followed along as well. The group of people shuttled through the starry sky. On the way, Jing Ji's voice suddenly rang out in the minds of the left general and the right general. "Be careful. Yi Xian is about to appear." Both of them were stunned when they heard this. Suddenly, a strand of light suddenly lit up. The others hadn't even recovered from their shock when the head of one of the experts from the ancient devil clan flew into the air. At the instant that the head flew into the air, another ray of sword energy lit up. The heads of two experts from the ancient devil clan instantly flew into the air. At this moment, Gu Qi's expression changed drastically. "Who launched a surprise attack against us?" As he spoke, he took a step forward, and then a formidable barrier appeared in the surroundings. Bang! At this moment, the starry sky and the surroundings seethed. Besides them, Jing Ji and the others, there was no one else here. Jing Ji glanced at the right and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. She naturally knew who it was that attacked. Who else could it be besides Yi Xian? Gu Qi glanced at the surroundings and his eyes were filled with icy coldness. "Yi Xian, do you not dare to show yourself?" There was no reply. Gu Qi suddenly turned to look at Jing Ji. "Hallowed Lord, can you sense Yi Xian?" Jing Ji slowly closed his eyes, and then his divine sense instantly enveloped this expanse of the starry sky. A short while later, Jing Ji opened his eyes and shook his head. "I can't." Gu Qi's face fell completely when he heard this. Even the Hallowed Lord can't sense him? Suddenly, a shadow appeared in front of him, and then a ray of light slashed down in a straight line. "Draw the sword to decide life and death." Not only did it decide life and death, it was even the green profound sword. This sudden attack caused Gu Qi's expression to change drastically, and he swiftly moved his right arm forward. Take it head on. The physical body of an ancient devil clan member was no joke. The main reason the ancient devil clan was so strong was because their bodies were much stronger than ordinary humans, and even some demon beasts couldn't compare to them. But he hadn't expected that the sword in Yi Xian's hand wasn't an ordinary sword as well. The sword descended. Everyone watched as Gu Qi's right arm and body were slashed into two. His body instantly shattered and only his soul remained. However, at the instant that Yi Xian's sword descended, Gu Qi's soul was absorbed by the green profound sword. After that, Yi Xian issued a command in his heart, and the green profound sword flew out. The head of an ancient devil clan expert on his right instantly flew into the air, and then another ray of light appeared over 1 kilometer away. In the blink of an eye, the experts of the ancient devil clan fell one after another. However, when Yi Xian's green profound sword was about to kill the last expert from the ancient devil clan, a powerful force suddenly locked onto the green profound sword. Jing Ji had attacked. Yi Xian gazed at Jing Ji. Jing Ji grinned and was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly said, why did you stop me?" "Jing Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they heard this. Even the expert from the ancient devil clan gazed at Jing Ji with disbelief. Yi Xian blinked. "Jing, he can't be allowed to live. The two of us." Meanwhile, Jing Ji suddenly waved his right hand. Bang! The powerhouse of the ancient demon clan had been completely wiped out. Jing Ji turned to look at Yi Xian and smiled. "Are you trying to drive a wedge between me and the ancient devil clan?" Yi Xian smiled. "Do you still need me to drive a wedge between you and the ancient devil clan? Both of you are scheming against each other anyway." Jing Ji smiled. "I have to say, I have underestimated you and your sword." In fact, she was also extremely shocked at this moment. One must know that Gu Qi was a genuine divine core realm expert. An expert of this level was actually instantly killed by Yi Xian with a single strike of his sword. Not even his soul and consciousness remained. It was a little scary. Yi Xian opened his palm and the green profound sword began to absorb the souls of the experts from the ancient devil clan. He looked at Jing Ji. "Jing, the next time the experts from the ancient devil clan come, remember to inform me immediately." Jing Ji looked at the corpses on the ground and did not speak. Yi Xian suddenly said, "The experts from the ancient devil clan were all killed?" but none of your people died. Do you think the ancient devil clan patriarch will be suspicious? As he spoke, he glanced at the left and right generals. Both of their expressions changed. Damn it, this guy wants their divine master to kill me. Jingji smiled but did not say anything. Yi Xian laughed and turned to leave. After a few steps, he stopped and said, Miss Jingji, do you mind if I call you Jing'er? Jingji smiled, I mind. Yi Xian smiled, it's okay, I don't mind. He turned to leave, but at this time, the starry sky in front of him suddenly boiled. At this moment, Jingji suddenly drew his sword. He attacked. However, the target was not Yi Xian but the left general and right general. Before they could react, their bodies were cut into pieces. At this time, a shadow suddenly appeared above Yi Xian's head. The ancient devil clan patriarch. The chieftain of the ancient demon clan took a look at the battlefield and then at Jingji and the two generals next to her. In the end, he looked at Yi Xian. When he was about to speak, Yi Xian suddenly drew out his sword and slashed. Boom. The shadow instantly shattered. Yi Xian sheathed his sword and walked away. Miss Jingji, I Yi Xian am not afraid of fighting and I am not afraid of scheming. If you want to play, no matter if you're wearing clothes or not, I can afford to play with you. With that, he disappeared into the distance. Chapter 1834. Shameless. After Yi Xian left, the left general couldn't help but say fiercely, Holy Lord, he's humiliating you. Then help me kill him. Jingji said with a smile. The left general was speechless. How could he possibly defeat the current Yi Xian? Only experts at Jingji's level could deal with the current Yi Xian. Moreover, it had to be his true body. After all, the demon lord's image had been instantly killed by Yi Xian with a single slash. The speed at which Yi Xian's strength grew was too terrifying. Jingji suddenly said softly, I want to see that woman in a plain dress. The left and right general looked at Jingji and Jingji smiled, he's too arrogant. I want to see the person behind him. I want to see exactly how strong that woman is. The left general shook his head, I can't find her. Jingji said softly, I'll find her myself. With that, she turned around and left. The left general suddenly turned to look at the right general. Holy Lord, why did you destroy our bodies? The right general said, if she didn't destroy our bodies, how would she explain it to the ancient devil clan's patriarch? As he spoke, he turned to look at the horizon. That Yi Xian is too cunning. Fan Duo withdrew her gaze from somewhere high up in the clouds. She was the law of this universe, and it was very difficult for anything that happened in this universe to satisfy her. Moreover, she'd always been paying attention to Yi Xian. She'd seen how Yi Xian killed those people. At this moment, she was extremely shocked. She hadn't expected that Yi Xian's strength was actually to such an extent. Especially Yi Xian's green profound sword. She'd watched the woman in a plain dress forge this sword, and now she realized that the sword was much more complicated than she'd imagined. It was a sword that would never go out of style. Because it was forged by someone who far surpassed this universe. Right at this moment, a woman suddenly walked over from afar, and it was Tao Yi. Seeing Tao Yi, Fan Duo frowned. Tao Yi said, I want to see that woman. The woman in a plain dress. She also knew about Yi Xian's murder. Just like Fan Duo, she was incomparably shocked. Yi Xian's strength had actually reached such a level. Especially the sword in Yi Xian's hand, it was too terrifying. Fan Duo shook her head, I don't know where she is. Mingyi frowned slightly. You don't know? Fan Duo chuckled and said, she should have left this universe by now. Hearing this, Fan Duo's expression turned solemn. Can she really jump out of this current universe? Fan Duo nodded, yes. There was silence again. Fan Duo looked at Dengyi. You're not targeting Yi Xian anymore? Do I look like an idiot to you? Tao Yi asked calmly. Fan Duo smiled. Actually, I really wanted to kill you before I met her. But after meeting her, I suddenly realized that life has a lot more meaning. For example, jumping out of this universe. Jump out of this universe. Was it difficult? Of course it was difficult. Not to mention the two of them, even their grandmaster couldn't do it. Even if he surpassed the God Emperor realm, he still couldn't jump out. Dengyi suddenly said, can I ask her for guidance? Fan Duo smiled. I've met her before. She's a very, very strange person. She doesn't even want to say a word to others. Except for Yi Xian. Dengyi frowned. Is she really Yi Xian's sister? Fan Duo nodded. Yes. She only recognizes Yi Xian. Except for Yi Xian, she recognizes no one else. Moreover, she only answers when Yi Xian asks questions. Dengyi hurriedly said, Then let's borrow Yi Xian's mouth to help us ask. After saying this, she regretted it. Why would Yi Xian help her ask? Deng Yi said again, how about we help him fight? Fan Duo smiled. Deng Yi, you wanted to kill him before. Deng Yi spoke indifferently, that's something the god's graveyard does. Fan Duo shook her head. Did you learn how to be so shameless from him? Deng Yi spoke seriously. Fan Duo, we can put aside the enmity between us for now. We have to look for Yi Xian and ask him to help us ask that woman in a plain dress. Fan Duo fell silent for a short while before she said, you're willing to help him? Deng Yi frowned slightly. Why not? That woman is so strong. Can the ancient devil clan and hallowed halls defeat her? This is a situation that we can surely win. Fan Duo was speechless. I noticed that today is the first time I've gotten to know you. Deng Yi spoke indifferently, one has to be flexible. It's the same for gods. Fan Duo shook her head and said, if we really help him fight, then it shouldn't be a problem to ask him to help us ask that woman in a plain dress. Deng Yi immediately said, then we'll help him fight. Doesn't he need help right now? As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Fan Duo was speechless as she watched Deng Yi vanish into the distance. A short while later, she vanished as well. Within the Xiaotop, Yi Xian gazed at the green profound sword in his grasp. At this moment, the sword's aura was deep like an ocean, and even he was unable to sense its depths. The green profound sword. The strength of this sword was even more terrifying than a godhood realm expert. Most importantly, this sword could only be used by him alone. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly raised his head. The next moment, he directly left the small tower. Yi Xian saw Deng Yi and Fan Duo outside the Xiaota, and his expression instantly changed. He held the green profound sword in his left hand and was about to attack instinctively. Meanwhile, Deng Yi suddenly said, wait. Yi Xian frowned slightly, what are we waiting for? Deng Yi gazed at Yi Xian, do you know how strong the ancient devil clan is? Yi Xian smiled, I know more about Dao Yi. Deng Yi said, we'll help you fight. Yi Xian was quite puzzled, help me fight? Are you kidding me? Deng Yi was a bit dissatisfied, do we look like we're joking with you? Yi Xian turned to look at Fan Duo and she said, we're indeed here to help you fight. Yi Xian smiled, Supreme Fan Duo, I believe you. But then he turned to Deng Yi, what about you? You wanted to kill me before. Why do you suddenly want to help me fight? Deng Yi said, let's make a deal. Yi Xian was a bit curious, what deal? Deng Yi said, we'll help you fight, and you'll help us ask the plain-dressed woman how to jump out of this universe. Hearing this, Yi Xian understood. Damn it. Our main target is Qing. A plan suddenly emerged in Yi Xian's mind. At this moment, Deng Yi suddenly said, is there a problem? Yi Xian looked at Deng Yi and said with a smile, Supreme Deng Yi, it's not easy to jump out of this universe. Deng Yi stared at Yi Xian, I know it's not easy. If you have other requests you can tell me. Yi Xian was silent. Deng Yi frowned slightly, I heard you're very lecherous. Don't tell me you have those thoughts about us? Hearing this, Fan Duo couldn't help glancing at Yi Xian. Yi Xian immediately said, slander. This is slander. Who said I, Yi Xian, am lecherous? Deng Yi said indifferently, as far as I know, after you returned to that Qing province, you were able to stay in a room with a woman for more than 10 days. I'm not slandering you, am I? Yi Xian's expression froze. Deng Yi said again, be more direct, state your conditions. Yi Xian said seriously, I don't have any other conditions. What I mean is, how many other supremes do you know? Deng Yi frowned slightly, you want other supremes to help you? Yi Xian nodded, the condition is that I will ask Qing to teach them how to jump out of this universe. Of course, I can't guarantee that Qing can help you jump out of this universe. After all, it depends on the individual. Deng Yi was silent. Fan Duo suddenly asked, of course we know this. As long as she is willing to teach us a thing or two, it's enough for us. Yi Xian nodded, that's not a problem. Fan Duo said, I can't guarantee whether the other two supremes are willing to help, but I will inform them. Yi Xian said with a smile, all right. Fan Duo nodded, turned around and left. Yi Xian suddenly said, Supremacy Fan Duo, there is one more thing. Fan Duo looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, you are the law of this universe, so you are very familiar with it, right? Fan Duo nodded, yes. Yi Xian said, I want you to help me monitor this universe. If anyone comes in, immediately inform me. Fan Duo nodded, no problem. Yi Xian said softly, thank you. Fan Duo nodded, turned around and left. Yi Xian looked at Deng Yi. Supremacy Deng Yi, I have to tell you that the ancient demon clan is not ordinary. Deng Yi said, no. Your sister is invincible anyway. Isn't that right? Yi Xian was speechless. Deng Yi said again, can you show me your sword? Yi Xian said with a smile, of course. Saying this, he opened his palm and the azure profound sword flew to Deng Yi. Deng Yi looked at it for a moment and her expression gradually became solemn. No wonder Fan Duo is so afraid. She was shocked at this moment. What kind of level was needed to create such a terrifying sword? That woman could not only take the power of time from the main time vein of the universe, but also suppress it. This meant that with her strength she was completely capable of destroying this current universe. Once the main time vein river was destroyed, this universe would basically be finished. Deng Yi returned the azure profound sword to Yi Xian, and then said, your sister is really powerful. Saying this, she glanced at Yi Xian, but why are you so weak? Yi Xian, Deng Yi shook her head and sighed, there really is always someone better in this world. I will go back and calm down first, I will appear when you are in trouble. Saying this, she turned around and disappeared at the end of the horizon. Yi Xian put away the azure profound sword, turned around and left. Nightmare Starfield, Lingwu City. At this moment, Lingwu City had completely vanished. Jingji looked down from the starry sky, and she was silent for a very long time as she gazed at the space that had been erased. It didn't take long for her to arrive at the peak of a mountain. The place where the woman in a plain dress had appeared in the past. Jingji slowly closed her eyes, and the space around her started to seethe. She was looking for the woman in a plain dress. She wanted to see if that woman was as powerful as she guessed. If she was just a little bit stronger, then she would immediately turn around and skin Yi Xian alive. This man is too arrogant. Gradually, a series of images appeared in the surroundings. Time was reversed. Just at this moment, time returned to the past. Not too far away, the woman in a plain dress was playing chess with a white-haired old man. This was time that had already passed, but it had appeared once again thanks to Jingji's powerful divine ability. At this moment, the woman in a plain dress suddenly turned around and glanced at Jingji. Jingji's pupils constricted, and she seemed as if she had seen a ghost as she spoke in a trembling voice. My dear mother. How could you possibly see me? P.S. Give me a ticket. I want any ticket. Asking for tickets. For the sake of living, I can only shamelessly ask for tickets over and over again every day. It's all for the sake of living. Chapter 1835. At this moment Jingji was stunned. She was going back in time now. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for the plain-dressed woman to discover her. Because this was something that had already happened. No one could change what had already happened. Reversing time and space? Reversing history? That was simply impossible. However, the woman in front of her had really discovered her. What the hell was going on? At this moment, Jingji's mind was blank. At this moment, the white-haired old man in front of the plain-dressed woman suddenly said, What are you looking at? The plain-dressed woman retracted her gaze and said indifferently, I'm looking at a dead person. As soon as her voice fell, she opened her palm and the white chess piece in her hand suddenly flew out. Jingji's pupils suddenly constricted. At this moment she smelled the scent of death. Invincible. That was the only thought in her mind. At this critical moment, Jingji suddenly had an idea and shouted, I'm Yi Xian's friend. The chess piece stopped between Jingji's eyebrows. Jingji heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. My gamble paid off. This woman in front of me cared a lot about Yi Xian. The plain-dressed woman looked at Jingji. My brother's friend? Jingji hurriedly nodded, yes. The plain-dressed woman shook her head, you're not. Jingji did not explain and bowed slightly, thank you senior for sparing my life. The plain-dressed woman said, do you know why I didn't kill you? Jingji glanced at the plain-dressed woman, because of young Master Yi. The plain-dressed woman shook her head, because you're weak and can become his whetstone. Jingji, in front of the plain-dressed woman, the white-haired old man said in a deep voice, what did you see? The plain-dressed woman glanced at the white-haired old man, I can't see because you're weak. Since you're weak, then don't ask because I have no obligation to explain so much to you. Understand? The white-haired old man was stunned, then he stared at the plain-dressed woman and smiled insincerely, in hundreds of thousands of years, this is the first time someone said I'm weak. The plain-dressed woman's fingertips suddenly flashed with a sword light, and in the blink of an eye, bang. Without any warning, a sword light pierced between the white-haired old man's eyebrows. In an instant, this sword light forcefully locked onto the old man. The white-haired old man was directly stunned. Beside him, Jingji was also dumbfounded. This white-haired old man was a peak Divine Soul Realm powerhouse. He was even half a step into the Divine Soul Realm. However, this kind of expert didn't even have the strength to fight back in front of this plainly dressed woman. Just how strong was this woman? At this moment, Jingji and the white-haired old man were extremely shocked. Right at this moment, the white-haired old man suddenly said in a trembling voice, "Senior is right, I'm weak. I'm very weak." The woman in the plain dress waved her jade-like hand lightly, and the sword light between the white-haired old man's eyebrows disappeared. The white-haired old man's body returned to normal. At this moment, his forehead was already dripping with cold sweat. He glanced at the woman in the plain dress, and his eyes were filled with fear. The woman picked up a chess piece and placed it down, and then she said, "Do you know why I didn't kill you?" The white-haired old man hurriedly said, "Because I'm weak." The plainly dressed woman glanced at the white-haired old man. "Do you have any objections?" The white-haired elder hurriedly shook his head. I'm convinced. I'm convinced." The woman in the plain dress suddenly turned to look at Jingji. "Is there anything else?" Jingji spoke in a low voice, "Why are you able to see me?" The woman withdrew her gaze and said, "Let's not discuss such a low-level question." Jingji was speechless. The woman in the plain dress? The white-haired old man couldn't help but glance at the spot where the woman's gaze had descended. However, there was nothing there. The white-haired old man couldn't help but frown. What exactly is there? As if he'd thought of something, the white-haired old man's pupils suddenly constricted. Someone is reversing the flow of time. The woman glanced at the white-haired old man. "How many years have you cultivated for?" The white-haired old man hesitated for a moment before he said, "I've cultivated for 1,000,000 years." The woman shook her head. "How weak. You're much weaker than my older brother." The white-haired old man was speechless. Jingji suddenly said, "He doesn't seem to be very strong." Jingji's voice had just resounded when a ray of sword light suddenly shot into the center of her forehead. Bang! In an instant, Jingji's body shattered into pieces, and only his soul remained. Moreover, his soul was completely locked down by that strand of sword light. Jingji was stunned. What did I say? Why did she suddenly attack? The woman glanced at Jingji. "Are you doubting my older brother?" Jingji's expression was quite unsightly. Damn it. Just because he said that the bastard wasn't particularly strong, this woman almost killed him. Is there any justice in this world? Is there any law? The white-haired old man broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, even his hands were trembling. Someone was reversing the flow of time. Reversing the flow of time wasn't very terrifying because he could do it as well. The terrifying part was that this woman could see someone who could reverse the flow of time. That was King ridiculous. This had exceeded his understanding. Is this something that a human can accomplish? Even he felt that it was quite absurd. Such a thing was utterly impossible. However, at this moment he was able to sense that something was off in this expanse of space, and someone really was reversing the flow of time. The white-haired old man was slightly dazed. Who exactly did I encounter? Jingji spoke abruptly. "Senior, I know him and I have no ill intent towards him." The woman glanced at Jingji. "If you have no ill intent, then why did you come looking for me?" Jingji was speechless. The woman got up and walked in front of Jingji. She looked at him. "Do you want to see how strong I am?" Jingji nodded subconsciously. After nodding, she was a little confused. "What's wrong with me?" The woman stared at Jingji. "Did you see that?" Jingji said in a deep voice, "You are much stronger than I imagined." The woman shook her head. She turned around and walked in front of the white-haired old man, sat down and picked up a chess piece. As soon as this chess piece was played, the white-haired old man immediately frowned. Jingji suddenly asked, "You've stepped out of this existing universe, right?" The woman didn't answer and directly ignored him. Jingji was unwilling to give up and asked again, "How did you do it?" The plain-dressed woman glanced at Jingji. "Would you explain to an ant how you managed to fly?" Jingji's expression froze. At this moment, the white-haired old man suddenly couldn't help but ask, "Senior, how can you see someone who can reverse the flow of time?" The woman asked back, "Why should I answer you?" The white-haired old man was speechless. The woman looked at the white-haired old man. "If you ask such a low-level question again, I will shatter your divine soul." The white-haired old man quickly shook his head. "Don't ask. I won't ask any more." The woman turned her head and glanced at Jingji. "And you?" Jingji smiled bitterly. She really wanted to ask because she really wanted to know how this woman in a plain dress saw her. However, she didn't dare to ask, because she knew that the woman in the plain dress was not joking with her. If she continued to ask, the woman in the plain dress would really kill her. This woman's strength was really too terrifying. After a moment of silence, Jingji opened her palm. She wanted to withdraw the time reversal, but she was shocked to find that she couldn't withdraw it at all. As if she thought of something, she quickly looked at the woman in the plain dress not far away, her eyes filled with horror. You can actually control the future time and space. This is impossible, this is simply impossible, this is absolutely impossible, At this moment, she was already somewhat incoherent. She had to say that at this moment she was really afraid. The scene in front of her was unreal, like a dream. The woman in the plain dress didn't answer Jingji. Jingji continued, "How exactly did you do it?" Her voice even carried a trace of a pleading tone. If the woman in the plain dress was willing to tell her, then she could immediately surpass the divine soul realm and even surpass the current universe. But the prerequisite was that the woman in the plain dress was willing to tell her. But the woman in the plain dress refused to tell her. Actually, all of this wasn't precious to her because as far as she was concerned, it was very low. The reason why she didn't tell them was very simple. These two people weren't her brothers, so why should she tell them? Right at this moment, the woman said, "Leave." As soon as she finished speaking, she flicked her sleeve, and the space here trembled. Meanwhile, Jingji started to become illusory. She was about to be forcefully sent away. In next to no time, Jingji vanished. The white-haired old man in front of the woman in the plain dress hesitated to speak. In the end, the white-haired old man didn't ask anything. It was mainly because he didn't dare to. This senior's temper wasn't just an ordinary kind of bad. He was afraid that once he asked, it would be the last time he would ask in this lifetime. Continue the game. Jingji returned to reality, and at this moment her physical body was gone. Jingji glanced at the battlefield and then she glanced at herself. At this moment, only her soul remained. At this moment, she finally realized that everything from before was real. That woman was actually able to traverse space to kill her. How exactly did she do that? Jingji was truly at a loss. Right at this moment, the left commander suddenly appeared in front of Jingji, and he was stunned when he saw that only her soul remained. Jingji's eyes were filled with bewilderment as if she hadn't noticed the left commander's arrival. The left commander spoke with a trembling voice, "Divine Lord, your physical body." Jingji restrained her thoughts and looked at the left commander. "Is something the matter?" The left commander spoke in a low voice, "Divine Lord, your physical body." Jingji spoke indifferently, "The wind just now was too strong and my physical body was blown away." The left commander was dumbfounded. "Strong wind? My physical body was blown away? What the hell?" Jingji suddenly said, "Is something the matter?" The left commander hesitated for a moment before he said, "The patriarch of the ancient devil race, Gu Ming, is here." Jingji frowned slightly. "He's here?" The left commander nodded. "He asked the Divine Lord to go and discuss how to kill Yi Xian and the people behind Yi Xian." Jingji was stunned, then said, "Kill Yi Xian and the people behind him?" The left commander said, "Yes. The woman in the plain dress and the man in the green robe." The woman in the plain dress. Jingji's body suddenly trembled. The left commander hurriedly asked, "Divine Lord, what's wrong?" Jingji said softly, "The wind is too strong and it's a little cold." The left commander. Chapter 1836. Strong wind? A little cold? The left general was confused. What happened to the Holy Lord? Jingji suddenly said, "Let's go." With that she turned and left. Her back was a little sad. Today was a big blow to her. She had never been looked down upon like this. The woman in the plain dress looked at her as if she was looking at an ant. How strong was that woman? It was a mystery. After a while, Jingji arrived at her palace. At this moment, her body had almost recovered. Although the woman in the plain dress had destroyed her body, her foundation was not hurt. Therefore she could recover her body. In front of the hall, a middle-aged man stood quietly. The middle-aged man was tall and wore a black robe. His whole body exuded an invisible pressure that gave people a strong sense of oppression. This person was the ancient demon clan leader, Gu Ming. Seeing Jingji, Gu Ming nodded slightly. "Miss Jingji." Jingji smiled. "Clan leader Gu Ming, long time no see." Gu Ming nodded. "Indeed." Jingji smiled. "Let's get down to business. What do you think of Yi Xian?" Gu Ming said, He is quite mysterious. Jingji blinked. This person is not simple. Gu Ming nodded. He is indeed not simple. Jingji sat on the reclining chair and said, Clan leader Gu Ming, do you want that Xiao Ta? Gu Ming asked, Miss Jingji, don't you want it? Jingji smiled. I want it. But there is only one Xiao Ta, isn't there? After a moment of silence, Gu Ming said, Take it first, then we can discuss this matter. What do you think? Jingji shook her head. Clan leader Gu Ming, don't try to fool me. If we take it, the Saint Hall can't defeat the ancient demon clan. Gu Ming said, Miss Jingji, you are too modest. Jingji shook her head and smiled. I'm not being modest. I know my limits. Gu Ming said, Miss Jingji, do you have any ideas? Jingji thought for a moment and said, If we get it, we can share it. Of course, Xiao Ta can stay with clan leader Gu Ming, but the Saint Hall can also use him. What do you think? Gu Ming nodded, Sure. Jingji smiled and said, The ancient devil clan has Xiao Ta, so the ancient devil clan has to put in more effort. Is that okay? Gu Ming looked at Jingji. What do you mean? Jingji smiled and said, The ancient devil clan will deal with Yi Xian and the people behind him, I will deal with Lord and Wujuan. Of course, if the ancient fake clan leader is willing to let the Saint Hall possess Xiao Ta, the Saint Hall is willing to deal with Yi Xian and the people behind him. Gu Ming chuckled and said, In Miss Jingji's opinion, Yi Xian and the people behind him are more difficult to deal with than Lord and Wujuan? Jingji shook his head. That's not it. It's mainly because Wujuan hasn't fully recovered his strength, so it's easier to deal with him. Of course, Yi Xian and the people behind him weren't simple as well. Especially that woman in a plain dress. I heard she's already attained the God Emperor realm, and her strength is extraordinary. God Emperor? Gu Ming frowned. Are you sure? Jingji shook his head. I can't be sure, but according to my estimation, it's more or less the same. Gu Ming said, Why haven't I heard of such an expert? Jingji smiled and said, Ancient fake clan leader, this universe is very big. Isn't it normal to have a few super experts? Gu Ming nodded. That's true. Jingji smiled and said, Do you want to deal with Yi Xian and the people behind him or Lord and Wujuan? Gu Ming suddenly asked, Have you seen that woman in a plain dress? Jingji shook his head. I've never seen her before. Her strength is also my guess. I don't know whether she's at the God Emperor realm or not. However, she shouldn't be weak, that's for sure. Gu Ming was silent. He naturally didn't believe Jingji, so he had already sent people to investigate the people behind Yi Xian. Jingji suddenly smiled and said, Ancient fake clan leader, we don't have much time. Because Yi Xian has Xiao Ta, the speed at which his strength grows can be described as terrifying. Especially since he has Lord and Wujuan by his side. Gu Ming nodded and said with a smile, No hurry. Just half a day. Jingji nodded. Then I'll wait for news from ancient fake clan leader. After saying that, she turned and walked into the main hall. Gu Ming glanced at Jingji and frowned slightly. He was also a little afraid of this woman. Too sinister. He was also afraid that this woman would dig a hole for him. Therefore he needed to investigate Yi Xian himself. He also felt that Yi Xian and the people behind him were not simple. Otherwise, Jingji would have killed Yi Xian long ago and obtained Xiao Ta. About an hour later, an old man from the ancient demon clan suddenly appeared in front of Gu Ming. Gu Ming said, Speak. The old man said in a deep voice, Clan leader, there are two people behind Yi Xian. One is the man in green, the Sword Alliance's sword master, and his strength is unknown. The other is the woman in a plain dress. She claims to be Yi Xian's sister, and her strength is unknown. However, according to my people's investigation, this woman basically only uses one sword to kill people. Moreover, she destroyed the Nightmare Star domain before. Our people estimate that this woman's strength should be at the God Emperor realm. He paused for a moment before continuing, At least the God Emperor realm. Gu Ming looked at the old man. At least? The old man nodded. Yes, the God Emperor realm. Gu Ming fell into deep thought. The old man continued, As for Yi Xian's origin, although this universe is saying that he is an outsider, there is no basis for it because he was born in a small world. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that he is a reincarnated person. This person is indeed a bit abnormal. He has cultivated the sword for less than 10 years, but his strength is already enough to instantly kill a divine spark realm expert. Gu Ming said, How much have you investigated about the Xiao Ta and the sword in his hands? The old man said in a deep voice, This person indeed has a Xiao Ta and a sword in his hands. Both of them are divine objects, especially that Xiaota. It is said that 100 years inside is equivalent to a day outside. However, this subordinate thinks that this might be a bit exaggerated. But no matter what, this tower is definitely not simple because Yi Xian's growth and strength is really abnormal. But if it is because of this Xiaota, then it makes sense. Gu Ming suddenly said, "What about the woman in the plain dress? Was that Xiaota and the sword made by this woman?" The old man shook his head. "I don't know. Because there's truly too little information about this woman in a simple dress." Gu Ming was silent. The old man continued, "There are too many unanswered questions such as whether this Yi Xian is an outsider or not, and where did Yi Xian's Xiaota and sword come from?" He looked at Gu Ming. "Patriarch, no matter what, we have to be careful of this person." After a moment of silence, Gu Ming said, "Our ancient demon clan must get this tower. If we can get this tower, our ancient demon clan will be invincible in this universe. Not only that, we can also use this tower to reach a higher level." The old man said in a deep voice, "That's true, but we still have to be careful whether it is this Yi Xian or that Holy Lord Jingji." Gu Ming said, "Of course. Especially that woman, we have to be careful." She was also wary of Jingji. After a moment, Gu Ming said again, "Inform Elder Gu Qing and the others to come here immediately. Our ancient demon clan must get that Xiaota." The old man bowed slightly. "Understood." After saying that, he turned around and left. Gu Ming slowly closed his eyes. Xiaota. This was the reason why he came in person. If Xiaota was really that heaven-defying, then once he got it, he would have a chance to jump out of this universe. After a moment, Gu Ming turned around and left. Yi Xian, who was cultivating in Xiaota's body, suddenly left Xiaota. As soon as he left Xiaota, the Supreme Law Fan Duo appeared in front of him. Yi Xian said, "He's here?" The Supreme Law Fan Duo nodded. "Very strong. He must be the Ancient Demon Clan's clan master." The Ancient Demon Clan's clan master. Yi Xian said, "How many people came?" Fan Duo said, 5. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then nodded. "Understood." After saying that, he got up and left. Fan Duo suddenly said, "Are you going to find them?" Yi Xian said with a smile, "Of course." Fan Duo said in a deep voice, "They are very strong." Yi Xian said, "I know." After saying that, he disappeared at the end of the horizon. Fan Duo sighed softly, then disappeared on the spot as well. In the main hall of Jingji's palace, there were only Jingji and Gu Ming. Jingji said with a smile, "Clan Master Gu Ming, have you thought it through?" Gu Ming nodded. "I'll deal with Yi Xian and the people behind him. You can deal with Lord and Wujuan and the 2 supreme martial artists of this realm. Is that okay?" Jingji said in a deep voice, "The sword on Yi Xian belongs to me." Gu Ming looked at Jingji. "Okay." Jingji was about to speak when Gu Ming suddenly said, "I have an idea." Jingji said with a smile, "What is it?" Gu Ming said with a smile, "What is Yi Xian's greatest reliance? It's the man in green and the woman in plain dress. My idea is that we should get rid of these 2 first. As long as we get rid of them, Yi Xian will be alone and there will be nothing to worry about." Jingji was silent. Gu Ming asked, "What do you think?" After a moment of silence, Jingji said, "Clan Master Gu Ming's idea is not impossible. However, we don't know where those 2 are now. It will be a little difficult for us to find them." Gu Ming said with a smile, "It's not difficult. I've already contacted the Star Life sect and asked them to help us find them." Jingji suddenly said, "We can just target that Yi Xian." Gu Ming said, "If we kill Yi Xian, will the 2 people behind him let us go?" Jingji was silent. Gu Ming said again, "Don't worry. The Ancient Demon Clan will deal with the 2 people behind him. You just need to stall Lord and Wujuan and the supreme martial artists of this realm." Jingji smiled. "Okay." Gu Ming smiled, then turned and left. Inside the hall, Jingji slowly closed her eyes. Was Gu Ming stupid? Of course not. In fact, she was a little scared. If she hadn't been cautious, she would have made the same mistake as Gu Ming. Because no one thought that the woman in plain dress could jump out of this current universe. Including her. Before seeing the woman in plain dress, although she also thought that the woman in plain dress was very strong, she was at most at the God Emperor realm. This was her estimation of the woman in plain dress. But after seeing her, she realized that she was wrong. He was gravely mistaken. The woman had really jumped out of this current universe. It wasn't that Gu Ming was stupid, but the woman in plain dress was too strong, so strong that it exceeded the understanding of this current universe. At this moment, Zhujiang suddenly entered the hall. Zhujiang said in a deep voice, "Holy Lord Yi Xian is rushing here." Jingji narrowed her eyes. What is he doing here? Zhujiang said in a deep voice. It should be to kill Gu Ming. Jingji frowned slightly. Nonsense. How can he kill Gu Ming with his current strength? After saying that, she got up and walked out of the hall. Zhujiang hurriedly said, Holy Lord, are you going to help? Jingji didn't look back. Of course, young Master Yi can't die. Inside the hall, Zhujiang was dumbfounded. Holy Lord, whose side are you on? P.S. Sorry? Yesterday, I went on a business trip and took a 9-hour high-speed train. Then I fell asleep because I was too tired. I didn't update it in advance and I couldn't get up today. I'm really sorry. Everyone please forgive me. Chapter 1837. After Gu Ming left the palace, he entered a silent starry sky. Gu Ming glanced around and smiled. Still not coming out? A wisp of sword light suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. Gu Ming didn't dodge. Boom. Gu Ming's body trembled violently and he retreated hundreds of feet. When he stopped, there was a deep sword scar between his eyebrows. And opposite him was Yi Xian. Gu Ming gently touched the blood between his eyebrows and said softly, What a terrifying sword, it can actually hurt my body. Yi Xian smiled. What a terrifying body. My sword actually didn't shatter your body. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with seriousness. He had just used the Azure Profound Sword. However, the other party had used his body to forcefully block his sword. This wasn't an ordinary kind of terrifying. Gu Ming looked at Yi Xian and smiled. You are Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Gu Ming sized Yi Xian up and said with a smile, Not bad indeed. Just now I blocked your sword. Now you have to take my fist. The moment his voice fell, his fist had already arrived in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian's reaction was also extremely fast. The moment the fist arrived, he had already drawn his sword and slashed continuously, drawing the sword to decide life and death. Boom. A wave of sword light suddenly erupted in front of Yi Xian. Rumble. The entire starry sky was instantly annihilated. Yi Xian retreated tens of thousands of feet, but Gu Ming didn't retreat even half a step. However, there was a deep sword scar on his fist and his bones could be seen. Yi Xian's sword could break through his defense. Not only that, but after being slashed by Yi Xian's Azure Profound Sword, his entire body actually began to become somewhat illusory. Gu Ming glanced at the sword scar on his right hand, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then he looked at Yi Xian. Good sword. Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. What a powerful body. This ancient fate's gentle voice was much stronger than he had expected. Gu Ming smiled and said, Again. With that he took a step forward. Boom. As soon as he took that step, the starry sky was destroyed and countless stars began to vanish bit by bit. In the distance, Yi Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. He held the green profound sword in his hand and blocked the attack. Boom. Invincible sword domain. An extremely terrifying force that seemed like the sky was collapsing blasted towards Yi Xian's sword domain. However, his sword domain forcefully resisted it. Seeing this scene, Gu Ming frowned slightly. Good sword technique. As he spoke, a sword suddenly slashed down at an extremely fast speed. Before Gu Ming could react, the Azure Profound Sword had already slashed down on his forehead. Flying swords. Boom. The sword light shattered, and a deep sword mark appeared on Gu Ming's head. But he did not die, nor did he retreat. In the distance, Yi Xian opened his palm and the green profound sword returned to his hand. Gu Ming stared at Yi Xian. These sword skills of yours are all very powerful. Yi Xian was silent. The strength of the ancient demon clan's patriarch's body was far beyond his expectations. At this time, Gu Ming suddenly said, Your body is also not ordinary. At this moment he suddenly realized that Yi Xian's body was also not ordinary. Because although Yi Xian had been pushed back by him, Yi Xian had only suffered a minor injury. Gu Ming could not help but frown, because he realized that he seemed to have underestimated Yi Xian. In the distance, Yi Xian was about to make a move when Shaoan appeared beside him. Shaoan looked at Yi Xian. I'll do it. Yi Xian thought for a moment and then nodded. He nodded. All right. He knew that Shaoan had always wanted to fight with Gu Ming, and he also needed Shaoan to stall Gu Ming. Gu Ming looked at Shaoan. Lord and Wujuan, we meet again. Shaoan said indifferently, Don't talk nonsense, let's fight. As soon as her voice fell, she disappeared. In the distance, Gu Ming faintly smiled before he also disappeared. Both of them entered unknown space. Yi Xian was about to turn around and leave. At this time, Jingji appeared in front of him. Jingji smiled. You want to kill the experts of the ancient demon clan? Yi Xian asked with a smile. Are you going to stop me? Jingji shook his head. I just want to remind you of one thing. Yi Xian asked. What is it? Jingji looked at Yi Xian. The whole ancient god world knows that you have the mysterious Xiao Ta. Hearing this, Yi Xian frowned. The whole ancient god world? Jingji smiled. Yes. Many people are very interested in you, Xiao Ta, especially the ancient demon clan and the very clan. Yi Xian asked, what about you? Jingji blinked and then said, I am also very interested. Yi Xian smiled, you want me to fight the experts of the ancient god world, and then you will be the fisherman. Jingji nodded, yes. Yi Xian suddenly let out a sigh. Jingji was puzzled, why are you sighing? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, Miss Jingji, I heard from Xiaoan about the grudge between you and her. I think your father was right to choose Xiaoan. Hearing this, Jingji's eyes narrowed and there was killing intent in them. Yi Xian smiled, do you know why? Because you focused too much on playing tricks. And tricks can't make your Saint Hall stronger. Of course, intelligence is also a part of strength. But you have ignored the most important point, and that is strength. Jingji shook his head and smiled, are you teaching me? Yi Xian shook his head, Miss Jingji, you think you have the whole universe in your hands, but in fact you are wrong. Jingji smiled, wrong? Where am I wrong? Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm and Xiao Ta appeared in it. He pointed with a finger and Xiao Ta fell in front of Jingji. Jingji frowned, what do you mean? Yi Xian smiled, Xiao Ta is right in front of you and I am giving it to you now. Do you dare to take it? Dare? Jingji's eyes narrowed. She really didn't dare. Naturally, it wasn't because of Yi Xian, but because of the woman in the plain dress. The cold gaze of the woman in the plain dress appeared in her mind once more. Yi Xian smiled, take it. Jingji stared at Yi Xian, are you trying to humiliate me? Yi Xian shook his head, Miss Jingji, I'm not that bored. Someone once asked me, why do we have to stare at this universe? Why can't we have a bigger picture? Jingji narrowed her eyes, what do you mean? Yi Xian smiled, even if you dominate this current universe, is there any meaning? Is there? Jingji said in a deep voice, what do you mean? Yi Xian looked at Jingji, Qinger has already jumped out of this current universe, do you know that? Jingji looked at Yi Xian but did not say anything. Yi Xian said again, I know how to jump out of this current universe. Hearing this, Jingji's eyelids twitched, you know? Yi Xian smiled, of course I know. Jingji asked subconsciously, how can you jump out of this current universe? Yi Xian smiled, why should I tell you? Jingji stared at Yi Xian, you don't know. Yi Xian nodded, you are right. You're right, I didn't know. After saying that, he turned around and left. Jingji's face was a little ugly. Damn, this man is actually tempting me. Without any hesitation, Jingji followed Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at Jingji, Miss Jingji, what's the matter? Jingji said in a deep voice, I have seen your sister. Yi Xian nodded, I know. Jingji turned to look at Yi Xian, you know? Yi Xian smiled, I guessed. Jingji looked at Yi Xian, how can I jump out of this universe? Yi Xian asked, why should I tell you? Jingji stared at Yi Xian for a long time, and then said with a smile, so you are trying to trick me into working for you. Yi Xian smiled, Miss Jingji, do you know why the Supreme of this universe is helping me? Not only them, but there are also more than a dozen God Emperor, Jingji suddenly frowned, more than a dozen God Emperor? Yi Xian blinked, yes. There are more than a dozen God Emperor. They are all helping me, what's wrong? Jingji stared at Yi Xian, where did these more than a dozen God Emperor come from? Yi Xian laughed. It's a secret. Jingji was silent. Yi Xian said again, Miss Jingji, your eyes are still on this universe, but many people have set their eyes outside the universe. If you don't jump out of this universe, you will eventually return to dust to dust. As she said that, she glanced at Jingji, do you know why Qinger is so powerful? Because she has mastered the great Tao of this universe, which is above the great Tao. Do you know what is above the great Tao? Jingji asked, what is above the great Tao? Yi Xian laughed. It's a secret. I don't tell ordinary people. Jingji stared at Yi Xian, you are trying to fool me. Yi Xian nodded quickly, yes. I'm trying to fool you, Miss Jingji. You must not believe my words. What jump out of the universe, what great Tao? Actually, I'm just fooling you. You must not believe me. After saying that, he quickly walked away into the distance. Jing Ji stared at Yi Xian in the distance. At this moment she wanted to skin Yi Xian alive. Her intuition told her that Yi Xian was fooling her. But reason told her that Yi Xian might really know how to jump out of this universe. Because the plain-dressed woman had already jumped out of this universe, and what was the relationship between the plain-dressed woman and Yi Xian? They were brother and sister. Moreover, the plain-dressed woman's love for Yi Xian could be described as spoiling. Even if Yi Xian didn't know, if Yi Xian asked, would the plain-dressed woman not tell him? She would definitely tell him. Jing Ji suddenly raised her head and looked at the sky. Her eyes were a little blank. Just like what Yi Xian said, wasn't her vision too small? Was it interesting to dominate this universe? Of course it was interesting, but it was definitely not as interesting as jumping out of this universe. That was completely different. Jumping out of this universe in the history of the ancient god world, no one could do it. Moreover, who didn't want to see the scenery outside the universe? And above the great Tao, Jing Ji looked at the end of the starry sky in the distance. Did she really have to rely on this bastard? She was not willing. However, what Yi Xian said was too tempting. At the end of the starry sky in the distance, Xiao Ta in Yi Xian's body suddenly asked, "Young master, what is above the great Tao?" Yi Xian said, "I am just making things up and you believe me?" After a moment of silence, Xiao Ta said, "I was too careless." Chapter 1838. Yi Xian arrived at an unknown part of the starry sky, and there were 6 people in this part of the starry sky. They were the experts of the ancient devil clan who had come with Gu Yi, and his target was these 6 people. In the dark, Yi Xian glanced at the 6 people. All 6 of them wore black robes, and their auras were as deep as the sea. Very strong. Yi Xian's gaze descended onto the old man in the lead. Suddenly the old man opened his eyes. "Watch out." As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed his right hand forward. Bang! The entire starry sky boiled. In the dark, Yi Xian was shocked. Have I been discovered? But he quickly realized that he hadn't been discovered. In the distance, the black-robed old man frowned. At this moment, the black-robed old man by his side suddenly said, "Elder Gui, is someone here?" Gui glanced around again and then he said, "I felt a little uneasy just now." As he spoke, he glanced around again. "Everyone be careful. Yi Xian is skilled in assassination techniques, and he has a divine sword. Don't underestimate him." The others behind him nodded. They had heard of Yi Xian's assassination techniques. They didn't dare to be careless. In next to no time, the 6 of them released powerful shur that enveloped the area they were in. In the dark, Yi Xian's face sank. Now that these 6 people were on guard, it wouldn't be easy to kill them. What a headache. Right at this moment, Gui suddenly raised his head and a moment later, his eyes narrowed. "The demon lord is fighting within Wujuan, and I don't know where Yi Xian has gone." As he spoke, he glanced around. Yi Xian come out. He was sure that Yi Xian was in the dark. And that trace of uneasiness just now was definitely because of Yi Xian. That fellow wanted to assassinate them. In the distance, the space trembled slightly and then Yi Xian walked out. Gu Yi's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Yi Xian, and he was just about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. Gu Yi's pupils constricted. "Let's join forces." As soon as their voices fell, the 6 of them attacked at the same time. Boom. The surrounding space boiled and then was annihilated. Rumble. A sword light suddenly retreated. It was Yi Xian. Yi Xian retreated a full 3,000 feet before stopping. When he stopped, the 6 people in the distance had already surrounded him. All 6 of them punched out at the same time. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the space Yi Xian was in turned into a vortex. The 6 of them were too powerful. The space that Yi Xian was in couldn't withstand it at all. Even the power of time was annihilated at this moment. Yi Xian took a step forward and blocked with his sword. Invincible sword domain. Boom. The space that Yi Xian resided in was instantly obliterated, but Yi Xian was completely fine. The invincible sword domain had forcefully resisted their full strength. Gu Yi's expression instantly became unsightly when he witnessed this scene. This fellow is that strong? Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly charged towards Gu Yi, and then he drew his sword and slashed. Gu Yi's pupils constricted and he hurriedly said, "Help me." As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly raised his arms to block the attack. At the same time, the other 5 behind him hurriedly attacked as well. They were going head-on against Yi Xian. Rumble. An expanse of sword light suddenly shattered into pieces. Yi Xian retreated explosively for 3 kilometers while Gu Yi and the others retreated explosively for almost 3 kilometers as well. After Gu Yi stopped moving, his expression had become quite unsightly. At this moment his entire right arm was gone. All 6 of them hadn't been able to completely resist that attack from Yi Xian. Yi Xian was quite shocked in his heart as well. The strength of these 6 people is very extraordinary. They're probably the type that doesn't rely on any external strength. Yi Xian didn't give it any further thought before he vanished on the spot. A ray of sword light flashed through the battlefield. Gu Yi's expression instantly changed violently. Attack together. As soon as he finished speaking, he and the other 5 behind him charged forward. The battle had begun. Yi Xian was fighting all 6 of them by himself. All 6 of them were at the peak of the godhood realm and they'd formed godheads. Moreover, they were the type that didn't rely on any external strength. However, even then, not only were they unable to gain an advantage against Yi Xian, they were even suppressed by Yi Xian. Yi Xian's sword wasn't just swift, it was able to pierce through their defenses. Compared to Yi Xian's sword, the so-called divine body was like a piece of paper. Jingji watched silently from the shadows. She'd been watching while Yi Xian fought Gu Yi and the others. At this moment she had a solemn expression on her face. She'd always known that Yi Xian was strong, but she didn't expect Yi Xian to be this strong. Gu Yi and the others weren't your average godhood realm experts. These 6 people belonged to the top echelons of the ancient demon clan. They were all old monsters that had lived for at least several 100,000 years. Not only their strength but also their battle experience. They were all battle-hardened veterans. And now, the 6 of them were being suppressed by Yi Xian. Yi Xian was only at the divine physique realm. Fighting 6 people at a higher realm. Was this Yi Xian's true strength? In her opinion, it definitely wasn't. Because Yi Xian still had that terrifying bloodline power that he hadn't used yet. Mad Demon Bloodline. Right now, Yi Xian was using these 6 people as practice targets. Yi Xian had just reached the divine physique realm. What he needed the most now was to fight. Shaoan, Jingji, and the others were too strong, so they weren't suitable for practice. They would only get beaten up. Gu Yi and the others' strength was just right. They were perfect practice targets. In the distance, Yi Xian grew stronger as he fought, and Gu Yi and the others were completely suppressed by Yi Xian. Yi Xian's sword was too strong, and the 6 of them didn't dare to take it head-on. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. As soon as he stopped, Gu Yi's expression changed drastically, and he grabbed his own throat with his right hand. Bang! His throat suddenly split open and a stream of blood sprayed out. A single strike to the head. Gu Yi roared madly, "Attack!" As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 people behind him vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Rumble. An expanse of the starry sky shattered, and the 5 people were pushed back. When they finally stopped, Gu Yi's head had already flown into the air. In the end, he hadn't been able to suppress Yi Xian's attack. Not only did his head fly into the air, but his soul was instantly absorbed by Yi Xian's sword. The remaining 5 people's expressions changed drastically when they witnessed this scene, and one of them said abruptly, "Retreat!" As soon as he finished speaking, he and the other 4 turned around and fled. They were extremely swift, and they vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian frowned slightly. They're running away just like that? They're not going to fight head-on anymore? Meanwhile, Jingji suddenly walked out. "Young Master Yi, you're really surprising." Yi Xian turned to look at Jingji and smiled. "Miss Jingji, is there something you need? If there's something, then please speak frankly. If there's nothing else, then I'll be leaving. As you know, I'm very busy." Jingji gazed at Yi Xian. "Can you really make that woman tell you how to escape from this universe?" Yi Xian turned around and left. Jingji frowned slightly. In the next moment, she appeared in front of Yi Xian, and she gazed at Yi Xian and smiled. "We can work together." Yi Xian shook his head. "I won't work together." Jingji frowned slightly. "Why?" Yi Xian smiled. "Because you're not sincere. Miss Jingji, you're a smart person, but you're too smart." After saying that, he turned around and disappeared into the horizon on his sword. Jingji was silent. Of course she knew what Yi Xian meant. How could he be sincere? He could directly declare war on the ancient demon clan. That meant he was sincere. But if he declared war on the ancient demon clan, her plan would be ruined. Moreover, the relationship between Yi Xian and Shaoan was better than hers. In fact, the real barrier between her and Yi Xian was Shaoan. If there was no Shaoan, she would definitely choose Yi Xian, but with Shaoan she was a little hesitant. Because she and Shaoan would never reconcile. But if she did not choose Yi Xian, Shaoan would definitely be able to rely on Yi Xian to reach a higher level in the future. At that time, the gap between her and Shaoan would become infinitely large. With this thought in mind, Jingji turned around and left. At this moment she had made up her mind. Yi Xian came to the star field where Shaoan and the ancient demon clan patriarch were fighting. He had to admit that the ancient demon clan patriarch was indeed very strong. An expert at the peak of the divine soul realm. An expert at this level was not someone that Yi Xian could deal with for the time being. After all, he had cultivated for at least hundreds of thousands of years. Whether it was his combat experience or the use of various martial arts, he had reached the peak. In fact, Yi Xian was also a little shocked by Shaoan's strength. The Shaoan was not just a normal kind of fierce. They were both the top super experts in the divine ancient star field. At this moment, in the distant starry sky, Gu Ming suddenly split into three. The next moment, the three of them punched at the same time. Rumble. Under the three punches, Shaoan directly retreated tens of thousands of zhang, and at the same time the star field was annihilated. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian frowned. This time Shaoan had suffered a big loss. He looked at Gu Ming and saw two people who looked exactly like him on the left and right of Gu Ming. Doppelganger? At first, Yi Xian suspected that it was a doppelganger, but could a doppelganger have such terrifying power? In the distance, Shaoan suddenly said, "Doppelganger." Gu Ming smiled slightly. "Yes. In all of history, I am the only one who has cultivated it to the great success stage." Doppelganger. This was a supreme divine skill of the ancient demon clan. If cultivated to the extreme, one could split into three, that is, doppelganger. And in the entire ancient demon clan, only two people had successfully cultivated this supreme divine skill. The first was the ancestor of the ancient demon clan who created this cultivation method, and the second was this Gu Ming. The two doppelganger could have almost 90% of the strength of the main body. This was very terrifying. In the distance, Shaoan slowly clenched her right hand. Naturally, she would not admit defeat. Just as she was about to attack again in the distance, Gu Ming suddenly turned his head to look at Yi Xian below. The next moment, he and the two doppelganger beside him disappeared. Rumble. Three terrifying forces that could destroy the world were heading straight for Yi Xian. Shaoan's expression changed drastically. She stomped her right foot and disappeared from where she stood, shrinking the ground to an inch. At this moment, her speed directly surpassed the space and time of this universe. Of course, this was only for a moment. And this was also one of her trump cards. In the blink of an eye, Shaoan appeared in the air above Yi Xian and blocked with her arms. Rumble. Before Yi Xian could react, two figures retreated at the same time. It was Shaoan and Gu Ming. The two each retreated a full 10,000 zhang before stopping. When Shaoan stopped, her arms directly turned into nothingness. Not only that, but a trace of blood slowly flowed from the corner of her mouth. But the next moment she appeared in front of Yi Xian again with her back to Yi Xian. "Go first. Go first." Looking at Shaoan, who had lost both arms in front of him, Yi Xian was completely dumbfounded. "P.S. Thank you for your votes. When I go home today, I will go home and write properly. I will never think about those fancy things again. Writing is the way of the king. Only by writing can one become rich. Also, some readers say that I am very popular. I really want to say, where do you see that I am popular? If you want to sell the copyright, shooting a TV series or an anime is the way to become popular. No one wants this of mine. Among web writers, I belong to the category of half-flops. I don't eat too much, but I won't starve to death. When the copyright comes out, then it will be considered popular. Or, when I dare to stop updating, then it will also be popular. Only people who don't lack money dare to be willful. Have you seen me being willful?" Chapter 1839. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't move, Shaoan frowned and said, "You go first." An ancient fate who had cultivated the external incarnation to great success was no longer someone she could deal with now. After all, compared to this ancient fate, she didn't have much time to cultivate. Yi Xian still didn't move. Shaoan was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly appeared beside her and chuckled. "Why do you want me to go first?" Shaoan looked at Yi Xian. "We can't beat him anymore." Yi Xian smiled. "Then I go and you die?" Shaoan fell silent. Yi Xian said softly, "Go back to Xiao Ta and heal your injuries." Shaoan stared at Yi Xian. "You can't beat him." Yi Xian said with a smile. "So what? In any case, I won't let my woman die for me." Shaoan frowned slightly. "Your woman?" Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. A slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue. Shaoan glanced at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian said, "Hurry up and enter Xiao Ta." As he spoke, he directly sent Shaoan into Xiao Ta. In the distance, Gu Ming sized up Yi Xian and smiled. "You are very outstanding. Even in the divine ancient star field, you are the most outstanding." Yi Xian smiled. "Thank you for the compliment." Gu Ming smiled and said, "Actually, I want to see the two people behind you. They are your father and sister. According to my investigation, they don't seem to be ordinary." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "You remind me of someone who was once as confident as you." Gu Ming smiled. "Who?" Yi Xian said, "Tianyi." "Tianyi?" Gu Ming frowned slightly. "Who is Tianyi?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "The patriarch of the ancient heaven realms Yi clan used to be as confident as you, but now the grass on his grave is already several zhang tall." "Tianyi?" Gu Ming shook his head and smiled. "You're comparing me to an ant?" Yi Xian said, "In the eyes of Qing an old man, the two of you are no different." "Ah." Gu Ming suddenly laughed. "Yi Xian, you're so arrogant. Of course, the reason you're arrogant is because you're ignorant." Yi Xian smiled. "Maybe." As he spoke, he opened his palm and the green profound sword appeared in his hand. "I think that men should talk less nonsense between each other." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. In the distance, Gu Ming suddenly flicked his sleeve. Boom. An earth-shattering power surged out from his sleeves. Rumble. A sword light shattered, and Yi Xian was instantly sent flying. But the moment Yi Xian retreated, a sword light suddenly appeared at Gu Ming's throat. One sword cut through the head. Crack. Gu Ming's throat suddenly split open, but the next moment his right hand directly grabbed the sword light at his throat. He clenched his fist. Boom. The sword light shattered. But at this moment Yi Xian suddenly appeared above his head, and the next moment, a sword light slashed straight down. Gu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly and he directly punched out. Rumble. Another sword light shattered, and Yi Xian was directly sent flying, while Gu Ming also violently retreated hundreds of meters. Sword draw to determine life and death. This time, Yi Xian directly superimposed 920 sword draw to determine life and death. During the time he cultivated in Xiao Ta's body, he increased the number of sword draw to determine life and death to 920. However, he found that the further he went, the harder it was to improve. In the distance, Gu Ming glanced at his right hand. There was a deep sword wound on his right arm, and the white bone within could be seen. Gu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and he raised his head to look at the distant Yi Xian. He was about to speak when the azure sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly disappeared. Gu Ming directly punched out. Boom. The azure sword was forcibly stopped by this punch. But at this moment, over a dozen sword lights suddenly flew out from the space around Gu Ming and slashed at his body. Boom. 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 In an instant, Gu Ming was directly drowned by over a dozen sword lights. In the distance, Yi Xian was about to follow up with another attack. But at this moment, the sword light directly shattered his face, and at the same time, an afterimage shot explosively towards him. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He opened his palm, and the azure sword appeared in his hand, and then he suddenly held it horizontally to block. Invincible sword domain. Boom. Yi Xian instantly retreated thousands of meters, and as soon as he stopped, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. In the distance, Gu Ming slowly walked towards Yi Xian. The sword is a good sword and the sword technique is also a good sword technique. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too low and, at this moment Yi Xian suddenly disappeared on the spot. Gu Ming raised his arm to block. Boom. The sword light exploded, and Yi Xian retreated explosively once more. However, there was another sword wound on Gu Ming's arm. Gu Ming couldn't help but frown. Although there was a gap in strength between him and Yi Xian's sword could break through his defense. He couldn't let this drag on. Gu Ming raised his head to look at the nearby Yi Xian. He took a step forward and with this step he split into three. External incarnation. When he saw Gu Ming's external incarnation, Yi Xian didn't hesitate to turn around and directly disappear. He naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to fight Gu Ming head-on. Seeing Yi Xian escape, Gu Ming was stunned. He stopped fighting just like that? Shouldn't it be a fight to the death? Without thinking too much, Gu Ming took a step forward and was about to give chase. However, when he was about to give chase, he found that Yi Xian had already disappeared. Even he couldn't sense Yi Xian's aura at this moment. He ran so fast. Gu Ming's expression was a little ugly. Were young people nowadays so greedy for life and afraid of death? Moreover, Yi Xian was a swordsman. Right at this moment, his pupils constricted abruptly because Yi Xian who had fled had actually appeared in front of him again. Yi Xian drew his sword and slashed. 920 superimposed sword drawing techniques. Gu Ming was shocked. He didn't expect Yi Xian to appear again. Without thinking too much, he raised his arm to block. Boom. Yi Xian's sword fell, and Gu Ming directly retreated thousands of feet away. When he stopped and was ready to counterattack, Yi Xian was already gone. He ran again. Seeing this scene, Gu Ming's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. One slash and then run? And he couldn't catch Yi Xian's aura. He had power but nowhere to use it. It was very sullen. And in another unknown starry sky, Yi Xian stopped, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Gu Ming's strength was much higher than his, and most importantly, Gu Ming's physical body was too terrifying. If it wasn't for Gu Ming's terrifying physical body, he would have killed him countless times just now. The profound azure sword could break Gu Ming's defense, but it couldn't kill him. And at this moment he finally saw his own strength clearly. With his current strength, if he didn't use the profound azure sword, it was equivalent to the divine spark realm. But if he used the profound azure sword, he would be invincible in the divine spark realm and could fight against divine soul realm experts. But if he didn't use the profound azure sword, then the gap between him and a divine soul realm expert would be too huge. Especially a super expert like Gu Ming who didn't rely on his strength. However, he wasn't discouraged. How many years had Gu Ming cultivated, and how many years had Yi Xian cultivated? Wasn't it normal for him to be unable to defeat Gu Ming? In terms of mentality, he still had the right attitude. Moreover, being defeated really wasn't a bad thing. Because he knew what he was lacking. Right at this moment, Xiaoan appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at Xiaoan, and at this moment, Xiaoan's arms had returned to normal. Xiaoan sized up Yi Xian and then he said, "Are you all right?" Yi Xian nodded. "I'm fine." Xiaoan said softly, "I never expected that he would have already cultivated that avatar technique to greater success." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "What divine ability is that avatar technique?" When Gu Ming used his avatar technique, he could only choose to flee. The strength of the three was too terrifying, and he couldn't resist at all. Xiaoan said in a low voice, "It is a supreme divine ability of the ancient demon clan. When cultivated to greater success, one can form an avatar technique, and this avatar technique has at least 90% of the original strength." 90% strength. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. "So abnormal?" Xiaoan nodded. "Very terrifying. However, it is very difficult to cultivate to this level." Among the ancestors of the ancient demon clan, except for the first ancestor, no one has been able to cultivate it to greater success. I didn't expect that after so many years, Gu Ming had cultivated it to greater success. Yi Xian asked, "Is there a way to break it?" Xiaoan shook his head. "It can only be broken by force." "Broken by force?" Yi Xian suddenly said, "Can you break it with my sword?" Xiaoan glanced at the profound azure sword in Yi Xian's hand and shook his head. "I can't. Because I'm not a swordsman. In my hand, the power that your sword can display is not as great as yours." "But," she paused, then said, "if Jingji uses your sword, he should be able to fight him." "Jingji?" Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "Give it to her? I'm afraid she'll kill me first." He was also very wary of this Jingji. This woman was different from Gu Ming. Although Gu Ming was strong, he didn't play dirty. This woman, on the other hand, liked to play dirty. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Xiaoan, don't you hate her?" Xiaoan was silent for a moment, then said, "Her father treats me very well." Yi Xian said with a smile, "If you could kill her, would you?" Xiaoan shook his head. "I don't know." Yi Xian sighed in his heart. He knew that Xiaoan wouldn't kill Jingji. But if Jingji was given the chance, he would kill Xiaoan. Xiaoan suddenly said, "You heal first, then we need to prepare. Gu Ming won't give up. Also, we need to be careful because you have 2 divine items. I'm worried that the very race will be tempted." Yi Xian asked, "Are the very race very strong?" Xiaoan nodded. "Very strong. There is a person in their race named Very Yishui. This person was the strongest of the very race and the strongest of the ancient god world. If they know that you have 2 divine items, I'm afraid they will be tempted." Yi Xian was speechless. He was going to be in high demand again. But he couldn't be so unlucky, could he? At this moment, Jingji suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. She smiled. "I have bad news for you. The very race is here. For you." Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 1840. The very ones. Yi Xian was speechless. What he had been worried about had come true. He seemed to have thought of something. Yi Xian looked at Jingji, who shook his head. I didn't inform them this time. The Saint Church and the ancient demons came here to find you. That attracted them. Yi Xian looked at Jingji and smiled. Miss Jingji, have you made up your mind? Jingji was silent. She understood what Yi Xian meant. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Jingji, I will give you one last chance. If you don't take this chance, I won't give you any more chances. Believe me, you will never be able to escape this universe again. Because the direction of your cultivation is wrong. Jingji frowned. The direction of cultivation is wrong? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. As he spoke, he paused for a moment and said, Qing said that. Jingji looked at Yi Xian. Really? Yi Xian laughed. Believe it or not, it's up to you. With that, he turned around and left with Shaoan. At this time, Shaoan suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. Why are you holding my hand? Yi Xian smiled. Sorry, I'm used to it. Shaoan frowned. Used to it? Yi Xian was speechless. Shaoan wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly said, Shaoan, tell me about the very ones. I have to make some preparations. Shaoan nodded. She was about to speak, but she seemed to think of something. She turned to look at Yi Xian. Can you let go of my hand first? Yi Xian said seriously, and you don't think I'm taking advantage of you by holding your hand, do you? Shaoan looked at Yi Xian and did not speak. Yi Xian said, I am not that kind of person. Shaoan asked, Why are you holding my hand then? Yi Xian quietly said, When I heard that the very ones were coming, I panicked. Holding your hand, I felt more at ease. Shaoan looked at Yi Xian. Really? Yi Xian nodded. Really? If you're not willing, I won't pull you. Although he said so, he did not release his hand. After a moment of silence, Shaoan said, The very ones are strong, but you don't have to worry too much. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. I'm alone. How can I not be worried? Shaoan immediately said, Don't you have me? Yi Xian looked at Shaoan, Will you stay here forever? Shaoan nodded. Yi Xian said seriously, Shaoan, you're the best. Shaoan glanced at Yi Xian. What's good about it? Yi Xian laughed and said, Everything is fine. Shaoan was speechless. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Jingji suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian and Shaoan. Yi Xian frowned. Jingji suddenly said, The person from the very high sect is the very high water. Hearing this, Shaoan's eyes suddenly shrank. Very high water? Jingji nodded. Yi Xian turned to look at Shaoan. Is he very strong? Shaoan said in a deep voice, Very strong. He was very strong back then and he must be even stronger now. The opponent's strength is definitely above the ancient demon clan leader Gu Ming. Yi Xian held Shaoan's hand tightly and said nervously, What should I do? Jingji was speechless. Shaoan was silent and her face was grave. If the very high water was also targeting Yi Xian, the situation would be really troublesome. At this time Jingji suddenly said, You can call for help. Yi Xian looked at Jingji and smiled. Miss Jingji, what do you want to do? Jingji smiled. Cooperate. Yi Xian shook his head. I said, You have no sincerity? Jingji's lips curled up. Sincerity is mutual. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Do I need you? Jingji was stunned. Jingji blinked. Have you seen Qing'er? Jingji stared at Yi Xian and did not speak. Yi Xian smiled. Do I need you? As you said, if I can't beat him, I can call for help. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Jingji rolled his eyes at Yi Xian. Why are you so hostile to him? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Because you have always been hostile to me. Jingji smiled. I am not hostile to you and I dare not be. Young Master Yi, I have a plan here, do you want to hear it? Yi Xian blinked. What plan? Jingji walked in front of Yi Xian and smiled. I will only say it to you. Yi Xian smiled. Shaoan is one of us. If you want to say it, then say it. If you don't, then don't say it. Shaoan glanced at Yi Xian and did not say anything. Jingji glanced at the two of them and smiled. Young Master Yi Yuan and Wu Juan won't. Shaoan frowned. Yi Xian looked straight at Jingji. Are you going to say it or not? Jingji glared at Yi Xian. We are both women. Why are you treating me differently? Yi Xian curled his lips. You are not my woman. Jingji smiled faintly. Then is Shaoan your woman? Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. Damn it. I fell into this woman's trap. Jing Ji wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly said, "Do you still want to jump out of this universe?" Jing Ji put away his smile and said, "My plan is..." A moment later Yi Xian suddenly gave a thumbs up. "Brilliant." Jing Ji smiled. "Wait for me." After saying that, she turned and left. After Jing Ji disappeared into the distance, Xiaoan suddenly said, "Can you trust her?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Xiaoan looked at Yi Xian. "What?" Yi Xian said softly, "Because she has seen Qing Er." Xiaoan was puzzled. Yi Xian smiled. "Anyone who has seen Qing Er will lose their temper." After saying that, he pulled Xiaoan and left. If Jing Ji had never seen Qing Er, he would never believe her. However, this woman had seen Qing Er. Not only had she seen Qing Er, but she might have also been taught a lesson by Qing Er. Otherwise, this woman would not have taken the initiative to show goodwill. Jing Ji's palace. On this day, Gu Ming came to Jing Ji's palace. In the main hall, Jing Ji smiled and said, "Patriarch Gu Ming, please sit." Gu Ming sat to the side and said softly, "This Yi Xian's strength is a little beyond my expectations." Jing Ji shook his head and smiled. "Patriarch Gu Ming, I told you long ago not to underestimate this person." Gu Ming smiled. "Actually, I am more interested in the woman behind him." Hearing this, Jing Ji's right hand couldn't help but tremble. Interested in the woman in the plain dress? Jing Ji looked at Gu Ming in front of her. She actually wanted to jump up and scold him. "Who do you think you are? How dare you fight with Senior?" She admitted that Gu Ming was very strong. However, he was really not qualified to fight with the woman in the plain dress. Gu Ming suddenly said, "Miss Jing Ji, do you know the whereabouts of the woman in the plain dress?" Jing Ji collected his thoughts and shook his head with a smile. "I don't know." Gu Ming looked at Jing Ji and said, "As far as I know, Miss Jing Ji has seen that plain-dressed woman through time reversal." "I have indeed seen him, but only once," said Jing Ji with a smile. Gu Ming asked, "Miss Jing Ji, how do you think I compare to her? Estimate the strength of both sides." The corners of Jing Ji's mouth twitched slightly. "Estimate your mother's head." She was a little speechless. Seeing Jing Ji's strange expression, Gu Ming frowned slightly. "Miss Jing Ji?" Jing Ji restrained his thoughts, and then he said with a serious expression, "According to my estimation, that woman's strength should be on par with the ancient Fate clan's patriarch." Oh. Gu Ming faintly smiled. "That's interesting. I never thought that there would be such a person in this universe." Jing Ji laughed and said, "Indeed, I didn't expect that this universe could actually produce such a person." Gu Ming slowly closed his eyes. "I wonder if the Star Fate Gate has found any news about that plain-dressed woman." Jing Ji's eyelids twitched. "If this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. This guy really sent people to look for the plain-dressed woman." Jing Ji sighed in her heart. In fact, she felt a little complicated at this moment. Did Gu Ming look down on the plain-dressed woman? Of course he did. However, from Gu Ming's point of view, Gu Ming had overestimated the plain-dressed woman. After all, no one thought that the plain-dressed woman had jumped out of this current universe, including her from before. When they targeted Yi Xian from the beginning, they were already destined to lose. This was also the reason why she immediately chose to side with Yi Xian. Kill Yi Xian? They would definitely die. Once the plain-dressed woman came back, no one could stop her. With a wave of her hand, the Saint Church and the ancient demon clan would disappear from this world. At this moment, Gu Ming suddenly said, "Miss Jing Ji, I heard that the Supreme Life Water is also here." Jing Ji withdrew her thoughts and nodded. "Yes." Gu Ming smiled and said, "What do you think, Miss Jing Ji?" Jing Ji smiled and said, "Let's join forces to deal with him and Yi Xian." Gu Ming nodded. "That's exactly what I want." Jing Ji suddenly stood up and said, "Patriarch Gu Ming, my people have found the Yi Xian." Gu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. "Where?" Jing Ji said, "Let's go." With that, she directly disappeared. Gu Ming frowned slightly, and a moment later he also disappeared from the hall. In a certain part of the starry sky, Yi Xian was flying on his sword and Xiaoan was beside him. At this moment, Jing Ji and Gu Ming suddenly appeared in front of him. When he saw the two of them, Yi Xian's expression instantly changed. "You," Jing Ji said, "Patriarch Gu Ming, I'll stop that Lord in Wujuan. Finish him quickly." Gu Ming nodded. He took a step forward and directly displayed his avatar. Just as Gu Ming was about to attack, his expression instantly changed. He suddenly turned around and a sword light slashed straight towards him. The person who attacked was not Yi Xian but Jing Ji. This sudden turn of events caused Gu Ming's expression to instantly change, and he suddenly blocked with his arms. Boom. The sword light shattered and Gu Ming rapidly retreated. At this moment Yi Xian and Jingji disappeared from where they stood at the same time. The three of them attacked almost at the same time. And at this moment, a shadow suddenly flashed across the battlefield. Boom. Along with a deafening explosion resounding out, the two figures were pushed back repeatedly. It was Yi Xian and Xiaoan. And beside Gu Ming stood a middle-aged man. When they saw this middle-aged man, Xiaoan and Jingji's expressions both darkened. Great One Water. A super expert of the Great One race. Gu Ming suddenly turned his head to look at Jingji and said with a smile, "Miss Jingji, from the beginning my ancient demon race has been using you, and you have also been using my ancient demon race. Do you really think I wouldn't hold back?" Jingji smiled and said, "I was too careless." As she spoke, she turned her head to look at Yi Xian. "Call for help." Yi Xian was silent. "I want to call for help too. But how?" Jingji looked at Yi Xian. "Don't tell me you can't call for help." Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. "Today is a good day. How about we let them go?" Jingji stared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian sighed softly. "Miss Jingji, do you think Qing is interested in them?" Jingji was silent. That woman might really not be interested in Gu Ming and Jingji. As if thinking of something, Jingji looked at Yi Xian in confusion. "Why is your sister so strong and you so weak?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and then said, "I actually want to know the answer to this question." Jingji. P.S. I really don't have the face to ask for a vote. No more begging. End of this chapter. Chapter 1841. Yi Xian and the others did not expect that Tai Yishui had joined forces with Gu Ming. This was a person stronger than Gu Ming. How could they fight? They couldn't beat him. In the distance, Gu Ming suddenly laughed. "Miss Jingji, I'm really curious. Why did you side with Yi Xian?" Jingji said calmly, "If I don't side with him, I will be swallowed by you and the Greater One sect, won't I?" The ancient demon clan had joined forces with the Greater One race, but they didn't tell her. They obviously wanted to use her to deal with Yi Xian and then swallow her and the Saint Church. Everyone was plotting against each other. Gu Ming laughed. "Don't you want to join forces with Yi Xian to swallow my ancient demon clan?" Jingji laughed. "Same here." Gu Ming nodded. "Indeed." At this moment, Tai Yishui suddenly looked at Yi Xian and laughed. "Is the Xiao Ta in your hand really that amazing?" Yi Xian laughed. "Yes." Tai Yishui looked at Yi Xian. "Can you let me see it?" Yi Xian shook his head. "What a joke. If I give it to you, will you give it back to me?" Tai Yishui laughed. "That's true. But since you won't give it to me, I'll take it myself." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared. Next to Yi Xian, Xiaoan stepped forward and punched. Boom. As the fist light exploded, Xiaoan instantly retreated thousands of feet. As soon as she stopped, the space within thousands of feet of her collapsed and was annihilated. No match. Yi Xian's face darkened. Tai Yishui was indeed stronger than Gu Ming. Tai Yishui glanced at Xiaoan and laughed. "Lord and Wujuan, you were very good in the past. Unfortunately, you haven't improved in these years. You are no match for me now." Xiaoan slowly clenched her right hand and suddenly disappeared. In the distance, Tai Yishui laughed and waved his sleeve. Boom. Xiaoan instantly returned to her original position. At this moment, a wisp of blood was already flowing out from the corner of her mouth. Tai Yixing smiled and said, "The current you is a little weak." Xiaoan was silent. She had wasted too much time. Back in the day, she and the Tai water had a 50-60 split. And now she was no longer a match for the Tai Xing water. Things are for people. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared beside Xiaoan and said with a smile, "Don't be discouraged." Xiaoan shook his head. "I'm not discouraged. I'm just feeling a little emotional." As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. "If you hadn't met me, you wouldn't be in such trouble. Are you blaming me?" Yi Xian laughed and said, "Strange." Xiaoan lowered his head. "I'm sorry." Yi Xian continued, "I blame myself for not meeting you earlier," and looked up at Yi Xian and said nothing. Yi Xian chuckled. "What about you?" Xiaoan was silent. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Jingji suddenly said, "Please, even if the two of you want to flirt, can't you do it on a different occasion? Is this a duel?" Xiaoan glanced at Jingji and did not say anything. Yi Xian laughed and looked at Tai Yixing in the distance. "Your Excellency, I heard that you are the #1 expert of the ancient god star field?" Tai Yixing smiled and said, "Brother Gu Ming is also very outstanding. I am not completely confident in defeating him. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. His words were watertight. Gu Ming glanced at Yi Xian. If you want to sow discord, I advise you to save your saliva. Yi Xian smiled and said, I just want to fight the #1 expert of the ancient god world. Tai Yixing smiled and said, fight me one-on-one? Yi Xian nodded. Tai Yixing smiled. This chapter is not over, please continue. Sure. Gu Ming suddenly said, Brother Xing Shui, this person is not simple. Tai Yixing smiled and said, I know. However, I still want to see just how monstrous he is. Gu Ming nodded slightly and then retreated to the side. In the distance, Yi Xian looked at Xiao and said in a deep voice, You? Yi Xian smiled and said, Let's fight then. Xiao looked at Yi Xian for a moment and then said, Be careful. After saying that, she retreated to the side. She still chose to believe in Yi Xian. On the other side, Jingji glanced at Yi Xian and then also retreated to the side. Tai Yixing smiled and said, Come. Yi Xian nodded and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above Tai Yixing's head. In the next moment, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Sword draw to decide life and death. 920 sword draws to decide life and death. With this slash, the surrounding starry sky was directly shattered. A trace of surprise flashed in Tai Yixing's eyes. What a powerful sword skill. As he said that, he flicked his sleeve. Boom. An expanse of sword light shattered, and Yi Xian instantly retreated explosively. However, at the instant that he stopped, Tai Yixing's throat suddenly split open, and a sword light appeared. However, at the instant that Tai Yixing's throat split open, his body instantly became illusory. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Yi Xian, and then he smashed his fist towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian's pupils constricted, and he directly utilized the sword domain. Bang! Yi Xian's sword domain forcefully resisted this punch, but his face instantly turned pale. At the same time, he retreated explosively. He didn't retreat to space but directly retreated to a world. Yi Xian was shocked in his heart. He'd never encountered such a situation in the past. Meanwhile, Tai Yixing appeared in front of Yi Xian again. He gazed at Yi Xian and smiled. Do you know what this place is? This is a spacetime domain, that I've cultivated myself. Now that you're within my spacetime domain, I can control your spacetime. Yi Xian's face fell when he heard this. He hadn't expected that he would actually be within this fellow's spacetime domain. Of course, he hadn't expected that he could actually cultivate a domain in this spacetime domain. This wasn't just an ordinary level of terror. Tai Yixing continued, I can control your time at will within my spacetime domain. You. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in his grasp. In the next moment, he vanished on the spot. Tai Yixing was stunned when he witnessed this scene. He fled. Yi Xian actually left his spacetime domain just like that? At this moment, Yi Xian was within the same expanse of the starry sky. Meanwhile, Tai Yixing appeared before him. Tai Yixing stared fixedly at Yi Xian. How did you do that? Yi Xian suddenly started laughing. He wasn't laughing because he'd escaped Tai Yixing's spacetime domain, he was laughing at his own stupidity. Because he suddenly realized that he'd severely underestimated the green profound sword. The knowledge hidden within the green profound sword was truly too much. Just like earlier, he was completely capable of jumping out of the spacetime domain. This meant that even though the sword was forged from the spacetime energy of this universe, it had jumped out of this universe. Because the person who'd forged it had jumped out of this universe. If one could fully study this sword, then one could completely jump out of this universe. Even if one couldn't jump out for now, at least one would know the method. Spacetime. This universe was formed from time, space, and matter. If one wanted to jump out of this universe, then one had to surpass the time, space, and matter of this universe. Suddenly, Tai Yixing spoke, It's your sword. This chapter isn't over. Please continue to the next page. As he spoke, his gaze descended onto the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand. All of them looked at Yi Xian's sword. Tai Yixing chuckled, How interesting. I never expected that someone would actually possess such a deep understanding of the spacetime Tao and was even able to forge a sword from it. As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Xian. The person who forged this sword was that woman behind you, right? Yi Xian nodded, yes. Tai Yixing smiled, Where is she now? Yi Xian smiled, Let's continue our battle. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked slowly towards Tai Yixing. Bang! A ray of blood-red light suddenly swept out from within him. The energy of his bloodline. He'd utilized the energy of his bloodline. because he wanted to see his current limit. Only by knowing one of his limits would he be able to break through them. All of them frowned when they saw Yi Xian transform into a blood-red figure. The energy of his bloodline. What sort of bloodline is that? Jingji glanced at Yi Xian. She noticed that this fellow was even more mysterious than she'd investigated. She knew a little about the origin of this bloodline, and it was Yi Xian's father. However, she knew nothing about Yi Xian's father. It was too mysterious. Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. Sword draw to decide life and death. At this moment, Yi Xian's sword draw had overlapped up to 999 times. Because he'd circulated his bloodline to its limits. Tai Yixing's expression instantly changed when he executed this attack. 999 overlapped sword draw to decide life and death. As soon as this attack was executed, the region in an area of over 100 kilometers was instantly obliterated. As for Tai Yixing, who was the target of this attack, he sensed a trace of the aura of death. He didn't dare act carelessly. He raised his right hand slowly and then he chanted silently. In an instant, a barrier of water suddenly appeared around him. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's sword descended. Bang! The barrier of water trembled violently. After a moment of silence, it exploded apart, and Tai Yixing, who was behind the barrier of water, retreated 3 kilometers away. Gu Ming couldn't help but frown when he witnessed this scene. The might of Yi Xian's attack was more than a few times stronger than the attack from before. This fellow's bloodline is actually so terrifying? In the distance, Tai Yixing glanced at his right hand. There was a deep sword scar on it. Tai Yixing shook his head and smiled when he saw this scene. I haven't been injured in many years. I never expected that I would be injured by you, Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't speak. He just opened his palm and then the green profound sword suddenly flew out. In the distance, Tai water directly punched out. Bang! An expanse of blood-red light erupted, and then a figure retreated repeatedly. It was Yi Xian. However, Tai Yixing had retreated by over 1 kilometer. After Tai Yixing stopped, Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. Tai Yixing's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he suddenly became ethereal. Bang! An expanse of blood-red light suddenly erupted, and then 2 figures retreated explosively at the same time. When Yi Xian stopped moving, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Even though his current strength was extremely terrifying, there was still a gap between him and Tai Yixing. Suddenly Tai Yixing said, "Interesting. How truly interesting." As he spoke, he walked slowly towards Yi Xian. Bang! In an instant, an extremely terrifying aura enveloped Yi Xian. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes while the green profound sword in his hand started to tremble violently. End of this chapter. Chapter 1842. He couldn't beat him. At this time, Yi Xian already knew his limits. Even if he used the power of his bloodline, he still wouldn't be able to beat a powerhouse like Tai Shui. The gap was still a little big. However, this was also normal. After all, he had cultivated for at least 1,000,000 years. And how long had Yi Xian been cultivating? However, he wanted to force himself. Fight. Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes, which were blood-red like a sea of blood. Yi Xian suddenly stomped his right foot. Boom. Wherever his foot landed, the space instantly collapsed. And Yi Xian himself had already turned into a blood-red sword light and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above Tai Shui's head. The next moment, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Sword draw to decide life and death. 999 superimposed sword draws to decide life and death. As the sword fell, a sword cry suddenly soared into the sky, and the starry sky directly trembled. A sword strike with all his strength. At this moment, Yi Xian didn't dare to hold back in the slightest. Because the person in front of him was the #1 powerhouse in the ancient god world. In front of Yi Xian, Tai Shui watched Yi Xian's sword fall, but his expression was surprisingly calm. When Yi Xian's sword was still a dozen inches away from his head, his entire body suddenly became illusory. Yi Xian's sword fell straight down, directly piercing through Tai Shui's body. But Tai Shui was completely fine. Tai Shui suddenly punched Yi Xian's abdomen. Boom. Yi Xian instantly retreated tens of thousands of feet away, and his body directly cracked. However, Tai Shui's right fist was directly shattered by the sword light. Sword body. At that critical moment, Yi Xian directly activated the sword body. On the other side, Gu Ming, Jingji, and Shaoan were all extremely shocked. They were shocked by Tai Shui and also shocked by Yi Xian. They were shocked because the Great One Water had jumped out of this space-time. The reason why Yi Xian's sword didn't work was that Tai Sheng had already jumped out of this time and space. He was not in the same time and space as Yi Xian. Space-time suppression. From this, it could be seen that they were not on the same level as the Tai water. And they were shocked by Yi Xian because of Yi Xian's sword body. Just now, the three of them thought that even if Yi Xian didn't die, he would be severely injured. However, they did not expect that not only was Yi Xian not dead, but he was also uninjured. On the contrary, Tai Xing was injured. The three of them looked at Yi Xian. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that Yi Xian's skin was covered with all kinds of tiny sword qi. These sword qi were even thinner than a strand of hair. What kind of physique was this? Gu Ming frowned and he was quite curious. Xiaoan glanced at Yi Xian and she was extremely shocked. She knew about Yi Xian's sword body, but she hadn't expected that it would be so terrifying once it was activated. Jingji glanced at Yi Xian. Damn it, this man really has a lot of trump cards. In the distance, Tai Xing glanced at his right arm. Not only had his fist been shattered, his entire right arm had been completely cracked, and his bones were exposed. Tai Xing looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "I have to say, you really surprised me. With your strength, even amongst the younger generation of God Ancient Star Domain, no one besides a Gue can fight you." Yi Xian wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "You jumped out of this space-time just now?" Tai Xing nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian smiled and said, "If I'm not wrong, you can only jump out for a short period of time, right?" Tai Xing smiled, "So what?" Yi Xian gazed at Tai Xing and said, "Again." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. In the distance, Tai Xing had become illusory. He'd escaped through space once more. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's sword descended. However, Tai Xing expression suddenly changed drastically. Tai Xing had silently retreated 3 kilometers away. Gu Ming and the others were stunned when they witnessed this scene. Yi Xian had actually pushed Tai Xing back? Tai Xing had jumped out of this space-time. Could Yi Xian have jumped out of it as well? Tai Xing stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "You? How could you possibly?" As he spoke, he suddenly gazed at the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand. "Your sword? It's your sword?" Yi Xian gazed at the sword in his hand with a complicated expression on his face. He realized that he'd greatly underestimated the green profound sword forged by Qing. He could have used the sword to jump out of this space-time. Qing'er had said that the sword had many uses, and he hadn't thought too much about it. However, he hadn't expected that the sword would have so many unknown and formidable uses. There were definitely many uses that he didn't know about. It was an omnipotent sword. In the distance, Tai Xing suddenly said, "You actually relied on a sword to jump out of this space-time." His expression was extremely unsightly. Yi Xian glanced at Tai Xing and said, "What's wrong with you?" Tai Xing stared fixedly at Yi Xian and said, "I cultivated for 300,000 years to barely be able to jump out of this space-time, but you actually relied on a sword to do it." Yi Xian frowned slightly. 300,000 years? Is it very difficult to jump out of this space-time? Tai Xing said angrily, "Try it without using that sword." Yi Xian put the sword away and gave it a try. "No." Yi Xian was somewhat embarrassed. Tai Xing said mockingly, "Without that sword, you are nothing." Yi Xian held the sword and gave it a try. He directly escaped the space-time of this current universe. Seeing this scene, Tai Xing expression became extremely unsightly. Soon Yi Xian returned to the current universe and looked at Tai Xing and said, "You too. It was such a simple thing, but you actually cultivated for 300,000 years. Look at me, I didn't even need to cultivate, I just held this sword and jumped out." At this point, he seemed to have thought of something and paused before saying, "Sorry, I forgot that you have no sister. No one made a sword for you." Everyone. This sentence wasn't very lethal, but it was extremely insulting. In the distance, Jingji suddenly couldn't help but turn to look at Xiaoan indignantly. "Look, is what he said even human?" Xiaoan glanced at Yi Xian and said, "It's a bit too much." Jingji shook his head. "I really want to hammer him to death." Tai Xing expression was extremely unsightly as he stood opposite Yi Xian. He felt like he'd been insulted. Yi Xian spoke abruptly, "So, in terms of the importance of having a sister. You don't have a sister, but you've cultivated for 300,000 years. I have a sister, so I don't even need to cultivate to jump out." Jingji couldn't help but become furious. "Tai Xing, can you stop talking to him? Don't you want to kill him? Just do it. Why are you talking to him? Aren't you afraid of being angered to death by him?" Gu Ming couldn't help but glance at Yi Xian and say, "Brother Xingshui, kill him." He couldn't take it anymore. "So what if you have a sister?" He suddenly shook his head when he thought up to here. "It's really great to have a sister. Damn it. This fellow relied on this sword to fight me and Tai Xingshui. If it wasn't for this sword, then Yi Xian wouldn't be a match for them at all. Especially that jump out of space-time, the Tai water had cultivated for a total of 300,000 years. What about Yi Xian? That fellow hadn't even cultivated. Isn't that infuriating?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Tai Xingshui suddenly smiled and said, "Yi Xian, I admit that the person who created this sword isn't ordinary. However, that's the person who created it. What does that have to do with you?" Yi Xian gazed at Tai Xingshui. "That's my younger sister." Tai Xingshui stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "Even you know that it's your younger sister, not you?" Yi Xian smiled. "If my younger sister is strong, then I'm strong." Everyone was speechless. Tai Xingshui gazed at Yi Xian. "Can you be a little more shameless?" Yi Xian roared with laughter. "Tai Xingshui, why do you have so much nonsense? Let's continue." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. A blood-red ray of sword light suddenly flashed through the battlefield. In the distance, Tai Xingshui's eyes flashed ferociously. He charged forward and punched. Bang! In an instant, the starry sky shook violently. Then a ray of sword light shattered, and Yi Xian retreated repeatedly. However, as he retreated, he escaped from the current universe's space-time. When he escaped from the current universe's space-time, the powerful force from Tai Xingshui instantly vanished without a trace. Because he was no longer in this space-time. Tai Xingshui's expression instantly became extremely unsightly when he saw this. He could only temporarily escape from the current universe's space-time, but Yi Xian didn't seem to have this restriction. When he thought of this, Tai Xingshui felt even more unbalanced. Why was it that he had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years to be able to do it, but this guy was able to do it so effortlessly? The more Tai Xingshui thought about it, the more his killing intent surged. He directly escaped from the current universe's spacetime and appeared in the same spacetime as Yi Xian. As soon as he appeared, Yi Xian suddenly opened his right hand. A ray of sword light flashed through the battlefield. Tai Xingshui immediately punched. Bang! The ray of light shattered. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared above him, and then a ray of light slashed down. Draw the sword to decide life and death. Tai Xingshui didn't dare act carelessly. Even though there was a gap between him and Yi Xian's sword technique and the sword in his hand weren't ordinary. At the instant that Yi Xian's sword descended, Tai Xingshui's left hand suddenly burst into flames, and then he suddenly smashed his fist forward. Rumble. The space-time there suddenly seethed, and then an expanse of light shattered while Yi Xian retreated repeatedly. Tai Xingshui was just about to attack again, but it didn't take long for him to frown. Because a mysterious force had suddenly appeared in the surrounding space-time. Tai Xingshui's expression changed drastically when he saw this mysterious force, and he practically didn't hesitate to vanish on the spot and return to that expanse of spacetime. This was why he could only enter that unknown expanse of spacetime for a short period of time. Because that mysterious force rejected all who entered that expanse of spacetime. As if he'd thought of something, he suddenly gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was still in that expanse of spacetime, and the mysterious force had enveloped Yi Xian. Tai Xingshui couldn't help but roar with laughter when he witnessed this scene. Yi Xian. This is the consequence of ignorance. At this moment he was extremely happy. Yi Xian was equivalent to courting death. That mysterious force was so strong that even he wasn't a match for it at all. As for Yi Xian, he wasn't a match for it at all. Yi Xian glanced at the mysterious force in the surroundings, and his expression was quite unsightly. Because it was a force that exceeded his understanding. It was absolutely not something he could resist right now. But at this moment, the mysterious force had sealed off this expanse of space he resided in. Just as Yi Xian was about to fight to the death, the mysterious force seemed to have discovered something and suddenly retreated like a receding tide. Yi Xian was stunned. Not only was Yi Xian stunned, but Tai Xingshui was also stunned in the spacetime outside. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Saying this, he suddenly looked at the sword in Yi Xian's hand. Is the sword in your hand? It's your sword. Yi Xian looked at the green profound sword in his hand. Could it really be because of this sword? Thinking of this, he looked at Tai Xingshui and smiled. Look how great it is to have a sister. It's your fault for not having a sister. Everyone was speechless. Tai Xingshui was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Chapter 1843. When he heard Yi Xian, not only was Tai Yishui furious to the point of almost spitting out blood, even Jing Ji couldn't take it anymore. This fellow's words are too infuriating. However, she was even more shocked at this moment. Yi Xian was actually able to rely on this sword to jump out of this universe's spacetime. What did this mean? It meant that the person who made the sword was even more terrifying. Of course, she'd personally experienced how terrifying the woman in a plain dress was. She was truly a godlike woman. At this moment, Gu Ming's expression was slightly solemn. The sword in Yi Xian's hand had greatly exceeded his expectations. From this, it could be seen how formidable the person who made the sword was. Gu Ming had a trace of worry in his heart. Right at this moment, Yi Xian returned to the battlefield. With the green profound sword, he could really travel back and forth between the two universes. However, he didn't dare to travel randomly in that unknown space because he was quite afraid of it as well. Even now, he still felt a lingering fear from that mysterious force. Meanwhile, Tai Yishui suddenly said, "Where is the person who made the sword now?" At this moment, he was even more curious about the woman in a plain dress. Gu Ming looked at Yi Xian as well. He was similarly curious about the woman in a plain dress. Exactly how strong is she? Originally, he was very confident that he could defeat her. But now he wasn't completely confident anymore. However, he wanted to fight her even more now. When had he ever been afraid of anyone? Yi Xian didn't answer Tai Yishui and he slowly closed his eyes. At this moment he was very excited because he'd discovered a formidable ability of the green profound sword, and that was the ability to travel freely between two different spaces. With this ability he could be said to be in an invincible position forever. Even if he faced Tai Yishui, his opponent wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Most importantly, he could use this sword to study its principles, and then rely on his own ability to jump out of this expanse of space. A new door had opened for him. Right at this moment, Gu Ming suddenly said, "The sword in his hand." The sword. Tai Yishui's eyes narrowed as he gazed at the sword in Yi Xian's hand. At this moment he intended to seize the sword. Without any hesitation, Tai Yishui suddenly vanished on the spot. At practically the same time, Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Rumble. The sword light shattered and Yi Xian instantly retreated. In the instant that he retreated, he directly escaped from the spacetime of this universe. Tai Xingshui, who was about to follow up with another attack, was stunned. How were they supposed to fight? Although he could also appear in this universe's spacetime, he didn't dare to fight with Yi Xian there. Yi Xian wasn't afraid of that mysterious force, but he was. Tai Yixing looked at Yi Xian and mocked, "Yi Xian, are you still a man? If so, then come out and we'll fight to the death." Yi Xian laughed and said, "If you are a man, then come in. We will fight to the death." Tai Yixing stared at Yi Xian, "You don't want to come out?" As he spoke, he looked at the awareness realm cultivator and Shaoan, "You can escape, but what about them?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "I'll give it a try." As he spoke, he suddenly appeared by Shaoan and Ji Jing's side and took their hands. A moment later, the three of them vanished at the same time, and they were out of this universe's spacetime when they appeared again. Tai Yixing and Ancient Fate were stunned. He can take others in? What the hell? Shaoan and Jingji, who stood by Yi Xian's side, were quite stunned as well. They hadn't imagined that Yi Xian would actually be able to take them in. What's going on? Jingji was quite excited. She ceaselessly sized up the surroundings because such an opportunity was rare. If she could familiarize herself with this expanse of spacetime, then she might be able to use her understanding of spacetime to enter again in the future. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had brought her and Shaoan back into the outside world. Jingji hurriedly gazed at Yi Xian. "Stay a little longer." Yi Xian was speechless. She wants to stay a little longer. I can't let her off so easily. Tai Yixing's expression was terrifyingly gloomy, and he stared fixedly at the sword in Yi Xian's hand. This sword can even take others in. What kind of sword is this? At this moment, Gu Ming suddenly said in a deep voice, "Rumor has it that this person also has a Xiao Ta. That Xiao Ta is said to last 100 years inside and a day outside. I thought it was fake before, but now it seems that this pagoda might really be that magical." Hearing this, Tai Yixing's eyes narrowed. Two divine objects. He slowly clenched his right hand. If these two divine objects fell into his hands, he would definitely become the strongest person in the history of this universe. However, he didn't make a move and said, "Let's go." After speaking, he turned around and left. Gu Ming frowned, but he didn't ask any more questions and also turned around and left. Seeing the two of them leave, Shaoan, who stood by Yi Xian's side, frowned. What do they mean? Jingji said indifferently. What do they mean? It's obvious. They can't do anything to Yi Xian now, so they're going back to discuss how to deal with this guy. Shaoan was silent. Yi Xian could escape this space-time at will. It could be said that as long as he didn't want to fight to the death, even Tai Yixing couldn't do anything to him. Therefore, even if Tai Yixing joined forces with Gu Ming, it would be meaningless. At this moment, Jingji suddenly said, "You have to be careful. If I were them, I would definitely attack your friends and family. As long as I capture your friends and family, you have to fight even if you don't want to, unless you want to watch them die." Shaoan frowned slightly. Tai Yixing wouldn't do such a despicable thing, right? Naive. Jingji sneered. Under normal circumstances, he would indeed not do such a despicable thing, but don't overlook one point, and that is that this fellow possesses two super divine objects, and these two divine objects are things that the Supreme Life Water cannot give up. For these two divine objects, Tai Yixing won't adhere to his bullsh *T principles. Moreover, the two of them don't dare to give this guy too much time. Therefore, they will definitely attack again, and when they do, they will definitely be fully prepared. Yi Xian nodded. So, we have to make some preparations. Jingji gazed at Yi Xian. What preparations? According to what I know, you seem to have quite a lot of friends and family. Yi Xian said, then what do you think I should do now? Jingji fell silent for a moment and then he said, there are two ways. The first is to call your younger sister over. Once she appears, all the troubles will disappear. Yi Xian said, tell me about the second. Jingji glanced at Yi Xian and then he said, the second is to take all your friends and family into Xiaota. It should be possible for you as well, but it might be a bit more troublesome. Yi Xian smiled, there's a third way. Jingji frowned slightly, what way? Yi Xian said, to the ancient god world. Jingji's eyes narrowed slightly, you want to go to the ancient god world? Yi Xian smiled, can't I? Jingji said in a low voice, that's their headquarters. If you go there, speaking of this she frowned again, even the two of them can't do anything to you, so the rest of them certainly can't do anything to you. Moreover, with your strength, whether it is the ancient demon race or the greater one-sex powerhouses, for you, I'm afraid it will only be a matter of one sword. Saying this, her pupils suddenly shrank. She had always neglected a problem, and that was Yi Xian's strength. Now, Yi Xian could not even do anything to ancient fate and greater one life water. To some extent, he was already comparable to super powerhouses like greater one life water and ancient fate. If he went to the ancient god world, it would undoubtedly be a great disaster for the ancient demon race and greater one race. As if thinking of something, Jingji said, but what about your family and friends here? They are now your biggest weakness and they will never let go of this weakness. They will definitely use it against you. Or do you really have the heart to leave them alone? As long as they go to Azure Province, then you, Yi Xian, will be in an absolute passive position. If you fight, Azure Province will be destroyed. If you don't fight, then you will have to surrender. Saying this, she sighed softly. Greater One Life Water retreated just now, but in reality he was retreating in order to advance. Now that he has retreated, your situation has become even more difficult. Yi Xian smiled. Then what do you think I should do now? Jingji said in a low voice. The best way is to call for help. If your sister comes out, what ancient fate, what greater one life water, they are all ants. Yi Xian, Jingji suddenly said, you can't contact her, can you? Yi Xian nodded. Jingji frowned slightly. Why can't you contact her? Yi Xian said, she may have already left this universe. Jingji was silent for a moment, then said, then there is no point in you going to the ancient god world. You can only kill the greater one life water and the ancient fate. Saying this, she shook her head, but the problem is even if the three of us work together, we cannot kill the ancient fate and the greater one life water. Although the ancient fate and the greater one life water couldn't do anything to Yi Xian couldn't do anything to the ancient fate and the greater one life water either. The only difference was that Yi Xian had too many things to worry about. And these things were his fatal weakness. If she hadn't seen how scary the plain-clothed woman was, she would have done the same thing. Because Yi Xian would have obediently submitted. Jingji sighed. Not only was Yi Xian's situation getting worse, but it was also the same for her and the Saint Church. Because the ancient demon and the greater one would never let her and the Saint Church go. At this moment, the space in front of Jingji suddenly trembled. Yi Xian and Shaoan looked at her, and then Jingji suddenly looked up at Yi Xian. You don't have to feel bad. Yi Xian didn't understand and he asked, why? Jingji said, let me ask you something. How strong is your father? Yi Xian froze and then he said, why do you ask? Jingji said, I just received news that the Stellar Fate sect couldn't find your sister, but they found your father. Yi Xian's face darkened. They aren't going to find my father, are they? Jingji nodded. The Greater One Life Water and the Ancient Fate have already gone to find your father. So what I want to know is, how strong is your father? Yi Xian thought about it and then he said, he's a little stronger than me. Jingji shook her head. Then why don't you go and save your father? Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 1844. Save my father? Yi Xian was speechless. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't speak, Jingji frowned. What are you waiting for? If you're late, your father will be gone. Yi Xian was puzzled. Jingji, I don't understand why they want to find my father. Jingji asked in a deep voice, was your small pagoda left to you by your father? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Jingji knew. That's the reason. Yi Xian was still puzzled. Then they can just kill me. Why do they want to find my father? Jingji thought for a moment and said, it should be because they are curious. Also, they might want to eliminate any future troubles. Think about it, if they kill you, will your father let it go? He definitely won't let it go. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. Why are you still asking questions? Why aren't you going to save you? Speaking of this, she seemed to have thought of something and narrowed her eyes. Your father is not weak. Yi Xian smiled. A little stronger than me. Jingji stared at Yi Xian. Really just a little? Yi Xian nodded and said seriously, a little? Jingji shook his head. You never speak the truth. Yi Xian was speechless. Jingji asked again, do you want to go? Actually, she also wanted to see Yi Xian's father. What kind of person could give birth to such a shameless fellow? Yi Xian nodded. Of course. Where are they? Jingji said solemnly, the North Pole region in the Divine Ancient Star region. It's very far away from here. It said that your father appeared there. The experts of Star Life Gate have already rushed there. Yi Xian frowned. His father hadn't left this universe? Was he worried about him? As soon as this thought appeared, he denied it himself. His father couldn't wait for him to live a hard life. It was impossible for him to deliberately stay behind to help him. Since it wasn't him, then why did his father stay behind? He was also a little curious. Jingji suddenly said, let's go to the Divine Ancient Star Field. Yi Xian nodded. All right. With that said, the three of them disappeared on the spot. Somewhere in the starry sky, Tai Shui was flying through the air, with Ancient Fate next to him. They were on their way back to the ancient god world. Gu Ming suddenly said, Brother Xing Shui, I don't think we need to look for Yi Xian's father. Although Yi Xian can use the divine sword to escape from this spacetime, his family and friends are still here. As long as we target his family and friends, he will have no choice but to fight us. Tai Water Dao, I know. Gu Ming was a little confused. Since Brother Xing Shui knows, then why? Tai Yixing smiled and said, Brother Gu Ming, aren't you curious about Yi Xian's background? Yi Xian's background. Gu Ming was silent. He was naturally curious about Yi Xian's background, especially the two people behind Yi Xian, especially the plain-dressed woman. This person was able to forge that kind of divine sword, so he was definitely not an ordinary person. He was most likely a superior blacksmith. Tai Yixing continued, the most terrifying thing about Yi Xian is not his own strength, but the person behind him. To be able to nurture such a genius, the person behind him is definitely not simple. Especially that plain-dressed woman. This person confused the Tao of spacetime into the sword. This ability? Saying this, a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. This woman is not simple. I never thought that our universe would have such a blacksmith. Gu Ming nodded. Indeed, she is not simple. But why have we never heard of this woman? Tai Yixing nodded slightly. Logically speaking, with such ability, this woman should not be unknown, but neither of us have heard of her. Saying this, he frowned. Could it be that the rumors are true? This Yi Xian and that plain-dressed woman are outsiders? Gu Ming immediately shook his head. Impossible. Tai Yixing looked at Gu Ming. Why is it impossible? Gu Ming said in a low voice, I've investigated Yi Xian before. This person is flashy and likes to deceive people. The foreign guest he mentioned must be fabricated by him to deceive us. Tai Yixing pondered for a moment and said, no matter what, since the Star Life Gate has found this person's father, We should go and meet him. I want to see how extraordinary the person behind Yi Xian is. Gu Ming nodded. That's true. He was also very curious about the person behind Yi Xian. Tai Yixing suddenly smiled. I hope they are stronger. Otherwise it would be too boring. Gu Ming also smiled. Indeed. Saying this, the two smiled and disappeared into the endless starry sky. On the other side, Yi Xian and the other two were also rushing to the ancient God-Star field. However, they were not as slow as Tai Yixing and Gu Ming. After all, Yi Xian had the Azure Profound Sword. Although he did not know the exact location of the ancient God world, Shaoan and Jingji knew. It only took the three of them less than a dozen breaths to reach the ancient God-Star field. When they appeared in the ancient God-Star field, Shaoan and Jingji's expressions became serious. They were shocked by this speed. One had to know that even with their strength, it would take at least half a month to reach the ancient God-Star field from where they were just now. However, Yi Xian only used less than a dozen breaths of time. This was too terrifying. Jingji suddenly said, "This sword of yours can ignore the space-time of this current universe." Saying this, she took a deep look at the Azure Profound Sword in Yi Xian's hand, and a complicated look flashed in her eyes. Your sister is not an ordinary kind of terrifying. Hearing this, Yi Xian laughed. Jing'er and I are both very powerful. Jingji said calmly, I don't know why young Master Yi is so powerful. Yi Xian said seriously, I have such a powerful sister. Isn't that powerful? Jingji's expression froze. After a moment she gave him a thumbs up. Young Master Yi's skin is so thick, it's rare to see. I'm convinced. Yi Xian was speechless. Shaoan suddenly glanced around with a complicated expression. She had left this place and now that she had returned, her feelings were naturally complicated. Yi Xian walked over to Shaoan and said softly, Do you want to return to the hallowed halls to take a look? At the side, Jingji suddenly smiled and said, Yes. Martial Lorden, do you want to go back and take a look? Shaoan glanced at Jingji and said indifferently, There's no need. Jingji smiled and didn't say anything else. The enmity between her and Shaoan had always existed, but she understood that now wasn't the time for internal strife. They had to deal with the hallowed halls and the ancient devil race first. These two were even more of a threat. Yi Xian suddenly said, Let's go to the North Pole starfield. Jingji hesitated for a moment and said, I have to return to the hallowed halls to make some arrangements. Yi Xian asked, What arrangements? Jingji smiled and said, Now that I'm on your side, do you think the ancient demons and the very ones will let the hallowed halls go? If I don't make some arrangements, I'm afraid the hallowed halls will be caught off guard. Yi Xian nodded. That's true. Let's go to the hallowed halls first. Jingji looked at Shaoan and smiled. Just as she was about to speak, Yi Xian suddenly said, Miss Jingji, let's go. Jingji glanced at Yi Xian and smiled. Okay. The three of them headed to the hallowed halls. Yi Xian looked at Shaoan. He could tell that Shaoan wanted to return to the hallowed halls. But that was normal. After all, she was the sacred leader of the hallowed halls. After a while, the three of them arrived at the hallowed halls. The hallowed halls were located in Sacred, an independent small world. As soon as they entered Sacred, an old man in a white robe appeared in front of them. When the old man in the white robe saw Shaoan, his face changed. You are Martial Lorden. Shaoan's expression was calm and she didn't speak. As for the old man in the white robe, his eyes were filled with vigilance as if he was facing a great enemy. Jingji suddenly said, Can't you see me? Hearing this, the old man in the white robe looked at Jingji, and he hurriedly bowed respectfully. Sacred leader. Jingji said indifferently, Don't be so nervous. Martial Lorden won't eat you. The old man in the white robe glanced at Shaoan again, and he was slightly puzzled. Why is the sacred leader and Martial Lorden together? Have they reconciled? Jingji suddenly said, Pass down the order. Ask all the hallowed halls experts outside to return to the hallowed halls immediately. The old man in the white robe was stunned. He was about to ask something, but when he saw Jingji frown, he hurriedly said, Yes. After saying this, he turned around and disappeared. Shaoan suddenly said, I'm going to see Master. After saying this, she turned around and walked to the other side. Jingji glanced at Shaoan and didn't speak. The Master Shaoan was referring to was her father. Yi Xian hurriedly followed as well. He was also afraid that the two women would suddenly start fighting. Before long, Yi Xian followed Shaoan to a cave at the back of the mountain. In this cave there were hundreds of memorial tablets. All of them were the memorial tablets of the ancestors of the hallowed halls. There were a lot of them. Although cultivation to a certain extent could increase one's lifespan, it wasn't true eternal life. There would eventually be a day when one would turn to dust. Besides that, there were also some who died unnaturally. Shaoan walked to one of the memorial tablets, slowly knelt down and fell silent. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian retreated. Outside, Jingji was also there. Yi Xian chuckled and said, "Miss Jingji." Jingji shook his head. "Don't say anything because I know what you're going to say." Yi Xian nodded. "All right." He knew that the matter between Shaoan and Jingji wasn't something that she could mediate. Unless they both became his women. Holy shit. Yi Xian was shocked by his own thought. Why would he have such a thought? At this moment, a phantom suddenly appeared in front of Jingji. The phantom glanced at Yi Xian wanting to say something but hesitating. Jingji said calmly, "Young Master Yi is not an outsider. Just say what you want." The phantom nodded slightly. The Starfate Gate has been making a big move recently. They've set up a mysterious array in the North Pole Star region. I don't know what kind of array it is, but the Starfate Gate has sent at least tens of thousands of experts, including the sect master of the Starfate Gate. Hearing this, Jingji frowned. What are they going to do? The phantom shook his head. I don't know. Jingji suddenly looked at Yi Xian with an extremely solemn expression. They're making such a big move. They might be targeting your father. Your father is in danger. Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 1845. Targeting his father? Yi Xian was speechless. Why did he have to target Qing'er and his father? Was he unworthy? Suddenly Zijing asked, "How strong is your father?" She had investigated Yi Xian's father and only knew that he was the Sword League sword master. To be honest, the Sword League wasn't much. However, in her opinion, Yi Xian's father was no ordinary person. After all, Yi Xian's bloodline wasn't simple. Yi Xian said, "A little stronger than me." Zijing looked at Yi Xian. "Tell me the truth." Yi Xian said with a smile, "I think it's a 50-50 chance." 50-50. Zijing frowned. Really? Yi Xian nodded and said seriously, "Absolutely." Zijing glanced at Yi Xian, "As if I'd believe you." Yi Xian was speechless. At this time, the white-robed old man suddenly appeared in front of Zijing. The white-robed old man bowed. "Holy Lord, our people have rushed back to the Holy Hall and await your orders." Zijing nodded. "Got it." The white-robed old man glanced at Yi Xian, then retreated. Zijing suddenly looked at the cave. She smiled. "She cares about you." Yi Xian frowned. "Shaoan?" Zijing nodded. "Yes. If it weren't for you, she would have attacked me." Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then said, "The conflict between the two of you?" Zijing suddenly smiled. "The old man inside said that I'm not as good as her, but it turns out that I'm not any worse than her." With that, she turned and left. Yi Xian glanced at Zijing. He could feel that Zijing still held a lot of resentment towards her father. Yi Xian sighed softly. He didn't try to persuade Zijing because he hadn't experienced what Zijing had gone through, so he wasn't qualified to do so. One shouldn't persuade others to do good without suffering. At this moment, Shaoan walked out. Shaoan walked up to Yi Xian, looked around and then said softly, "This is no longer the place we are familiar with." Yi Xian chuckled. "I'm here." Shaoan looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian suddenly grabbed Anne's hand. "Let's go." After saying that, he pulled Shaoan and walked into the distance. This time, Shaoan didn't resist and let Yi Xian pull him. Yi Xian turned to Shaoan and smiled. "Thank you." Shaoan was puzzled. "What are you thanking me for?" Yi Xian said, "For my sake, you didn't choose to fight Miss Jingji at this time." After a moment of silence, Shaoan said, "You need her and the Templars' help now." Yi Xian was about to speak when Jingji suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. She glanced at the two of them holding hands and said with a smile, "Don't tell me you two are really together?" Yi Xian smiled. "Miss Jingji, do you have any news?" Jingji nodded. "I just received news that the Supreme Life Water and Ancient Fate have arrived in the Ancient God world." Yi Xian frowned. "So fast?" Jingji nodded. "They should have received help from the Stellar Life Gate." Yi Xian said solemnly, "What kind of power is the Stellar Life Gate?" Jingji knew. It's a power that likes to study all sorts of things, especially the Tao of spacetime. Their overall strength isn't particularly strong, but it isn't weak either because they still have a living God Emperor. However, no one has seen him before. They are experts in spacetime and the teleporter they built is amazing. Under normal circumstances, it would take us half a month to get to where you are, but through their teleporter, the time can be reduced to a few days. With the help of elites like the Supreme Life Water and Ancient Fate, it can be even faster. Because they are strong enough, they can ignore the effects of the spacetime teleporter. Saying this, she frowned. They are a public power and they don't get involved in worldly affairs. I didn't expect that they would openly side with the ancient demons and the very ones. The ancient demons and the very ones must have promised them something. Shaoan suddenly said, "The green profound sword." Jingji nodded when he heard this. Only the azure sword and your tiny pagoda are capable of making the Stargate side with them. Because with the characters of those fellows, they'll definitely want to study your tiny pagoda and the azure sword. Yi Xian said, "Your people said that the Stellar Life Gate is building a teleporter in the North Pole starfield. Do you have any specific information?" Jingji shook his head. "That place is full of teleporters. Our people can't get in, so we don't know what they are building. However, according to my speculation, they might be targeting your father." Yi Xian was speechless. Suddenly Shaoan said, "To the North Pole starfield." Yi Xian nodded. "Let's go." He wanted to see how these people were going to target his father. Jingji suddenly said, "Are we going just like that?" Yi Xian looked at Jingji. "What else?" Jingji said, "You don't seem to be worried about your father at all. Tell me honestly, isn't your father very strong?" Yi Xian said, "Miss Jingji, I told you before. My father is only a little stronger than me." "It's true." Jingji frowned. "Aren't you worried about him? He is your father. There are 3 super forces targeting him. Aren't you afraid that he will be killed by them?" Yi Xian blinked. Then he said, "A little scared." Jingji was speechless. At this moment Yi Xian suddenly said, "Let's go." After saying that, he disappeared into the horizon with Xiao, and Jingji frowned. Unfilial fellow. After saying that, she also disappeared. The North Pole starfield was located in the northernmost part of the divine ancient star field. It was desolate and barren, so there were very few humans here. Even if there were, they were weak rogue cultivators. At this moment, tens of thousands of super experts were gathered in a mountain range in the North Pole starfield. Star Fate Sect. An old man stood in front of a valley. He looked down with a frown. This person was the sect master of the Star Fate Sect, Dao Xingzi. In the valley below there was a huge astral formation. However, this formation was not yet complete, because there were still hundreds of formation masters from the Stellar Fate Gate continuously drawing some strange runes at the edge of it. At this moment, 2 middle-aged men suddenly appeared beside Dao Xingzi. They were Gu Ming and Tai Shui. The 2 of them would have needed half a month to reach the divine ancient star field, but with the help of the Star Fate Sect, the time had been shortened to a few days. Dao Xingzi suddenly said, "Yi Xian has arrived at the divine ancient star field." Tai Shui frowned. "So fast." Dao Xingzi smiled. "It seems like it is really as you said. The spacetime Dao contained in that sword really surpasses the spacetime of this universe." Tai Shui nodded. This person was able to travel from so far away to here. It seems like the spacetime Dao contained in that sword far exceeds our expectations. Dao Xingzi narrowed his eyes. "The 2 of you, my Star Fate Sect doesn't care who owns this sword, but no matter who obtains it, you must first let my Star Fate Sect study it for 3 months. Tai Shui smiled. "Of course." As he spoke, he looked at Gu Ming. Gu Ming smiled slightly. "No problem." Dao Xingzi nodded. He looked at the formation below and said, "Once this formation succeeds, it will be able to reverse the spacetime here and find the spacetime of that man in green." Tai Shui frowned slightly. "You're not just reversing spacetime." Dao Xingzi smiled. "Yes, it's not just reversing the spacetime here, it's also exchanging spacetime. In other words, the spacetime here and the spacetime of that man in green." Gu Ming frowned. "Is that possible?" Dao Xingzi smiled. "Brother Gu Ming, of course it's possible. The spacetime Dao is boundlessly profound. According to my Dao Star Sect's ancestor, if the spacetime Dao is researched to the extreme, then not only can it reverse spacetime, it can also reverse the future. It is to reverse the past spacetime and the present spacetime and the future spacetime." Tai Shui said in a low voice, "Has your Dao Star Sect's ancestor ever done it?" Dao Xingzi shook his head. "Not even in death." Tai Shui nodded. "That's indeed impossible." Dao Xingzi said softly, "I really want to see the sword in young Master Ye's hand." Tai Shui smiled. "Isn't he in the ancient God Star field right now? Once we deal with his father, it will be very easy to deal with him. Although Yi Xian could escape from this spacetime, The people around Yi Xian did not have this ability. Dao Xingzi nodded slightly. He looked down, and at this moment, the enormous starlight formation below suddenly trembled. Gu Ming asked, "Is it done?" Dao Xingzi nodded. He raised his hands and chanted some unknown incantation. Gradually, the spacetime above the starlight formation began to distort. The star life sect's experts also began to chant incantations. The spacetime above the starlight formation became more and more distorted and abstract. Gu Ming and Tai Yishui stared at the distorted and abstract spacetime. Very quickly, blurry figures appeared within the spacetime. Suddenly, a green-clothed man appeared within the warped expanse of space. Seeing this, a trace of excitement flashed through Dao Xingzi's eyes, and he hurriedly roared. Spacetime swap. Below, the Star Life sect's experts roared in unison. Spacetime swap. Bang. The spacetime above the starlight formation became illusory. When it became completely translucent, a man in green clothes appeared before everyone's eyes. His main body. However, he wasn't in this spacetime. He was in another unknown spacetime, and he just appeared here in a special way. At this moment, a white furry little fellow appeared on the green-robed man's shoulder. She looked around curiously. Dao Xingzi stroked his beard and smiled. Found him. In the distance, the white little fellow turned to look at the man in green clothes with a bewildered expression. Why did he come here? Even though Dao Xingzi and the others had looked for the man in green clothes, he'd come here of his own accord. The man spoke indifferently. That unfilial son of mine must have gotten into trouble again. If he doesn't give me a reasonable explanation, then I'll break his legs. The white little fellow was speechless. In the distance, Dao Xingzi turned to look at Gu Ming and Tai Yishui. Let's do it. This formation consumes a lot of energy and we won't be able to hold on for long. Tai Yishui turned to look at Gu Ming and smiled. Brother Gu Ming, do you want to do it or should I? Gu Ming glanced at the man in green clothes and grinned. I don't care. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.